Chapter 282, 107 Su En meets Director Chen, Part 2, _1 Xinjie. Yen Lu looked through the car window at the large characters on the school gate. The gate was very quaint, its archway having been renovated several times, yet the weight of history was still visible, topped by 6 gilded characters. Jiangjing Music Academy, the best music academy in the country and even Asia. But it was very strict in admitting students, and every year it would select students to go to the Royal Music Hall, with many nationally renowned teachers performing there. In the entertainment industry, 2 celebrities who graduated from Jiangjing Music Academy had already attracted onlookers even before their debut. The bright lights at the gate reflected a cold shine in Yen Lu's eyes. The lights were too glaring, making Yen Lu feel somewhat unreal in her daze. The driver's side window rolled down, and the boy picking them up greeted the gatekeeper with familiarity. "Yes, I'm from Dean Jian's office. Bye uncle." The gate opened. The boy drove the car in. Finally, it stopped in front of an office building, and the rear door opened automatically. Yen Lu and Xinjie stepped onto the ground, feeling light as if stepping on a cloud of cotton, the experience quite surreal. This was Jiangjing Music Academy, a place they could not enter even in their next lifetime. "Miss Yen Lu, I'll take you to the recording studio," the boy said with a smile to Yen Lu and the other, pressing the elevator button to take them to the 3rd floor. It was almost 6 o'clock. The recording studio on the 3rd floor had the lights on, with several people inside communicating. From a distance, the boy saw Jian Zhongyou, who had his back to them. "Dean Jian. They have arrived." Jian Zhongyou was instructing the recording of drumbeats and a section of pipa and flute music. As for the sound of the guzheng, he recorded it himself. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look at Yen Lu and the other. "Hello, I'm Jian Zhongyou." After briefly introducing himself, he directly said to Yen Lu, "You listen first, we'll start recording in half an hour." He handed a recorder and a pair of headphones to Yen Lu. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Lian. "They have arrived." Coming back to her senses, Yen Lu put on the headphones and started to listen intently. Xinjie stepped to the side, as Jiangjing Music Academy was too different from her circle, and she didn't know Jian Zhongyou. She let out a breath and said to the boy who had picked them up, "I thought you were going to take us to Crown Recording Studio." Yes, once she knew the boy was a student at the Music Academy, she addressed him with respect. "Crown Recording Studio?" The boy was stunned and then remembered, "Oh, Dean Jian has high requirements. That place's equipment can't keep up." "Who is Dean Jian?" Xinjie asked humbly. "It's Dean Jian." The boy glanced at Xinjie, surprised that the person Dean Jian asked him to pick up didn't know him. "Dean Jian Zhongyou, if you go to our school's official website, you'll know." Xinjie wouldn't dare to search Jiangjing Music Academy on normal days. The school was the Jiangjing University of the Art Students. Pulling out her phone and searching for the school's name, she clicked into the official website and saw the caption floating on top. "Dean Jian Zongyi's disciple acceptance ceremony comes to a close." She scrolled downwards. Then she looked up blankly, her gaze falling on Yen Lu, who was interacting with a group of staff. A suspicion quietly formed in her heart. This time, Yen Lu might really become famous with just one song. When Bai Lian received a message from Dean Jian, she was in the yard giving acupuncture to Lance. "Oh, it's truly miraculous," Lance exclaimed with a head full of silver needles while talking to Bai Lian. "I didn't wear glasses today, but I can see so much clearer than before." Bai Lian put away the extra silver needles. Looking up at him, she spoke unhurriedly. "You would recover even faster if you didn't talk." "What?" Lance's eyes widened. He had tremendous respect for Chinese medicine and didn't doubt Bai Lian's words. He even looked at her accusingly, as she had not told him these things earlier. Ji Heng's embroidery frame was still placed in the yard. He himself was in the kitchen. Bai Lian went in to help him wash some vegetables. "Grandpa, have you considered setting up a stall in the east side of the city?" Ji Heng would often set up a small stall, patronized by residents of Purist Street. "East side of the city?" Ji Heng asked in surprise. "They opened up a bus line there." Bai Lian had a tentative idea. "In the future, there will be heavy foot traffic and more people will see your embroidery work." Upon hearing this, Ji Heng fell silent. Ill think about it. Since the east side of the city was still under construction and large-scale malls along with the foundations for hotels in Yongfu residential area were just beginning, Bai Lian was not in a hurry. She glanced at Ji Heng, feeling that he had deeper concerns. She couldn't figure out what Ji Heng was worried about. Bai Lian looked toward the warehouse in the yard, which stored a collection of exquisite fabrics. Unable to understand, she returned to her room. She hadn't practiced her test papers today. Instead, she turned on the light and carefully looked at the image Dean Jian had sent her again. Jian Zhongyo had sent her an old, yellowed score with missing parts, some only half recorded. She plucked the strings of the guzheng, trying to fill in what was missing. After completing the task, she wrote a new copy and sent it to Jian Zhongyo. She also replied to Xinji's message. Xinjie said that Yen Lu's recording went very smoothly. After dealing with all that, Bai Lian went out unhurriedly to remove the needles from Lance. After taking them out, she sterilized the silver needles again. Lance waited for Bai Lian to remove the silver needles from his head before complaining to Ji Heng. She didn't even tell me. Oops, wrong, I was supposed to drink this tea. The next day, early in the morning, Su En's car arrived at the entrance of Purist Street. Is this the place? The assistant looked at the intersection and then at the address on the file. Mr. Su, we've arrived. Su-en got out of the car holding a gift box. Purist Street was rather old, and although it had been renovated in several places recently, the environment still wasn't great. The assistant, visiting such a place for the first time, thought to himself that it was no wonder Ji Milan had always made excuses not to come here. Mr. Su, let me carry it. The assistant parked the car and hurried forward to take the gift box from Su-en's hand. It contained tonics and tobacco that Su-en had brought over from Jiangjing. No need. Su-en avoided his hand and looked up at an alley. Is it here? The assistant wasn't sure either. Should we call the missus? Ji Mulan had a maintenance appointment today and would arrive later. Su-en knew that Bai Lian wouldn't be at home in the morning as she was going to the library to read and do homework, so he deliberately came over early in the morning. For his first visit, how could Su-en not see Bai Lian? Su-en, worried about not being able to see Bai Lian later, called Ji Mulan to ask. After confirming it was this alley, he walked inside. After some twists and turns, he finally reached Ji Heng's house. Checking the house number shown on his phone against the yard, and hearing the sound of a guzheng from inside, the assistant nodded and confirmed to Su-en, Mr. Su, this is the place. Knocking on the door, of course, was not something the assistant could take upon himself. Su-en reached out to knock on the door. The door was opened by Ji Heng, who looked groggy and was holding a towel. Seeing Su-en, he was very surprised. I came especially to see you today. Su-en handed over the gift box. With the wedding date approaching, I wanted to talk about the details of the wedding ceremony, Su-en said with a smile. He and Ji Mulan were planning to get married at the end of the year, and that date was drawing close. The wedding would be held in Jiangjing, and he wondered if Bai Lian would attend. Ji Heng stepped aside to let him in. We can discuss it slowly, no rush. After escorting Su-en inside, assistant Su-en left, as he didn't dare to involve himself in the boss family matters. Alien. As Su-en entered with Ji Heng, he greeted Bai Lian. Bai Lian was cleaning her guzheng with gauze. Hearing the voice, she turned her head slightly and lazily greeted back, Morning. She showed no curiosity as to why he had come so early. Ji Heng went to the bathroom to wash his face and gestured for Bai Lian to make tea for Su-en. Bai Lian put down the gauze and brewed a cup of tea for Su-en. Su-en hadn't expected that Bai Lian would make tea for him. He quickly took it and remembered the matter at hand. Will you come to Jiangjing at the end of the year? When I marry your mother. The end of the year? Bai Lian picked up the gauze again, remembering Jiang Fulai had mentioned a special training camp at the end of the year, and she said unhurriedly, I might not have the time. Hearing her say that, Su-en was somewhat disappointed. Okay. Bai Lian finished wiping down the guzheng and took it back to her room. Su-en watched Bai Lian's retreating figure and sighed, when his phone rang. It was a call from Ren Qian. Su-en picked up, quite surprised. Mr. Ren? Mr. Su. On the other end, Ren Qian chuckled. Do you have time today? No. Su-en sat down on a stone bench under the banyan tree, lowered his head to gently blow on the tea in his cup, and took a light sip. Ren Qian wasn't surprised and laughed like a sly fox. That's unfortunate, we've just welcomed Miss Yu. Are you sure you can't make some time? Miss Yu? Su-en was startled. Someone from the Yu family? He knew Yu Hongyi had come to Xiangqing, but Yu Hongyi and Mr. Chen were not the same. She wasn't in charge of Xiangqing's affairs but was supposed to be responsible for Bacter Street. How had Ren Qian and his people managed to invite her? If it were any other time, Su-en would certainly attend, but today he was there to see Ji Heng. Not in the morning, Su-en pondered for a moment. I might have time in the afternoon. Ren Qian had thought that by saying so, Su-en would surely come, but the latter still said he had no time. Su-en hung up the phone, surprised and also quite taken aback. Then he felt regretful. Why did it have to be today? As he was thinking, the door that had been closed was knocked on again. Uncle Ji, who would visit so early? Su-en just had a sip of tea and now put down his cup again to go and open the door. Su-en opened the door casually. Since the person outside had called for Uncle Ji, he thought it might be a neighbor of Ji Heng's. Until he opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a black casual jacket, holding a fishing rod and a fish basket, with a beaming smile on his face. Su-en was somewhat stunned. Chen, Mr. Chen? Chapter 283, 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video_1 Chen Yongkuan didn't recognize Su-en, but Su-en had seen him before. The major part of the reason he came to Xiangqing to develop his career was because he knew Chen Yongkuan had been transferred here. Unfortunately, as a businessman, Su-en had sent his business card many times through others but never got to see Mr. Chen face to face. Su-en wasn't surprised by this. After all, it was Mr. Chen, especially since he recently heard that Mr. Chen's status had risen, gradually gaining some say within the Chen family. Su-en was always calm and composed, a sly old fox in the workplace, but now he found it somewhat hard to maintain his expression. He was about to give up on the connection with Mr. Chen. Why did he have to see him in the Ji family's place right now? Director Chen had a smile on his face, and when he heard the words, Mr. Chen, he raised his eyebrows slightly and greeted Su-en cheerfully. Hello, I am Chen Yongkuan. He humbly and modestly introduced himself. Then he shifted the fishing rod to his hand holding the fish basket and shook hands with Su-en. Xiaochen, Ji Heng called out from inside the courtyard, having finished washing his face. You're too early. Have you eaten yet? Director Chen smiled at Su-en and turned to slip through a gap to get inside. Uncle, not yet. We hurried to get here early for a good spot. There's a lot of people on Sundays. Ji Heng took out some egg pancakes and fried dough sticks and casually said, Alien just bought these, have some, and wait for me for a while. Hearing this, Director Chen quickly put down the fishing rod. He sat at the stone table, didn't start eating but took out his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo, and posted it to his circle of friends. Photo, breakfast bought by Miss by Xiaoqi liked the post. Ming Dongheng liked the post. Qilu liked the post. Jiang He, ? Ji Heng was clearly very familiar with Director Chen. When Su-en arrived, Ji Heng only exchanged some polite words, but he was very natural with Director Chen, and Su-en saw this clearly. Uncle, that is... Director Chen took a bite of the egg pancake and turned to look at Su-en, who was closing the gate. After finishing a cup of tea, Ji Heng introduced Su-en. It was brief. Director Chen came back to his senses. He smiled at Su-en. So it's Mr. Su. Hello. Su-en was somewhat reserved but he had seen many big events, and didn't bring his business mannerisms here. He hid his inner shock and started to chat with Director Chen. Both of them had broad knowledge and were articulate. If they wanted to be familiar with someone, it would take just a few words. When Bai Lian came out after changing clothes, Director Chen was still eating breakfast. Seeing Bai Lian, Director Chen quickly put down his egg pancake. He stood up, his tone not as casual as when he was talking to Ji Heng. Miss Bai, are you leaving already? Bai Lian was a bit late today because of violin maintenance. Casually glancing with 2 fingers hooked on the canvas bag embroidered by Ji Heng, she looked toward Director Chen. Yes. Shall I drive you? Director Chen took keys out of his pocket. Bai Lian pulled open the courtyard gate. No need. All right then. Director Chen sounded a bit disappointed. He stood up, escorted Bai Lian to the gate, and after she turned a corner and disappeared from his sight, Director Chen closed the gate. Behind him, Su En noted the way Director Chen acted towards Bai Lian. His expression was calm, but inwardly he felt a storm brewing. Is it not? What is the situation exactly? What does the Ji family actually do? Are you coming fishing with us? Director Chen turned around and warmly invited Su En. The fishing crew was about to get bigger. At the intersection of Purist Street, Ming Dongheng had been waiting for Bai Lian with Jiang He for a while. In the passenger seat was Qin Jingyu, who knew who Ming Dongheng was waiting for as soon as he saw the slender figure at the crossroad. He opened his mouth but didn't feel the same incomprehension as the last time. Just wrinkled his brow looking at the slim Bai Lian, her posture casual and soft, her achievements also mediocre, so why? Qin Jingyu couldn't figure it out. While Bai Lian was getting into the car, Ming Dongheng was speaking to Qin Jingyu in a cool tone. It starts at 10, we have time, but why does Mr. Bai only give out 10 signed photos every time? Who can actually get one of those? Bai Lian, just seated, slowly lifted her head. Raising her hand, she hesitatingly asked, Mr. Bai's signed photos? It's Mr. Bai Baixin's, Ming Dongheng explained respectfully as he drove onto the main road, referring to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, amulet. Ming Dongheng earnestly said, Miss Bai, Mr. Bai has high achievements in martial arts. Dongwu praised him as a rare talent that appears once in a century, and Dongwu directly invited him to become a senior club member. You can tell from how he rose to No.1 in just 2 months. After that battle, Mr. Bai Beixin became a sensation in the national martial arts scene. Chapter 284, 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video under Su Bai Lian. Respect. In the eastern part of the city, the old district, Bai Lian led Jiang He out of the car. In the car, Chen Jingyu didn't dare to speak in front of Bai Lian. It wasn't until she got out of the car that he turned his head to look at Ming Dongheng and lowered his voice. What's the use of explaining so much to her? Could this Miss Bai understand? He had recently been recommended by a surplus god and was making a name for himself in the Chen family, also eyeing Ming Dongheng's bodyguard position, feeling extremely inflated inside. Almost forgetting himself. Ming Dongheng's expression was cold. Chen Jingyu, be mindful of what you say and do. Bai Lian arrived early today. The Calligraphy Association hadn't opened yet. Only a few street vendors had opened their stalls by the roadside. Bai Lian bought a sugar figure in the shape of a crane for Jiang He and waited for him to eat the sugar while waiting for the martial arts gym to open. Finally, when Hall Master Jean came out, she intercepted him and got straight to the point. Hall Master Jean, do you have any plans to reopen the martial arts gym? Bai Lian had been formulating and planning this idea ever since she found the martial arts gym. She had researched many gyms over the past 2 months and asked people like Jianzhi for information about Xingyi Martial Arts School, having a preliminary plan for the gym's closure and subsequent development. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Jean Kai's expression didn't fluctuate at all. He just looked up at her. He was only around 40 years old, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and brows. Sorry, but I have to get to work. This is my initial idea. Bai Lian handed a piece of paper to Jean Kai, and she just smiled lightly. You can take a look when you have time. She had a pair of lazy almond eyes, black pupils, and gentle lines. When she smiled, it seemed casual and carefree yet carried an inexplicable tension, making people involuntarily believe in her. Jean Kai accepted that piece of paper. He then silently continued on to work at the construction site nearby. Not far away, next to the bus stop sign, a sedan was parked. In the back seat, a man's eyes, looking through the window and landing on the girl, were gloomy. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette. I was wondering why Jean Kai had always refused to sell the martial arts gym. Turns out he found a new backer. The person in the driver's seat was surprised. Secretary Zhou, do you know her? I'm no longer the secretary of the Ren family. Zhou Jian lit the cigarette, his lips slowly curling. She's Su En's stepdaughter. And who is Su En? Su En? The new big boss in Xiangqing, no wonder she's so arrogant, Zhou Jian sneered. Let's head back. He lowered his head, took out his phone, and sent a message to a number. Rest assured, miss, no one can shake your position. He looked up. If Bai Lian were here, she would have recognized this person as the former Secretary General of Renqian. Afternoon. After fishing in the evening, Su En finally went to the Ren family's dinner party. President Su, Ren Qian and Qin Gang raised their glasses towards Su En, and after drinking one, Ren Qian spoke up, "You were really unlucky today, otherwise you could have met Miss Yu." The person on the side filled the trio's cups with wine again. Su En pressed his brow, finding today's alcohol a bit strong. He glanced at the person pouring the wine, whom he seemed to have met before. It was Ren Qian's secretary. Regarding Ren Qian's comment, Su En remained composed. "I had some urgent matters. If there's another opportunity, I will inform you in advance," said Qin Gang with a smile. From Saturday night to Monday morning, Jian Zhongyou, who hadn't replied to Bai Lian, finally responded to her message. President Jian, the song recording is complete. President Jian, let me have a look at the abbreviated musical score you restored. By Jian. 1. Jian Zhongyou sat in his office. He hadn't rested much these past days. The people at Jiangjing Music Academy were striving for perfection, not tolerating a single flaw, and finally finished the song before Yen Lu's release. After all this, he listened to the music for a long time before he opened the chat window with Bai Lian. It was a picture of an abbreviated musical score. Jian Zhongyou clicked to open it. Bai Lian had added several fingerings to the score. Jian Zhongyou was a bit stunned. He couldn't care about resting anymore and went to the music room to play the fingering sequence Bai Lian had supplied, according to order. Sister Lian, the official account commented on my video. In the front seat, Pu Xiaohan opened the video for Bai Lian to see. Look quickly. The others in the class crowded around too. It was a video Pu Xiaohan had just posted this week. The video featured Grandpa Tao and his puppets. Bai Lian watched attentively. Pu Xiaohan had a flair for editing. She spent more than half a month creating this video of less than 2 minutes. It started with the classic music of the Great Sage's entrance, matched with Grandpa Tao's manipulation of the Great Sage. Chapter 285. 108 What exactly does Ji family do? Video under who? In this vast world, who has ever frightened me, old son? Chills ran down Wang Qi's spine as he stood beside. From the enthusiastic son Wukong to the scholarly top scholar, to Grandpa Tao's humble little cabin, and ultimately ending with a black screen, as well as Grandpa Tao's words, "Will anyone really like this?" Hot comment. Grandpa, I really love it. Teary-eyed. With such great craftsmanship, why does Grandpa seem to live so poorly? Because he can't make a living. Sigh. I'm in Xiangqing. I'll come to see you during the holiday, Grandpa. The top hot comment was that official one mentioned by Pu Xiaohan. A high-quality, meaningful video. 2,587,441 likes soon. The trending topic, official comment and a big bowl of eat, was slowly climbing up. The followers of Eat and a Big Bowl skyrocketed from 5.6 million to over 9 million. Wang Qi clapped Pu Xiaohan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't forget each other in wealth. Share the spoils if you witness it, share the spoils if you witness it." Pu Xiaohan escaped from the crowd and then bit her finger as she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian nonchalantly took out a book. On hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Speak. Pu Xiaohan made an "oh" sound and then said seriously, "I want to film you doing that, dancing with the long sword. And also your grandfather, I want to shoot an episode about his needlework." She had seen Bai Lian demonstrate the long sword to Yen Lu. She hadn't seen much, only twice. Only after seeing it with her own eyes did she understand why Bai Lian said she was average with the long sword, for compared to her long sword, it really could be called average. Pu Xiaohan couldn't stop thinking about it. Bai Lian crossed her legs and wrote a neat chemical formula in her notebook, her tone as unhurried as ever. "Next time, get Yen Lu to shoot it for you. As for my grandpa, I'll go ask him." She wasn't sure if Ji Heng would be willing to be filmed. "You won't do it?" Pu Xiaohan was a little disappointed, But upon hearing that Bai Lian was willing to ask Ji Heng, she perked up again. Hey, it would be great if there were special effects, like a bang and an explosion upon collision. Grandpa Tao's video lacked special effects, otherwise it would have been perfect. Her video's transitions, cuts, and music were all perfect. It was just missing some live-action special effects. Collision effects? Bai Lian paused, her head lifting thoughtfully. She then took out her phone. The reply from the young Master Jiang was always swift. Question mark. By student, can I borrow your lab? Jiang teacher, oh. Jiang teacher, is that all? By student. 1. The reply was cold and emotionless, and just in time for class, she put her phone away. Early in the morning, just after a group meeting at the CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute, Jiang Fulai put away his documents. His pale fingers tapped the screen irritably at that 1, and pressed several times. I patted my student on the shoulder and spoke of building socialism. Jiang young master. Back to Yen Lu. She didn't wait for the full song to come out. The shooting ceremony was on Monday morning. She flew back to Beijing, then took a long car ride to rejoin the crew in Xiangqing. It was already Monday morning. The main cast of Great Yong had all arrived on set. After getting her makeup and costume done, Yen Lu held a stick of incense and bowed to the altar with a group of people. Although she had secured a leading role this time, her popularity was lower than the other actors, so she stood at the edge. Once director Wan Qiushan finished his worship, he found her, expressing some concern. The microblog for joining the production should be posted at 9 o'clock along with the public, and have you not used the character song we previously found for you? Yen Lu took out her phone. Xanjia had just sent a message. Video Xanjia. The song wasn't released in time, just post the video on Weibo first. Thank you, director. A friend of mine wrote one for me. I'll post the video directly later. Yen Lu saved the video to her phone. Wan Qiushan was shocked by Yen Lu. You haven't released this song yet? The character songs of the other actors had been released a week ago. Yen Lu had been so calm for the whole week that he had thought she found a well-known composer. But it was just a friend of hers? He held his forehead, took out his phone, and walked to the side to call the publicity team for the program. When Yen Lu posts her Weibo later, pay attention to controlling the comments, Wan Qiushan said. He genuinely appreciated Yen Lu's interpretation of the role. If he had known earlier that Enqi would back out at the last minute, he would never have sought him out. He didn't want the leading actress to get bashed before they even started recording the TV series. Being criticized in the entertainment industry is commonplace, and Wan Qiushan had been through it as well, but he didn't want Yen Lu to be affected by the negative comments while filming. In Beijing, before the recording of the variety show Perfect, Enqi, Manxi, have you heard? A singer who had finished recording the variety show chuckled as he slung his arm over Enqi, lowering his voice. Enqi's former rumored flame is looking all over for someone to write a song for her. Has she not come to you? Manzai's variety show had specially invited the popular singer Enqi. Their CP fans would surge after this episode. The circle was more informed than the outside world. Previously, Yen Lu was banned by the Lu family, but she struck lucky as the Lu family was later found to have tax and financial issues, and now most of their shareholders were detained for investigation. Enqi, with a cool demeanor, said, "No." "Ah, then she's going to be ripped apart by netizens today," the man shrugged. "Maybe she found a good team," Manxi smiled. Someone else joined the conversation. Maybe she found someone even better than Enqi? Of course, everyone knew that was impossible. Standing to the side, Manzai's eyes held a touch of mockery when she looked down. Whether Yen Lu had even finished recording a song was unknown. The group headed to the makeup room. Enqi's manager also gave him a look and pulled him aside to caution in a low voice. Even if Yen Lu approaches you, don't give her that song. You're going to Jiangjing Music Academy for further studies. You can't be associated with any scandals. Enqi had been tied to Yen Lu in the past, but compared to her, who had a pretty face with no acting skills, no prospects for development, and a myriad of scandals, Enqi's team naturally favored Manxi. This opportunity was given to Enqi by Time Entertainment. Enqi was only going to attend a couple of classes at Jiangjing Music Academy, but the outside world would be informed that he was there for further studies. How could the fans tell the difference? I understand, and she nodded. 9 o'clock. The official Great Young account mentioned all the actors, announcing the start of production. Vian Liu. Thank you everyone, thank you to the production team. I will give my all in portraying this character and will not let anyone down. Attached is the character song, video. The Weibo world was a stormy place. The character songs of the other main actors had already been released, but there was no news from Yen Liu. Now that production had started, like scattered stars in a dark sky, there were fans who followed Yen Liu. They saw that she hadn't even released her character song, just a video. Forget it, let's just bite the bullet. A few despairing fans thought to themselves. Until they looked at the comments section. Jiangjing Music Academy retweeted and commented, "Congratulations to Miss Yen Liu." Chapter 286, 109 composed the Divine Peace, reviewing the Long Spear, second update, _1 under this comment. It wasn't long before the haters arrived. Manzai's die-hard fan. Miss Yen Liu? Which miss? Please return Manzai's resources to Yen Liu. Yen Liu still has fans? Which company's water army are you from? Come on, how much did Yen Liu pay you? Passerby 1. Manzai's fans have gone crazy? They see a water army in everyone. Look clearly at who you're spraying. Passerby 2. I thought it was a high-quality imitation account, but after checking the homepage, I'm kneeling in awe, kneeling. Passerby 3. Just asking timidly, did nobody listen to the song? Great Young Crew. The first scene started, and since it was the first scene, Wan Qiushan didn't want any mistakes. He hoped to get it right in one take, so he directly filmed the scene for Liang Zuan with 2 seasoned actors. After the shoot, he remembered the issue with Yen Liu and inquired about the control of comments in the publicity department. You haven't checked Weibo yet? The publicity department staff was taken aback before suggesting Wan Qiushan check Weibo in a tactful manner. Wan Qiushan hurriedly opened Weibo. The usually smooth Weibo was a bit laggy today. He clicked on Yen Liu's account, and in just half an hour, Yen Liu's Weibo post had already garnered 230,000 comments. Wan Qiushan's eyes immediately landed on the top-liked comment from Jiangjing Music Academy. His fingers trembling slightly, he clicked on Jiangjing Music Academy. The Jiangjing Music Academy following 6 fans, 9.87 million. Through the microphone, the publicity department staff continued to speak, but he suppressed his excitement. It's Jiangjing Music Academy's official account. How did you find Miss Yen? Director 1, do you know gambling with liquor? Every music platform is asking our crew if they can buy the copyright outright. Did you introduce this song for Yen Liu? Even Jiangjing Music Academy has entered the fray. Jiangjing Music Academy, the musical palace not just in the country but across Asia. Anyone in the entertainment industry who can be associated with this institution is considered a scholarly elite worth hyping, but who could have expected the official account to directly promote Yen Liu? Director 1 ended the call and clicked on Yen Liu's video. The clear sound of the guzheng started from afar and came closer as 4 lines of text slowly emerged. Gambling with liquor, lyrics, by Jian composition, by Jian arrangement, Jian, by Jian, Jian. Nobody had any impression of these 2 names. But immediately after, the sound of the pipa captured everyone's attention, and with a drumbeat, Yen Liu's slightly deep and distinctive voice rang out, "A cup to the past." The video was composed of simple scenes, but along with Yen Liu's voice mixed with the beats of drums, the guzheng and the pipa. The song perfectly blended the national style, and it seemed as if everyone could see a life of epic grandeur. Good music doesn't need promotion. One person passed it on to another, and by 9:30, the Weibo trending search had climbed to a terrifying number. Trending number 1, gambling with liquor, exploding. Trending number 2, Yen Liu, exploding. Trending number 3, Who is by Jian, exploding. Trending number 4, Great Young, starts filming. Trending number 5, Jiangjing Music Academy before even filming the drama. Yen Liu was slaying all over Weibo with just one unpublished song. Haters wanted to find something to criticize, but after repeatedly listening to the song, from lyrics and composition to arrangement, They found there was absolutely nothing to pick on. Of course, no one knew that the arrangement had been done by Jian Zhongyo, standing at the peak of the musical temple, and that every instrument was accompanied by well-known teachers from Jiangjing Music Academy. Especially the composition, which was by the original author of the 1,000-year-old, The White-Robed Journey. With such a combination, how could it not explode on Weibo? This wave drove the entire Weibo crazy. Because of one song, Yen Lu became famous. Countless people on Weibo were searching for by Jian and his compositions, yet this by Jian seemed to have appeared out of thin air, having written just this one song. Another topic's popularity was rising. I seemed to be witnessing the birth of a legendary composer. Bai Lian didn't go online. She was oblivious to the fervor of the song on the internet. When her manager called her, she spoke with utmost respect. Miss Bai, every major platform wants to buy the rights to gambling with liquor. I've discussed it with Yen Lu. The royalties will be given to you and Principal Jian. No need. Bai Lian walked with the crowd heading out, and seeing Jiang He squatting on the roadside waiting for her, she walked over to him. Give the normal amount. Her manager was surprised by Bai Lian's response for the first time. Miss Bai, this is the copyright fee, not a cabbage. Of course, her manager wouldn't really give just the standard price, and she went on to ask about another matter, and Principal Jian. Since Principal Jian had done the arrangement and helped Yen Lu record the song, her manager naturally wouldn't forget about these two benefactors to Yen Lu. Chapter 287, 109 composed the divine piece, reviewing the long spear, second update, _2 she didn't have the dean's contact information. I'll ask for you, Bai Lian said, standing in front of Jiang He, lazily reaching out to grab the collar at the back of his neck. With Bai Lian by her side and Jiang Fulai not around, Pu Xiaohan dared to greet Jiang He with a smile. Xiaoniao. Jiang He's little face was very cold. He attempted to resist the name Jiang Xiaoniao with all his might. Jiang Fulai was busy on Monday. The driver was Ming Dongheng, and Bai Lian didn't send a message to inquire with Jian Zhongyo until after she got in the car. Dean Jian, no need, Dean Jian, just come to our school. Bai Jian, I want to apply to Jiangjing University. Dean Jian, what's so good about it? He was even more carefree than Bai Lian, as at his level as the dean, he was no longer trapped by money, but pursued the true temple of art. Bai Lian threw the screenshot to Sister Exin. Sister Exin, this screenshot was explosive to the entire entertainment industry. Every sentence could make netizens collapse. The car soon stopped at the entrance to an ancient-looking courtyard. It was Pu Xiaohan's first time here. She saw the iron fence covered in colorful vines and a winding cobblestone path leading to an ancient Chinese 3-story building. She was greatly amazed. The three people sitting in the garden chairs in front of the building turned their heads quickly upon hearing the noise. When Chen Jingyu saw Bai Lian, he put down the document in his hand and exclaimed with joy, Miss Bai, you've come? Bai Lian's visits here were even fewer than to the library. I'll go make some tea, Ming Dongheng said, heading for the hall as soon as the car stopped. Chen Jingyu remembered Bai Lian liked the pastries here and hurried after him. Miss Bai, I'll check the kitchen. The other two also stood up upon seeing this. The man was Chen Jingyu and the woman, Yu Hongyi. This time Yu Hongyi finally got a clear look at Bai Lian. She sized up the school uniform Bai Lian wore, which bore the logo of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and said, Hello, I am Yu Hongyi. She introduced herself. She used I am instead of my name is. Normally, those without some level of fame would not dare introduce themselves that way. Yu Hongyi wore casual clothes, and as she was always ranked at the top in Zhongwu, there was an inevitable arrogance in her movements that she couldn't completely conceal, and her presence was strong. Pu Xiaohan didn't dare to speak to her and just stood by Bai Lian. Bai Lian nodded to her briefly, to the point. After speaking, she led Pu Xiaohan towards the small lab. Jiang He followed closely behind her. What is this? Pu Xiaohan asked in surprise, looking at the air raid shelter door to the left of the small wooden building. By Yu Hongyi's side, upon seeing that Bai Lian was heading in that direction, Chen Jingyu quickly tried to stop her, glanced at Bai Lian and frowned. This is a critical research area, you can't go there. Everyone knew what position Jiang Fulai held. The research and labs were top-secret documents. In his critical research area, aside from his team members, not even Ming Dongheng or old Mr. Chen could enter and exit at will. Yu Hongyi also looked over, her gaze flitting indifferently over Bai Lian's school uniform before settling on Jiang He behind her. You might not be aware, but everything here cannot be tampered with. Xiaohe surely knows this, right? Both were martial artists. Pu Xiaohan didn't dare meet their gaze. Involuntarily, she clutched at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes. A chill tinted Bai Lian's brows and eyes, as she reached out calmly with her phone and moved Qin Jingyu's arm that was blocking the way. Her right index finger pressed on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, the door opened. She went straight in. Jiang He followed behind her with practiced ease. Pu Xiaohan was taken aback and quickly followed. The door closed slowly behind them, and Pu Xiaohan entered such an upscale private laboratory for the first time. She hurried forward, wanting to say something to Bai Lian but heard her softly reciting the heart-clearing mantra. No, Lian. Bai Lian and Jiang He were very familiar with the laboratory, and they demonstrated many experiments to Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan, with her camera, could hardly keep up with their pace. 2 hours later, the three of them came out still not having had their fill. Outside, the garden lights shone as bright as day. Yu Hongyi, holding a long spear, was demonstrating spear technique to Ming Dongheng. Director Chen, not understanding, just watched the excitement. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he quickly went to get the pastries and approached her. Miss Bai, are you done with your work? Oh, Master Yu is teaching Mr. Ming the long spear techniques. Master Yu is exceptional with the long spear. Bai Lian took the pastries, expressed thanks, and casually glanced toward the open space in the garden. Hearing Director Chen say so, Pu Xiaohan also looked towards Yu Hongyi. Pu Xiaohan had seen Bai Lian's long spear technique, as well as Yen Lu's. She intended to film long spear techniques, so she watched very carefully. Yu Hongyi's spear technique was not bad, with strong force and speed. But Pu Xiaohan had seen spears wielded with terrible force in the return horse spear. Yen Lu, an actor, could perform the spear technique very well. She had great expectations for what Director Chen had called exceptional. But the result? Pu Xiaohan even had the thought, that's it? Upon hearing Director Chen speak so highly of Yu Hongyi, she couldn't help scratching her head and asked him in a low voice, this is considered exceptional. That's not to mention Yen Lu is also an expert. This, Director Chen didn't really understand either, but Yu Hongyi was indeed great with the long spear. As someone who did not practice spear skills, he could not elaborate on the specifics. Master Yu is really impressive. You see her, look at how she connects one thrust to the next, right? Pu Xiaohan, one thrust after another? Shouldn't you go back to Chinese language classes? Their voices were low, but those who practice martial arts have keen senses, and halfway through her demonstration, Yu Hongyi couldn't help but stop and look at Pu Xiaohan. What dan are you in long spear? A dan? Pu Xiaohan was startled. What dan? Yu Hongyi narrowed her eyes. You don't even know the ranking system? I'm sorry, Pu Xiaohan realized Yu Hongyi had heard her comments. Your soaring dragon tail technique is too high at the spear tip. Bai Lian patted Pu Xiaohan on the shoulder and looked at Yu Hongyi. The wrist force is too weak. You need to practice your wrist strength. Soaring dragon tail has two types of attacks, retreat and counterattack both. Bai Lian had a good impression of those who practiced with the long spear. Yu Hongyi politely turned to Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, don't you have anything to say? Ming Dongheng looked at Yu Hongyi and was caught off guard by Bai Lian's sudden critique, as Yu Hongyi was indeed considered a top-tier spear user in his book. Miss Bai is very skilled, I think. If that is the case, Mr. Ming, you might as well have Miss Bai give you instruction. Yu Hongyi's mood had entirely vanished, and she discarded her long spear. Bai Lian watched the spear thrown on the ground, walked over, bent down to pick it up, and frowned. Yu Hongyi thought Bai Lian was about to preach and raised her hand to interrupt directly. When you reach 8 or 9 dan with the long spear, maybe then you can talk to me. Chapter 288, 110 really took it big this time. _1 Yu Hongyi spoke calmly, merely stating the truth. She became famous at a young age, and had an aloof status within the Yu family, overshadowing all the younger generation, and with the glory of Dongwu, she always stood at the pinnacle of the Yu family. Having spent years in Jiangjing, she hadn't taken Bai Lian and Pu Shaohan's words to heart at all. Neither of them was significant in her social circle, they were simply from two different worlds. What bothered her, though, was that the others present seemed indifferent to Bai Lian and Pu Shaohan's words. And there was Qin Yongkuan. What was with his description of her marksmanship? However, now that Qin Yongkuan's status had risen, Yu Hongyi also harbored some apprehensions. Having said her piece, she turned around, ready to leave the estate. She had thought that at the very least, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chen would try to keep her from leaving. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out the door, neither of them reacted at all. She left, suppressing her anger. Chen Jingyu looked at Ming Dongheng in surprise. Since they were rivals to begin with, his indifference puzzled Chen Jingyu. "Mr. Ming, do you know what you're doing?" Ming Dongheng glanced at him but said nothing. Chen Jingyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of unexpected joy. If Yu Hongyi didn't advise Ming Dongheng, his own chances could be much greater. Suppressing his joy, he hurried out, "Ms. Yu, wait for me." Behind him, "Miss Bai," Ming Dongheng looked at Bai Lian and quickly explained, "I was just asking her what level is required to enter Dongwu, and she demonstrated spear techniques for me. I think you're very strong." Ming Dongheng had a strong will to survive. Exactly. Chief Qin couldn't tell the difference, but it didn't prevent him from speaking up. Outside the door, the not-so-far Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi's faces darkened even more. "I don't see what's so great about her." Chen Jingyu studied Yu Hongyi's expression. "She's frail, and speaking of intelligence, she can't even compare to that Liang Wuyu from the Liang family. Whether she can get into Jiangjing University is still in question." This year's situation with Jiangjing University was drawing attention due to Liang Yu's presence. He had been invited by many laboratories even before entering university. "You're comparing her to Liang Wuyu?" Yu Hongyi shook her head. Apart from her face, indeed, she saw no other strengths in Bai Lian. Her standards were always high. Hearing her say that, Chen Jingyu also felt he had lost his sense, as Liang Wuyu was aiming to be top. "My bad." Pu Shaohan also felt a bit awkward back in the garden. "I won't speak out of turn again." Bai Lian lazily twirled the long spear, stuffing the pastries given by Chief Chen into Pu Shaohan's hand and shaking her head in response. "If you can't accept criticism, how can you improve?" Bai Lian had been learning martial arts behind Bai Zhongyu since she was young. Being the youngest, Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi who trained with her would always accommodate her. After Bai Zhongyu passed away, she and Qin Yi went to the battlefield together, only managing to leave a cenotaph for him. Afterwards, she spent 3 years on the battlefield, killing enemies with that spear. By then, no one would let her off the hook. The veterans in the military couldn't persuade her to return, so they taught her moves for killing enemies. On the battlefield, every contest decided life and death. All her experience was fought for on the battlefield, where every warrior was resolute, because every move was meant to kill, not for performance. For the Bai family, the spear was ingrained in their bones and blood. She looked down at the long spear carelessly thrown aside in her hand. The martial arts practiced by people nowadays lacked lethality and were too flashy, with Yu Hongyi being a prime example. This was why Pu Shaohan felt something was off about Yu Hongyi's move, the soaring dragon tail, because she had seen Yan Lu's lethal moves performed. "It's getting windy, let's go back to the hall first." Chief Chen hastily spoke up, wanting to steer away from this subject. Jiang Fulai hurried back close to 9 o'clock. Upon arrival, she first glanced at Chief Chen. There wasn't any particular expression, but just that indifferent glance made Chief Chen involuntarily straighten his back. Bai Lian sat at a table on the side doing her homework. She sat up straight, the workbook from her school open in front of her, casually resting one hand on it. The hall was brightly lit. Jiang He sat next to her with a tablet, drawing. Ming Dongheng stood emotionlessly behind Chief Chen, occasionally miming the moves of the spear, seemingly trying to learn Bai Lian's style of twirling the spear. Pu Shaohan sat on the sofa opposite Chief Chen, holding a camera, reviewing footage taken that day and planning how to edit it and incorporate special effects into her video. Jiang Fulai glanced at Ming Dongheng's spear before her eyes settled on Bai Lian. At the sound, Bai Lian finished a problem before looking up. "You're finally back." Chapter 289. 110 really took it big this time. _2 She closed the book and capped the pen with one hand. "There's someone who got the data wrong," Jiang Fulai complained with a cold expression, as if venting to her. "Otherwise, he could have come back earlier." Bai Lian put the book back into her bag, looked up, and pondered. "Then will you forgive them?" "Oh." Jiang Fulai agreed reluctantly. When Jiang Fulai came back, the aunt served another meal. Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Director Chen, and a few others had already finished eating, leaving Jiang Fulai to dine alone. Director Chen glanced at Jiang Fulai and had a sudden inspiration. "Miss Bai, are you hungry?" "Not really, I had 2 pieces of cake earlier." Bai Lian got up. "But I have to go now, my grandfather is waiting for me for dinner." Pu Shaohan also stood up nervously, thanking Jiang Fulai. Ming Dongheng was about to grab his car keys and stand up when Director Chen quickly pressed him down, thinking expressionlessly in his heart, "Mr. Ming has lost his mind." Jiang Fulai, enveloped in a layer of cold frost, grabbed his keys and left first. When he came back, Ming Dongheng then reported the day's events to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down, casually picking up a piece of green vegetable, and slowly began, "Has this place become somewhere anyone can enter?" He didn't look at Ming Dongheng or Director Chen. But both of them dared not lift their heads. Only after Jiang Fulai finished eating and went upstairs did Director Chen turn to Ming Dongheng. "How will you enter Dongwu later on?" Ming Dongheng had originally planned to ask Yu Hongyi to recommend him for a registration spot. "There's another recruitment next year," Ming Dongheng frowned. Bai Lian got back a bit late, and the 2 little old men, Lance and Ji Heng, hadn't yet rested. Ji Heng was tidying up Lance's room, which used to be Ji Shayan's. "Grandfather, my desk mate wants to record a video for you," Bai Lian said while administering acupuncture to Lance. After finishing, she spoke with Ji Heng. "A video about embroidery, it shouldn't take long. Do you want to do it?" Lance was sitting in a chair, very eager to speak but didn't dare. Ji Heng put away his needlework. "A video? It'll be posted online, a short video," Bai Lian described simply, then pulled over a chair and sat down. "It will let more people see the embroidery, see your craftsmanship." Hearing this, Ji Heng fell silent. "I'll think about it." This was what Bai Lian had anticipated. She could tell that Ji Heng seemed to have his worries, so at the time, she didn't agree on Ji Heng's behalf to Pu Shaohan. Bai Lian didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further, just waiting on the side for Lance's acupuncture time, when she decided to check her phone and saw a WeChat message. "Dog friend, sharing a new song with you." "Dog friend, I won't allow anyone to not have heard this." "Dog friend, http:// link." Bai Lian clicked on it. The new song, Gambling with Liquor, had just been released by Cool Bear. By Jian. 6. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Sister Xn. "Do you have a Weibo? Fans are asking for it." With that, Sister Xn sent a screenshot. Bai Lian clicked on it, and it was all asking for Bai Jian's Weibo. Bai Jian, "I don't go online." On the other end of the phone, Sister Xn wasn't in Xiangqing. She had already rushed back to Thai Media to handle the contract matter concerning Yen Lu. After receiving Bai Lian's message, she opened Weibo and reported back to the eager online community. Yen Lu didn't have an assistant, only her as the agent, so most questions from netizens were addressed to her. When Sister Xn entered Weibo, it took her a minute to load. The hottest trending topic was still the full cast news of Gambling with Liquor. The songwriting and composition were explosive. In recent years, with traffic-driven music dominating, fewer were seriously pursuing music. This song, created by an obscure star and a low-profile composer/arranger, cut through the traffic-dominated music scene and carved out a bloody path. With such lyrics and composition, how did Bai Lian write it? Sister Xan immediately saw a top-rated comment. "Honestly, this song reminds me of by Xiangjuan." "I think so too. So when can the great god Bai Jian release a new song?" Speaking of Bai Xiangjuan, it seems she hasn't released any new songs or poems for a long time, crying. Forgive the comment above. Signals in the underworld are weak. Bai Xiangjuan had many fan-made songs, but this was the first to be accepted by the majority of fans. Sister XN wanted to laugh seeing the comments below, replying to the inquiries about Bai Jian's Weibo. I asked for you, God. Bai Jian said he doesn't go online, sigh. This comment was quickly highlighted by the fans. Woo-woo, are there still people nowadays who don't go online? He must be a highly respected elder. The masses were enlightened. Will he still write songs later? 2587 likes. Please help contact the master. I beg the God to please release more songs. Nowadays, pop songs lack quality. I've been listening to songs from more than a decade ago. Gambling with Liquor is the best I've heard in recent years. 12,474 likes. Chapter 290, 110 really took it big this time. _3 all in agreement. Bai Lian might or might not continue composing. Xinjie doesn't know. She plans to find time to ask. She knows Bai Lian loves to learn, but for the gift of songwriting, Xinjie doesn't want her to waste it. She opens Yan Lu's Weibo, and the followers had grown to 4 million. From morning till night, all major video platforms and media had been looping Yan Lu's songs. Time Media urgently called Xinjie back to amend the contract, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. After so many years in the circle, Yan Lu had finally made it. Xiangqing Hospital. There's nothing else showing up on the film and the CBC. The doctor prescribed some medicine to Su En. No other problems? Ji Mulan stood to one side, frowning, but he's been having frequent headaches recently. The doctor looked at the examination report and finally raised his head. Mr. Su needs to rest more. Xiangqing medical resources are limited. If you are not reassured, you may go to a higher-level hospital for examination. Oh, right. The doctor suddenly remembered something. I have a patient similar to Mr. Su. It doesn't affect daily life much, but there may be some impact on memory. Does Mr. Su have a lot of forgetfulness now? Su En sat in his chair. It's okay. Besides the headaches, he had no other symptoms. They left the consultation room. Ji Mulan went to get the medicine, and after getting the medicine, she came back with a worried look. Let's find a time to go back to Jiangjing Hospital for another check. Xiangqing just can't keep up with everything. It's time to go back. Things in Xiangqing were on the right track, and Su En and Ji Mulan's wedding was imminent. He smiled. We still need to plan the wedding. I wonder if Alien will come. He wasn't very concerned about his health condition. After all, it was just occasional headaches, a minor issue. Compared to this, he was more curious about whether Bai Lian would attend his and Ji Mulan's wedding in Jiangjing. Ji Mulan was momentarily lost in thought. She hardly exchanged a word with Bai Lian now. She wanted to ease the tension between them, but every time she tried to talk, Bai Lian would ignore her. Ji Mulan thought of what Mrs. Su had said about the Yu family. What about the Yu family matter? Su En's car was parked at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing Ji Mulan bring up the Yu family, he shook his head. Don't mention that to Alien. I've already refused my mother on that. Indeed, Ji Mulan actually thought the Yu family sounded quite good, but Bai Lian's current temperament was too prickly, not suitable for a larger family. Her kind of personality isn't suited for a big family. Su En got into the back seat. As he listened to Ji Mulan's words, he glanced at her. In recent days he had learned some things. Bai Lian's behavior towards Ji Mulan and the rest of the Ji family members was not the same. The Bai Lian in front of Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun was different from the Bai Lian in front of Ji Mulan. When confronting Ji Mulan, Bai Lian was always sharp and prickly, not speaking properly. But the Bai Lian that Su En knew was an extremely cultured and big-picture person, even though sometimes. Su En smiled to himself. Sometimes Bai Lian really had a bad temper. There were a few times Su En felt like he was going to be gobbled up by Bai Lian. As he chuckled to himself, Su En couldn't help but press his temples, feeling a headache, and he leaned back in his seat. You should rest, said Ji Mulan anxiously as she helped him massage his temples. Tried it. After school in the afternoon. The chemistry teacher rolled up his book and didn't leave, instead watching Bai Lian as she slowly packed her bag without moving. Only when Bai Lian leisurely finished packing did he cough and say with a stern face, Student by Wang Qi, together with Pu Xiaohan and the entertainment committee members, wanted to laugh, but facing the aloof chemistry teacher, they dared not. Teacher, Bai Lian said, obediently standing in front of the chemistry teacher with her bag in hand. The chemistry teacher nodded coldly. You know there's a monthly exam tomorrow, right? He said no more. I know, Bai Lian nodded. She had been studying chemistry and biology together recently. The chemistry teacher placed his hands behind his back, observing Bai Lian subtly before leaving her with 2 detached words, good luck. After he left, Pu Xiaohan dared to speak. Alien, honestly, don't you think the chemistry teacher's back looks so lonely? I was just about to say that, but didn't dare. Wang Qi raised his hand. So, how's your chemistry? Pu Xiaohan whispered to Bai Lian, having made a bet. Do you have a chance to surpass Ning the genius in the total score? Bai Lian glanced at Pu Xiaohan and raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Pu Xiaohan, how could she possibly guess something about the genius? The group chattered their way to the school gate. Wang Qi immediately noticed Sister Exen standing at the school entrance. Sister Exen. He was somewhat turning into a fan of Yen Lu. Zhang Xiais, who was in prison, had heard this news and last time even had Bai Lian bring a simple note to Wang Qi, praising his good taste. Sister Exen was also very touched by this lively group of young boys and girls. She greeted them with a smile. These are the CDs for the bet. Sister Exen handed 2 carefully wrapped CDs to Bai Lian after greeting everyone. And one of these is for Dean Jian. To Sister Exen, Dean Jian was a respected, venerable artist. Sister Exen didn't dare ask for his contact information, nor did she expect Yen Lu to cozy up to Dean Jian, considering the difference in their social circles. She let Bai Lian relay everything related to Dean Jian. Okay, Bai Lian took the CDs. She took out her phone to ask for Dean Jian's address. Miss Bai, Sister Exen walked with the group toward the exit. Have you ever thought about continuing to write lyrics and compose music? Like writing songs for professional singers. There are many singers in the circle with good voices but average composing talent. Noticing Wang Qi's gaze, Sister Exen paused. She remembered Wang Qi once said the principal would hang himself on her doorstep. Then she explained, I just regret Miss Bai's talent. The music circle really lacks composers like Miss Bai, and I just hope Miss Bai will note down any inspiration she gets, without affecting her studies. Sister Exen had no doubt that if Bai Lian entered the composing scene, the music industry would be shaken. Bai Lian's house still had a guzheng, and her fingers idly spun the CD in her hand. Suddenly turning her head, she looked at Sister Exen and said leisurely, That in Qi from before, is he a singer? Yes, he's currently collaborating with Man Shi, Sister Exen nodded, not very keen on mentioning in Qi right now. Then, Bai Lian squinted her eyes, looking mischievous in the light of the setting sun, and said with a careless smile, Does Yen Lu have an interest in developing a sideline as a singer? Sister Exen stared at Bai Lian, stunned. This was really playing big. Chapter 291. Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _1. Miss Bai, your meaning is, after successive encounters with Qi and Man Shi, Sister Exen felt the entertainment circle was just like that. Qi, having met the more popular Man Shi, backhandedly trampled on Yen Lu while soaring high in her career, and for Yen Lu to encounter the likes of Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais was good fortune, but now, Miss Bai is about to deify Yen Lu. Bai Lian had already spotted Jiang He at the intersection, her sharpness subdued, once again appearing indolent. If she wants to grow, I can give it a try. Then she casually waved at Sister Exen and picked up Jiang He, who was squatting on the ground. Ming Dongheng was on a call. Seeing Bai Lian, he ended the call abruptly. Miss Bai, where to? Calligraphy Association. She lifted Jiang He into the car. Ming Dongheng drove towards the Calligraphy Association. Sister Exen? Wang Qi boldly called out to her. Sister Exen was still standing there. She snapped back to reality. I'll treat you guys to a meal another day. I have to find Yen Lu. Yen Lu was still shooting in Xiangqing, and Sister Exen decided to go tell her about this in person. Calligraphy Association. Jianzhe was soothing Qiu Shuezhing. Teacher Qiu, please be gentler with her, don't be so hot-tempered, take a break, I've got this. Bai Lian sat down at a corner of the 8 immortal table, pouring a cup of tea for Qiu Shuezhing, her legs propped up as she flipped through the accounts. Not far off, Jianzhe was gently explaining a question to Qiu Zuzhang's granddaughter. Jiang He ran over to watch and then sat back down next to Bai Lian, shocked, taking a sip of the water Bai Lian had poured for him. What's wrong? Bai Lian rubbed his head. Jiang He shook his head silently, quite dumbfounded. A minute later, Jianzhe's gentle voice gradually became frenetic. Let me explain it to you one more time. 110 and 14, add them together and it's 14. So 110 and 16 added together, how much is that? 14. How much? Jianzhe, who was usually composed and poised, began to lose his cool. 10 plus 6. Jianzhe, right, 110 and 16, how much should that be? Think again, think hard, baby. 10. Bai Lian quietly listened, a vein starting to throb on her forehead. Sometimes, she felt Jiang Fulai was too harsh on Tang Ming and the others. Putting herself in their shoes, when Jiang Fulai was teaching Tang Ming and the others, the difficulty must have been similar to Jianzhe teaching this baby, she thought. Jiang Fulai. 10 plus 5 is equal to 15, both of them failed to understand. Jiang Fulai repeated coldly. Ning Xiao got it. Tang Ming. But why isn't it 14, Jiang Fulai? Tang academician, Tang Ming. Teacher Jiang? Jiang Fulai. I wouldn't dare. I'm off to file your patent application. She suddenly felt like she had to sometimes understand young Master Jiang's predicament. Qiu Zuzhang's hand pressed against the table about to stand up. Bai Lian snapped back to her senses, hurriedly stopping him. Teacher Qiu, where is our seminar this week? We've got 2 new teachers. Qiu Shuezhing, holding his teacup, calmed down and discussed business with Bai Lian. Jianzhe said you were interested in the martial arts hall next door? There have been quite a few people coming to them these past few days. Quite a few. Bai Lian was surprised. Qiu Shuezhing nodded. They're planning a tourism-exclusive route here. Many people want to buy their property. The tourist route was planned from the train station to the gate on Purist Street, from the west of the city all the way to the east. The Calligraphy Association was owned by the state, but the martial arts hall was private property with a large land area that drew much attention. Bai Lian looked toward the direction of the martial arts hall, pondering that the chances of reopening it seemed even greater now. She closed the file, took out her phone. The hall's owner hadn't contacted her. She glanced at her messages. It was a reply from Dean Jian. Dean Jian. You don't need to mail it, Dean Jian. Just give me the address. I'll collect it myself. Bai Jian. Bai Jian. Wait till I get into Jiangjing University next year. I'll bring it to you, Dean Jian. What if you don't get in? Bai Lian looked at Dean Jian's message, then directly took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Fulai. Without adding any other words. The young master didn't reply. At 7 o'clock, Bai Lian took Jiang He back home. Just as they left the Calligraphy Association's gateway, they encountered the former Secretary General who had just arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he paused, his mood quite good. Miss Bai, long time no see. Zhou Jian didn't mind Bai Lian's attitude at all. His lips curled into a smile, but it had a hint of chill. I was wondering why Miss Bai was so fiery-tempered. Turns out the Su family is involved. After speaking, he stepped into the martial arts hall. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow upon hearing him mention the Su family. Jiang He tugged at the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai parking his car at the intersection. Chapter 292. Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _2. He leaned against the car door in a casual stance, talking on his phone. His eyes slightly downturned beneath the streetlight, casting a vague silhouette, like a lone, unapproachable bloom on a high ridge. Bai Lian temporarily set aside the matter with the Secretary General and walked over. When he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He come out, he spoke softly and then ended the call. Jiang Fulai looked at Bai Lian, his face stern. Who? Bai Lian was momentarily taken aback. She remembered that Jiang Fulai typically wrapped up his weekend work on Fridays. It took her a moment to remember that he was probably asking about the matter with Dean Jian. "It's Dean Jian from the Music Academy," Bai Lian sighed softly, wishing she hadn't sent it if she knew he would hurry back. "Sent it to you for fun." Jiang Fulai mulled over which Dean Jian it could be. Heh. The dean of Jiangjing Music Academy, at this moment, hugged his teacup and sneezed, muttering to himself, "It's time to wear a down jacket, can't afford to catch a cold." Jiang Fulai opened the car door and let Bai Lian get in. After she was in, he casually tossed Jiang He into the back seat. Utterly indifferent, Bai Lian fastened her seatbelt and watched Jiang Fulai, who was opening the driver's door. "Just have a listen," she said. Jiang Fulai nodded in agreement. "Oh." Bai Lian slowly pulled out her phone and glanced at it for a while, then said softly, "I am definitely going to apply to Jiangjing University." There was a statue of her teacher there. If she went there again, she hoped to meet him still as his proudest student. Jiang Fulai turned to look at her. Bai Lian's entire face was hidden in the shadows, her eyes downturned, her expression indiscernible. Jiang Fulai started the car. "Then are you going to study quantum mechanics or dark matter?" "Ah." Bai Lian couldn't keep up with his train of thought, her mind suddenly jumping from Liang Zuan to Dean Ma. "Quantum mechanics. Because." Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, his body slightly relaxed. "Dean Ma has a lot of research areas, including quantum mechanics, and there are other labs. Why are you studying dark matter?" Bai Lian lowered the car window, resting her right elbow lazily on it, and turned to look at him. It was the first time Jiang Fulai spoke about this. "When I was reading, I found that the gravity of matter is nowhere near sufficient to sustain the rotation of galaxies, which is very paradoxical, and everyone was suspecting that dark matter might be a higher dimensional presence. Other countries are also researching it, and without research, there is no development, which means that humanity's civilization has reached its end. If a species' civilization reaches its end, it's a terrifying prospect. Whether it's dark matter, quantum mechanics, or superconductivity, the next step in the evolution of civilization requires people to continually try and err. Their conversation shifted from Jiangjing University to dark matter and quantum mechanics, while Jiang He hugged a large white cabbage pillow in the back seat, listening attentively. Halfway through the journey, Ji Heng called. Bai Lian answered. Ji Heng asked when she would be home, and after inquiring, he heard a faint sound of gouging from the other end of the phone. "Is that the guy surnamed Jiang?" "Here, at Ji Heng's place, Jiang He was Xiaohe. Jiang Fulai was that guy surnamed Jiang." Bai Lian reclined against the backrest. Ji Heng was silent for quite some time, having hinted about Jiang He's family situation before. Both Jiang He and Jiang Fulai's parents had passed away early. About 5 minutes later, he said sternly, "Then let him come too." Now living close to Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun had come over with food to see him. When Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He arrived, Ji Heng was in the yard playing gamoku with Lance, discussing plans to go fishing the next day. Lance, wearing a floral jacket, was very excited and talked about catching several fish. Ji Xiaojun was cooking in the kitchen. Shen Qing had mostly recovered and was helping Ji Xiaojun by washing the vegetables. Seeing Bai Lian return, she placed the washed vegetables next to Ji Xiaojun. "Alien, you're back." "Xiaojiang." Shen Qing was now quite at ease with Jiang Fulai. "Auntie," Jiang Fulai, draped in his black coat under the incandescent lights of the large courtyard, his eyes weren't as icy as usual. He seemed very polite at that moment. Jiang He looked up, staring at Jiang Fulai somewhat dumbfounded. Lance had made rapid progress in his chess skills, and from being invincible, Ji Heng now couldn't win a single game. He beckoned to Jiang Fulai, offering his seat. "Gamoku, do you know how to play?" Jiang Fulai nodded in surprise. "You're up." Lance, in his triumph, confident it wasn't Jiang he was facing, declared, Okay. Jiang Fulai casually took a white piece. Lance picked up a black piece, glanced at Jiang Fulai, and boasted, "Bring it on." Jiang He watched from the side, amused by Lance's confidence. Chapter 293, Brother Jiang's First Visit to the Ji Family. The truth is revealed underscore 3 in just 30 seconds. Lance's smile at the corners of his mouth froze, and he took back the black piece. Start over. After another minute he was done. Of that minute, 55 seconds were spent by Lance thinking. Come on. Lance suddenly stood up calling noisily, picking up Jiang He and making him play against Jiang Fulai. Jiang He, with just a casual glance from Jiang Fulai, he allowed Jiang He to go first. Jiang He silently made a move. These two didn't need to think while playing chess. The game was decided in 10 seconds. Lance and Ji Heng squatted on the side, both looking at Jiang He who had lost in just 7 moves. Lance murmured to Ji Heng, turns out you're the real chatterbox. Ji Heng, suddenly burdened with a huge pot, started to doubt himself too. After that, every day he'd find someone in the alley to play chess with, and the alley folk were beaten until they doubted their life choices. 20 minutes later, after receiving a message from Jiang Fulai, Director Chen brought over Jiang Fulai's tobacco along. Then he bravely sat at the table, listening to Shen Qing repeatedly saying, Xiao Jiang. Director Chen posted on his moments, my time is up. Ti Ming Dongheng liked the post. The next day, Saturday. Chinese in the morning, math and English in the afternoon. The Xiangqing No. 1 middle school monthly exam didn't follow the same schedule as the college entrance exam. It was past 5 when the English exam ended. Tang Ming was among a group from class 15, discussing the math problem with Ning Xiao. Do you understand what they're talking about? Wang Qi quietly asked the others. The math problem wasn't too difficult this time, but Wang Qi hadn't gotten to the last question. Yang Lin glanced at Wang Qi without saying a word. Pu Xiaohan didn't look at Wang Qi, merely uttered, oh, in a sudden realization. So that's how it is. So Gx is just being compared with 3 plus a in the end? When a is greater than or equal to minus 3, Gx is greater than 0, so the original function is monotonically increasing, right? Tang Ming looked at Pu Xiaohan with admiration. Right, there are 3 zeros. The first question is very simple. Bai Lian walked at the very end, messaging Yen Lu on her phone. When Yen Lu called Bai Lian, she was in an exam, and since the call didn't go through, Yen Lu left her a message regarding her song. Since Bai Lian was writing a song for Yen Lu, this involved a contract and the record company. Time Entertainment had a sublabel record company, which included An Chi, but Sister Xian did not plan to sign with them. Guessing Yen Lu was currently filming, Bai Lian didn't call back, but sent Yen Lu a WeChat message. 1. Yen Lu has just released her new song and is focused on filming right now, so she's not in a hurry for her next song. Meanwhile, hospital. Ji Mulan's face was pale as she followed the ambulance down, jogging to keep up with the emergency doctor. Doctor, how is he doing? Did the patient suddenly faint? Without any warning signs? The doctor put away his stethoscope, asking about the symptoms. Ji Mulan nodded, managing to remain clear-headed in such a moment. He suddenly fainted at the construction site. Before this, he'd occasionally suffer from headaches, but had no other symptoms. As she spoke, she handed the headache medication Su En was taking to the doctor. The doctor looked down at the medicine, which was for headaches. Nurses hurriedly pushed Su En into the emergency room. Blood was drawn, an electroencephalogram was done, and a head CT scan. Half an hour later, the doctor came out with furrowed brows, carrying the results of the blood routine test and electroencephalogram. Assistant Su En and Ji Mulan gathered around. Doctor, how is the patient? He's still unconscious. The doctor, who had never seen such a complex case before, handed the results to Ji Mulan. What's odd is that we can't find the source. Has the patient eaten anything unusual recently? Assistant Su En, wiping sweat from his forehead, knew he couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to Su En on his watch. He calmly recalled the recent meals, only ordinary food. We've already called for a consult with specialists from neurology and internal medicine. The doctor was clueless, and a nurse informed him that the neurology specialist had arrived. The medical team all gathered in the emergency room. Su En's heartbeat had stabilized, and the electroencephalogram showed some abnormalities, but he remained unconscious. When they came out again, the emergency room doctor looked toward Ji Mulan. I suggest you transfer to a superior hospital. What? Ji Mulan had assumed Su En was simply exhausted or had a blood pressure issue. She didn't expect the hospital's statement to be so serious, causing her to slump. She was somewhat at a loss. Su En's assistant took out his cell phone, ready to make contact with Jiang Jing. The neurology specialist nearby recognized Su En's assistant and the group, knowing they were regular VIP visitors. They often came to see Ji Xiaojun. Our hospital just upgraded to the latest diagnostic equipment last month. The neurologist explained to the assistant, many people from Beijing come here for checkups. We just used the new equipment to assess the patient's condition, and we suspect. What? Ji Mulan looked up, sensing an ominous feeling. The assistant also looked at the doctor's name tag and then said, Dr. Li, please go on. This is an international neurotoxin, Dr. Li started calmly. In this situation, even if you were to take him to Jiangjing, it wouldn't help. The neurotoxin is banned in our country, only certain labs abroad have the antidote. If you know someone overseas, you need to contact them quickly. The longer you wait, the greater the damage to the patient's brain and body. Neurotoxin. Ji Mulan and the assistant exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. A foreign neurotoxin? Both of them were hearing this term for the first time. Foreign laboratories. The assistant realized instantly that this was not an issue he could handle. He took out his cell phone and called Jiang Jing. He didn't call Madame Su, but instead he called Su Wenyao, who was studying at Jiangjing University. In such a situation, even Madame Su might be helpless, but Su Wenyao had numerous friends studying abroad. Possibly they could find a solution. Young master, the assistant got straight to the point while explaining the whole situation. We're not sure what the toxin is. Do you know someone overseas who knows about an antidote? Jiangjing University Study Room. In this season, Jiangjing was much colder than Xiangqing. Su Wenyao put on a cotton jacket to take the call, wearing only a white undershirt. His usual composed expression vanished. A foreign laboratory? What was needed now was a connection to classmates studying biochemical medicine abroad. Su Wenyao knew many people, and a few of them from affluent families were studying pharmacology abroad. When he mentioned the neurotoxin, those classmates hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Su bro, as far as I know there aren't more than 2 labs that could produce such an antidote, and I'm just a sophomore. I can't even enter our school's lab, you're expecting too much from me. Nearly all the friends in the pharmaceutical industry gave the same answer. Su Wenyao took a deep breath and called assistant Su En back, instructing him to transfer Su En back to Jiangjing immediately. Whether or not they could find an antidote, the medical conditions in Jiangjing were much better than in Xiangqing. Xiangqing Hospital. Upon receiving the transfer news, the assistant immediately gave instructions and finally turned to Ji Mulan. The project in Xiangqing is ongoing, I can't leave. Ms. Ji, the trip back to Jiangjing will depend on you. We're really going back to Jiangjing? Ji Mulan tried to calm herself, yet her voice still trembled. His condition. The toxin is banned in the country, and the young master says it's only available internationally in maybe 1 or 2 labs. The assistant shook his head, his voice somber. The only option is to transfer back to Jiangjing first. If it's banned in the country, then why? Mulan began, then suddenly remembered Pura Street was next to the national border. That place was a mix of all sorts, where anything could be found. Her voice trailed off abruptly. The phone rang. Ji Mulan took it out and answered. Your grandfather is asking why you haven't arrived yet? It was Bai Lian's voice. Ji Mulan was startled, then looked down at the phone and realized it was Su Ensign. He can't make it right now. Ji Mulan spoke with a hoarse voice, quietly saying, we have to go back to Jiangjing first. Bai Lian's brow furrowed slightly as she looked calmly towards the door, her voice cold and slow. What's wrong with him? Chapter 294, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine, Aliens Terrifying Connections, Second Update, _1G Family Mansion. Bai Lian hung up the phone, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered for a minute before taking Lance away. What's happening? Lance was playing chess with Jiang He. Bai Lian's expression was solemn. She remembered the Zhou Jian she had encountered that day, feeling as if there was a thread in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it just yet. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Lance did not dare to speak carelessly. Ji Mulan's phone call was unclear, so Bai Lian went straight to the hospital. 20 minutes later, outside Xiangqing Hospital, the ambulance was already prepared. When Bai Lian and Lance arrived at the ward, Assistant Su En was discussing the patient transfer with the doctor. Seeing Bai Lian, the assistant turned around with a grave face. "Miss Bai." Jiangjing Hospital had said it was a neurotoxin, and no hospital was willing to take the case. Su Wenyao was still searching. Therefore, Assistant Su En and Ji Mulan both had rather grim expressions. Ji Mulan didn't look up at Bai Lian but only stared down at her hands. "I shouldn't have let him come back. Neurotoxin?" Bai Lian finally heard the diagnosis. She tilted her head to Lance and asked, "Have you heard of it?" Assistant Su En also knew that Lance was the doctor who performed surgery on Shinqing. Hearing Bai Lian's inquiry, the assistant also turned his gaze towards Lance. "I know," Lance replied in English. Though his Chinese was good, he had been listening to the conversation, and he took the medical record from Dr. Li's hand to flip through it. "The MTAR lab has an antidote." Finally, a familiar term was heard. Dr. Li looked excitedly towards Lance. "Yes, Dr. Lance is right, and it definitely has the antidote." Ji Mulan and the assistant had never heard of this laboratory. Both were somewhat stunned. "What's the largest medical laboratory overseas?" Dr. Li pushed the glasses back onto the bridge of his nose and explained to the two, "There you can find many experimental medical equipment, medicinal chemicals, and the latest medical research. If they don't have the neurotoxin antidote, then it's certain no other place will." Ji Mulan and the assistant found this all quite bewildering. "Can you get it?" Bai Lian asked Lance, dressed in a plain white long dress, her demeanor calm and poised. The assistant looked at Bai Lian and also calmed down quickly. Remembering Su Wenyo's words, he smiled wryly. "Miss Bai, it's not so easy to get drugs from that kind of laboratory." "I can," Lance frowned, "but there are two problems. One is how to bring it back, and the second is which neurotoxin is actually in his system. Different neurotoxins require different antidotes. If the MTR lab doesn't have the neurotoxin that Su En has, they would have to look elsewhere." The assistant looked at Lance in shock. He had always known Lance was good at surgery, but his impression of the people Bai Lian knew was just that. How could Dr. Lance obtain the antidote that even Su Wenyao couldn't find, and so effortlessly? Different from the assistant, Dr. Li in the room had seen Jiang Fulai bring over the equipment from the MTR lab. He was not surprised. "We have the poison analysis from Mr. Zu's body." Dr. Li turned and brought out the report. "As long as we find the original toxin and analyze it with a mass spectrometer, we can find out where it came from." A nurse listening nearby reminded them, "But our country doesn't have that type of toxin." Dr. Li nodded and then said, "We may not have it in the country, but there should be a place in Xiangqing that does." Assistant Su En caught on to what Dr. Li meant, taking in a sharp breath. Bacter Street. He had previously suspected that the toxin in Su En's body came from Bacter Street and even started to wonder if it was the doing of Mr. Liu, a big shot from Bacter Street. Dr. Li nodded slightly. "Dr. Li," Assistant Su En smiled wryly, "what you're suggesting, isn't that as good as not saying anything at all?" Putting aside what Bacter Street was, whether they could go there was another matter entirely. Even if they did go, where would they find a neurotoxin? Such toxins couldn't be bought without special connections. Ji Mulan, hearing about Bacter Street for the second time, vaguely understood its nature and took out her phone to call Ren Qian. Ren Qian now answered their calls quickly, his tone slightly surprised. "Ms. Ji." Seeing Ji Mulan make a call, Assistant Su En finally remembered this fact. The Su family had no roots in Xiangqing, but the Ren family had deep local ties. "Bacter Street? I'll try my best to help you get in touch." Ren Qian was also clueless about the neurotoxin. "As for the Bacter Street pass, I can get it for you by 8:30 tomorrow morning." Bacter Street did not belong to Xiangqing, nor to the jurisdiction within. Each time they came and went, they needed to secure a pass in advance. Chapter 295, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine, Aliens Terrifying Connections, second update, _2 tomorrow morning at 8:30, that was Rin Qian's fastest speed. Thank you. Ji Mulan hung up the phone. By her side, Assistant Su En and Dr. Li both heard their conversation. Their sinking hearts still hadn't eased. Whether or not they could find the needed toxin on Bakhtur Street was another matter. Moreover, a place like Bakhtur Street would require full armament to enter. Assistant Su En looked towards Ji Mulan, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Ask Mr. Ren if there are any familiar mercenaries around." Next to them, Bai Lian leaned slightly against the wall. Her brows and eyes carried a faint expression, eyelashes drooping as she twirled her phone in her right hand, piecing together cause and effect. About 3 minutes later, she looked up at Dr. Li. "Can the mass spectrometer be taken out?" The mass spectrometer was given to the hospital for research by Jiang Fulai. It was seldom used. It would be impossible for anyone else to take it out. But this person was Bai Lian, so there might be a way. "If you need it," Dr. Li put down the examination results in his hands, "I can apply to the hospital director." "Thank you," Bai Lian nodded, gripping her phone. "Are you busy right now?" Dr. Li shook his head. He was essentially working overtime. He had never seen symptoms like Su En's before, so he had stayed to observe his BOTUS data, which would be his academic paper. "Okay," Bai Lian bowed her head, dialing a number on her phone at an unhurried pace. "Bring the mass spectrometer down, it'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance." Bai Lian walked toward the elevator, pressing the call button, and looking back at Assistant Su En. "Did you drive here?" In the corridor's dim light, her face appeared cold and indistinct. It bore an elegance with a hint of rebelliousness. "Yes," Assistant Su En replied instinctively. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Bai Lian walked in, looking up. "Then come with me." At the hospital entrance, the assistant brought the parked car over. Dr. Li, along with several other male doctors, managed to move the mass spectrometer to the hospital's entrance. The mass spectrometer was a bit large, but fortunately, the assistant had driven a minivan that day. After folding down the last row of seats, the mass spectrometer fit just right. Bai Lian sat in the back. Dr. Li sat down in the front passenger seat. "Miss Bai, where are we going?" the assistant asked, looking in the rearview mirror, as Bai Lian was looking down at her phone. Bai Lian, with eyes downcast, leisurely opened a vocabulary database. "Straight ahead." Assistant Su En followed the route Bai Lian had given, finding it more and more familiar as they went. Finally, after passing through Puris Street and coming to a bridge, both Assistant Su En and Dr. Li saw the words, "Bakhtur Street," at the end of the bridge and gasped. Miss Bai." Assistant Su En's hands and feet became somewhat weak. He and Su En had both heard of such places, especially the bar and auction house. Even international mercenaries didn't fare well there. Dr. Li wasn't in much better shape than the assistant. Both were terrified in their hearts. If they had known Bai Lian intended to direct them here, Assistant Su En wouldn't have dared to come, not even if he were at death's door. "Keep driving." Bai Lian didn't even lift her head, her tone neither cold nor warm. Assistant Su En had no choice but to drive forward. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped, and the assistant along with Dr. Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Neither of them had even considered how Bai Lian knew about this place. "Miss Bai, this area requires a pass for entry, and Elder Rin said that the earliest would be tomorrow morning," Assistant Su En explained as he looked in the rearview mirror. "Moreover, our hired help hasn't arrived yet. We better leave first." Dr. Li, trembling with fear, clutched his seatbelt. "Right, we can't even enter now." Bai Lian finally raised her head, but she didn't speak, simply looking ahead. The assistant subconsciously followed Bai Lian's gaze. At the entrance, a young man slowly approached. The young man wasn't old and looked scholarly. Subconsciously, the assistant felt he looked somewhat familiar. The young man just gave a nod to the person guarding the entrance. Before Dr. Li could finish speaking, both he and the assistant were dumbfounded to see the gate slowly rising. Bai Lian put away her phone, lightly tapped the case, and said, "Aren't we going in?" "Ah." The assistant snapped back to reality as a car honked behind them. At this moment, there was no room for backing down, nor for wondering why the gate was raised. He looked away from Xiaoqi and hurriedly started the car to drive inside. The Qinglong bar was right at the entrance. Bai Lian instructed assistant Su En to park the car on the vacant lot opposite. The Qinglong bar, like the auction house, had a very conspicuous sign. The name Azure Dragon, in 2 languages, was arrogantly hung on the side, each character as tall as a floor, shimmering with multicolored lights. Bai Lian got out of the back seat, stood in place, staring at the illuminated Azure Dragon characters, appearing somewhat silent. "Miss Bai." Assistant Su En came to his senses, quickly turned off the engine, and carefully got out of the car. Then, he looked up at the legendary Qinglong bar. A feeling of alarm rose in his heart. He had heard Su En mention the Qinglong bar several times, but he had never been to Bakhtur Street before. It was chaotic here. Unless one understood the power dynamics of Bakhtur Street, even Su En wouldn't dare say that one could come out safely. Just then, about a dozen men in black suddenly appeared at the Qinglong bar. The leader was a blond man. He glanced left and right and then headed straight towards Bai Lian. "Those are the Azure Dragon's men, one of the 3 major powers of Bakhtur Street. What are they up to?" Assistant Su En swallowed, recalling what Su En had told him. The previous owner who had taken over the territory, Mr. Liu, had some connections with the Qinglong bar. That's why even Ren Qian feared him, and Su En had tried to meet Mr. Liu several times without success. Some connections could be so influential, let alone the group in front of them who were from the Qinglong bar itself. Assistant Su En felt his heart pound in his throat. "Miss Bai, do you think they're coming toward us?" The smell of blood on each of them was strong, giving off a profound sense of oppression. Even the usually uninvolved Dr. Li realized that these people were no ordinary folks. His legs shook as he gripped Assistant Su En's arm. He was more panicked than Assistant Su En. He was just an ordinary doctor. Before this, he had only heard about Bakhtur Street from the elderly, and now he was faced with people from the Qinglong bar. Dr. Li watched the blonde head straight towards Bai Lian without deviating from his path. Assistant Su En also saw that the blonde man was heading for Bai Lian. He turned his head, just about to speak to Bai Lian. Bai Lian shoved her phone back into her pocket and walked forward, only glancing at Mao Kuan. "I told you to find 2 people to move things. Why did you bring out so many?" 10 bodyguards parted to create a path for her in an instant. Chapter 296. 113 Mysterious Miss by _1 Mao Kuan touched his head. He didn't know what Bai Lian was up to. He originally thought she needed help moving some heavy equipment and was worried there weren't enough hands. If Xiaoqi hadn't notified him that Bai Lian had arrived, he would have continued rounding up more people. Bai Lian continued walking towards the bar. "The thing is in the trunk. Bring it in." With a wave of his hand, Mao Kuan gave the order. The black-clad bodyguards opened the trunk and spotted the mass spectrometer inside. Gentlemen, these bodyguards had obviously never seen a mass spectrometer before. The device looked delicate and complex, making them hesitant to touch it. "Can we move it just like this?" The bodyguard's hand was still on the rear door of the car. With their intimidating looks, they politely inquired of Dr. Li, who was wearing a white lab coat and a name badge on his chest. A cool breeze blew by, and Dr. Li finally snapped back to reality. "Just don't touch any buttons and carry it in like this." With the go-ahead given, the black-clad bodyguards sprang into action. Screens, analyzers, colorimeters. Each bodyguard carefully carried a piece inside. Concerned about damaging the delicate instrument, they moved with slow, cautious steps. "Gentlemen," the bodyguard once again slightly turned towards Su En's assistant and Dr. Li, gesturing, "After you. Mr. Mao invites the 2 of you inside." Su En's assistant walked with an uncertain gait. It was probably the first time someone had referred to him with such respect. And the ones showing him respect were Bakhtur Street's bodyguards. Even Su En's assistant, who had accompanied Su En through countless major events, couldn't believe it. He exchanged a look with Dr. Li and they both walked inside with their heads buzzing. Dr. Li slightly tilted his head, looking at Su En's assistant with an obvious question. "What exactly does Miss Bai do for a living?" Su En's assistant was even more baffled. His knowledge about Bai Lian was limited, and his mind was in a whirl too. How would he know? The interior of the bar was spacious, with 3 floors. The first floor was shrouded in smoke, lit by multicolored lights, with a crowd circling the central stage. People in the corners smoking and drinking looked up for a moment when they noticed a group of bodyguards passing by. Fortunately, there was no one brazen enough to cause trouble. The bodyguards, escorting the equipment and Su En's assistant and Dr. Li, made their way to the 3rd floor, which was quiet and had thick carpets spread along the U-shaped corridor. Only waiters pushing carts with drinks passed by, pausing to let the bodyguards go first when they saw them. The bodyguards led Su En's assistant and Dr. Li straight to the private room at the end of the corridor. Although it was just the 3rd floor, the bar owner still gave the room a very auspicious number, 8888. As the door swung open, they saw Bai Lian, standing with her back to them by the window. The giant crystal chandelier overhead was lit, revealing the interior of the room without a shadow of concealment. The bodyguards gently placed the items on the coffee table, and only then did Bai Lian turn slightly, lowering her head to look at the mass spectrometer on the floor. "Sis, what is this?" Beside her, Mao Kun was curiously sizing up the mass spectrometer while offering Bai Lian a cigarette. Bai Lian took it casually, biting it in her mouth, and Mao Kun lit it for her with due respect as she tilted her head slightly. "Mass spectrometer." Bai Lian, in a very ladylike long dress, pristine white with elegant vines embroidered by Ji Heng, her long hair loosely coiled into a bun, held a slender cigarette in her hand, a striking contrast. As the two conversed, Su En's assistant and Dr. Li sat stiffly on the couch, listening in a daze. Until Bai Lian looked towards Dr. Li and politely inquired, "Dr. Li, you should be able to use the mass spectrometer to analyze toxins, right?" "Ah," Dr. Li came back to his senses. "Yes, but you need to have the nerve toxins." Bai Lian casually flicked the cigarette ash into the ashtray. The thin veil of smoke obscured her eyes and brows as she looked at Mao Kun with a slight turn of her head, yet she said nothing. Mao Kun made a phone call with his mobile. Halfway through the call, he turned to Dr. Li. "He's asking which nerve toxin you need?" "He's asking which nerve toxin he wants?" Dr. Li's mind momentarily froze. Was this something he could just have if he wanted it? So nerve toxins are as common as cabbage, and he could choose. Bai Lian sat on a sofa on the other side, leaning back. "Purchase one of each kind." To identify the source of the toxins, naturally one would need a sample of each type of nerve toxin. "Okay." Mao Kun went downstairs to personally handle the transaction. Such toxins are generally used by international mercenaries to deal with enemies or to apply to their targets, and are not widely circulated. However, some can be found on the black market. Hearing Bai Lian and Mao Kun casually discuss nerve toxins as if they were talking about cabbages, Dr. Li and Su En's assistant, who had just managed to calm themselves, couldn't help their lips twitching again. Both men looked towards Bai Lian with caution. Under the crystal chandelier, her face also appeared enigmatic until... Chapter 297, 113 Mysterious Myths by Anders. Epic, epic, epic. The Pleistocene Epic. The mechanical female voice emanated from Bai Lian's phone. Taking her time, Bai Lian snuffed out her cigarette. She had left in a hurry that day and didn't bring headphones, so she played the vocabulary audio out loud. After repeating the words several times and memorizing their meanings and spellings, she swiped to the next word. Looking up, she saw Assistant Su and Dr. Li watching her. Bai Lian raised her head. "Am I disturbing you by studying vocabulary?" She was actually studying vocabulary. In Bakhtur Street, at a bar. Unexpected yet logical, Assistant Su vaguely recalled that Bai Lian was still a high school senior with college entrance exams next year, and Ji Heng had mentioned that she was diligent in her studies. Not at all," he replied. "Please continue with your studies." Bai Lian nodded and continued reciting vocabulary, albeit in a softer voice. In less than half an hour, Mao Kun came upstairs with 4 tubes. He arranged them in a row in front of Dr. Li. "Dr. Li, take a look and see if you can find the neurotoxin you're looking for." Dr. Li stood up, seriously plugged in the mass spectrometer, and began analyzing the components of each bottle. This wasn't something Assistant Sue or people like Mao Kun could assist with. They could only pass things to Dr. Li when he required them. Assistant Sue felt that Mao Kun was much more approachable than the group of black-clad bodyguards, and cautiously asked him, "Are you Miss Bays? How did Bai Lian make such a friend?" He looked quite formidable. Mao Kun smiled at Assistant Sue. "We got to know each other through a fight." His hair dyed blonde, he had the air of a ruffian leader. Hearing Mao Kun describe it that way, Assistant Sue remembered Ji Milan telling Su En before coming to Xiangqing that her daughter was rebellious and would do anything. But having seen Bai Lian many times before, Assistant Sue thought of her only as a senior in high school keen on studying. It wasn't until now that he began to reconcile Ji Milan's description with Bai Lian. "Is this neurotoxin common in Bacter Street?" Assistant Sue asked, turning to the matter at hand. "Not really," said Mao Kun as he lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes, "but as a bar bodyguard, I often hear the mercenaries bragging that they've just obtained a batch of neurotoxins. You guys are in luck." He glanced at Assistant Sue. Assistant Sue took a deep breath. Indeed they were lucky, thank you. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Yet, this person was also a bar bodyguard. Assistant Sue couldn't help taking another look at Mao Kun, not surprised that Azure Dragon Bar had such strong security. Just then, Dr. Li took out a tube of the drug, excitedly stood up, "Found it, this is the one." He handed the tube of poison to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, looking closely at the vial that was labeled entirely in English, CN neurotoxin. She closed the vocabulary app, opened WeChat, and sent a photo to Lance. "Lance? Okay, they'll ask around." Having found the source of the poison, everyone took a sigh of relief and headed downstairs. Xiaoqi was mixing drinks at the bar and looked up in surprise when he saw Bai Lian and the others coming out. "Sis, you're not staying a bit longer?" "Didn't bring my homework." Bai Lian glanced at Xiaoqi and remembered something. "Are you really not going back to continue high school?" Xiaoqi shook his head. "Well, see." Assistant Sue, standing aside, overheard and took a look at Xiaoqi. The group returned to the hospital. Ji Mulan and Lance were still there. Su En still hadn't woken up. If not for the beeping of the heart monitor, one might wonder if he was even breathing. Ji Mulan was beside herself with impatience. She didn't know where Bai Lian and Assistant Su had gone. Lance sat on a chair to one side, speaking calmly with others only when Bai Lian was present. When she was not, he didn't care who the others were. His stern demeanor made him unapproachable. Even the hospital director dared not disturb Lance. Staff from the medical department came for the third time to ask, "Ms. Ji, when do you plan to transfer to Jiangjing?" The longer the delay, the greater the damage to the patient's brain. Ji Mulan, her heart in her throat, frantically signed the transfer form they held. Transfer, right now. She had been foolish. How could Bai Lian find an antidote that even Su Wenyao had trouble obtaining? The medical department prepared for the transfer. "We're not transferring now." The elevator doors opened, and Assistant Su rushed out, taking back the transfer form from the nurse's hand and looked at Ji Mulan. Stunned, Ji Mulan gazed at Assistant Su. "Assistant Su, you, let's stay in Xiangqing for now." Assistant Su interrupted Ji Mulan. Chapter 298, 113 Mysterious Miss by _3 Before heading to Bacter Street, Assistant Su had been only half convinced, but now his trust in Bai Lian was absolute. Ji Mulan was somewhat stunned, always feeling that Assistant Su's attitude towards Bai Lian had changed again. She couldn't help but look towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian ignored her, passing by to find Dr. Lance. "Does MTR have an antidote for CN?" she asked. Dr. Lance was leisurely flipping through a medical book from Xiangqing Hospital. Hearing Bai Lian's voice, he finally looked up and spoke in very fluent English. "Yes, I have already had someone call it back." One spoke English, the other Chinese. And yet there was no barrier in their communication. Ji Mulan watched Bai Lian, recalling that Bai Lian had never passed an English test. Could she understand what Dr. Lance was saying? In the meantime, Assistant Su's cell phone rang once. It was from Su Wenyao. Assistant Su hurriedly stepped outside the ward to answer, speaking with great respect. Young master. I contacted Jiangjing Hospital. The voice over the phone, Su Wenyao, was too distracted to focus on studying. He was standing in the biting cold wind, holding car keys and walking outside. There is a department willing to research it. Where you now? Bai Lian took Assistant Su and Dr. Li away so quickly that the ensuing events were too fantastical. Assistant Su had only just recovered his senses. He glanced at Bai Lian speaking with Dr. Lance inside the room, then paused. Young master, I think we might not need to return to Jiangjing after all. What? On the phone, Su Wenyao stopped in his tracks. Given the overly fantastical description of neurotoxin by his classmate, he had imagined countless possibilities. My father, No. Assistant Su hurried to explain, his expression somewhat complex. We just got our hands on the CN nerve agent, and we've confirmed the source of Su N's poisoning. He recounted the events from beginning to end. Bai Lian. This was the first time Su Wenyao had heard this name, and he was surprised. Aunt's daughter? Su Wenyao was focused on scientific research, not very familiar with Bachter Street. Assistant Su, you need to ensure my father will be better off staying in Xiangqing. Since Su N's life was at stake, Su Wenyao dared not take it lightly. The pressure on Assistant Su was also great. But he was willing to believe what he had seen. Okay. Upon hearing Assistant Su's assurance, Su Wenyao slowly said, I will come to Xiangqing right away. The following day, Xiangqing No. 1 High School had science exams in the morning and was off in the afternoon. The difficulty level of the science comprehensive test wasn't high. Bai Lian completed all the questions she could, and with half an hour remaining before the answer sheets were due, she handed in hers and left. Assistant Su was waiting for her at the school gate. He knew Bai Lian had a test that morning until 11. But he had arrived early to wait for her, and seeing Bai Lian come out half an hour early, he was somewhat surprised. Miss Bai, Assistant Su greeted her. Bai Lian, carrying her backpack and squinting slightly, said, You were originally planning to return to Jiangjing, right? Yes. Then, Bai Lian nodded, speaking at a calm pace. Tell everyone that Su En has already returned to Jiangjing. Assistant Su didn't ask why, but nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, he and Su Wenyao both knew there was something wrong with Su En this time. Su Wenyao's rush to Xiangqing was not only to see Su En but also to investigate what had happened to him. Just then, a car stopped beside them. The rear door of the vehicle opened, and a person got out. Seeing Bai Lian, he smiled, Classmate Bai. Assistant Su was slightly surprised to see the elder who suddenly got out of the car. Bai Lian turned slightly, greeting politely, Principal. Have you finished the exam paper? The principal estimated the time Bai Lian spent on the exam and smiled very tenderly. Did you do the chemistry part? The principal had more than once subtly inquired with the chemistry teacher. Logically, with physics and mathematics being so difficult and Bai Lian always scoring full marks, how could she have no marks every time in chemistry? Bai Lian, I did a bit. Did a bit? The principal's eyes lit up. He had studied Bai Lian's papers. Doing it meant she knew how. Very good, not bad, keep it up. I aim to do a bit more next time. That meant Bai Lian's chemistry was no longer scoring 0. Okay. Bai Lian nodded. The principal's tone became even gentler. Next month is the final exam, and it will be a big joint test. Try to solve a few more questions. As they talked, Assistant Su, had the timing been different, would have had a hard time repressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So this was the school principal. And then, why was the principal praising her for doing just a bit of the exam? But upon further thought, it made sense. He had heard that Bai Lian was not a good student. Ji Mulan had previously wanted to transfer Bai Lian to Jiangjing Private School, but Bai Lian had not agreed. Assistant Su had witnessed Bai Lian studying vocabulary in a bar, working so hard yet still performing poorly. He sighed, looked down, and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Su Wenyao. If you have time during this visit, could you help reinforce Miss Bei's learning? Su Wenyao had just arrived in Beijing, stepping off the plane. Sure, does she have any particular goals? Su Wenyao was grateful for Bai Lian's significant help. After the principal had left, Assistant Su carefully weighed his words before tentatively asking Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, which university do you aim to apply for next year?" Chapter 299, 114 Chief Chen arrives. Second update, _1 Bai Lian never concealed her own goals. She watched as the principal left. Upon hearing that, she spoke in a tone as light as a breeze, "Jiangjing University." "Jiangjing University, huh?" Assistant Su nodded as he held his phone, texting Su Wenyao a reply, and it wasn't until halfway through that he realized, "Jiangjing University?" He looked up, bewildered. "What?" Bai Lian glanced back at Assistant Su, raising her eyebrows. The black of her pupils reflected the sun, languidly, almost like a different person from last night at the bar. Assistant Su was somewhat silent. "Nothing." "Just remember not to leak that he's still in Xiangxing, that will do," Bai Lian said as she looked off in a direction, bidding farewell to Assistant Su. "I've got something urgent, we'll go to the hospital later." She had originally asked Assistant Su to wait for her to go to the hospital together, but Hall Master Jean had suddenly sought her out. "All right." Assistant Su followed her gaze. At the entrance of the milk tea shop stood a man, his head slightly lowered, his face unclear, but one could tell from his bearing a sense of cold pride. As if he felt the gaze upon him, he looked up nonchalantly and glanced in this direction. Just one look across the street. The sun was still high above, and Assistant Su shivered uncontrollably. "Who's this?" Assistant Su rubbed his arms, and when he looked up again, Bai Lian had already entered the milk tea shop with him. Assistant Su took out his phone and reported to Su Wenyao, "Miss Bai wants to get into Jiangjing University." Su Wenyao, ? Milk tea shop. Jiang Fulai also asked Bai Lian how her exam went. They skipped right over math and physics, focusing only on chemistry and biology. The questions were easy. "I did fairly well on biology," Bai Lian said lazily, leaning to one side as she watched Jiang Fulai line up, giving orders skillfully, "Get one for Zhang Xiai's too." They were going to see Zhang Xiai's first and then head to the Calligraphy Association. Yesterday morning, Bai Lian had her exam, so Jiang Fulai had rescheduled the visitation for today at noon. There were many people buying cakes at this hour. Backroom. Chi Yundai, who was just carrying out a bunch of fresh cakes, caught a glimpse of Jiang Fulai, outstanding among the crowd, stumbled and nearly fell over. Master Chi, a young worker from the milk tea shop, quickly steadied him. "Are you all right?" "Huh." Chi Yundai, somewhat in a daze, handed the cakes over. "I'm fine." He immediately turned and went back to the kitchen. On his way, he couldn't help but stealthily look back. Jiang Fulai just happened to look over indifferently, and with that emotionless glance, Chi Yundai recoiled as if he had seen a ghost. It really was young Master Jiang. Chi Yundai took off his chef's hat at once, and then his jacket, before taking out his phone to post a friend circle update. "Just saw a ghost." Director Chen commented with a question mark. After visiting Zhang Xiai's, Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian then went to the Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian met with Hall Master Jean first. Jiang Fulai waited for her at the Calligraphy Association, keeping an eye on Jiang He. Jiang He was practicing calligraphy with a group of children, his face splattered with ink dots, yet he still maintained a cool and silent demeanor that made the other children want to speak but not dare to. Jiang Fulai casually took out his phone to take a picture, then sent it to Bai Lian without much thought. Next door. Hall Master Jean poured a glass of water for Bai Lian, and after a long silence, he finally asked, "Are you sure you want to invest in the martial arts academy?" "Yes." Bai Lian, who had barely used her 10 million, leaned back in her chair slightly. "The development here is promising, and reopening the martial arts school is just a matter of time." Hall Master Jean knew that as well. This place was planned to be a tourism route, and recently many people had approached him to buy the martial arts school. "I've seen your plan." Hall Master Jean looked up, "but reopening the martial arts school won't be easy." "Speak." Bai Lian blew on the hot water and looked up. Hall Master Jean smiled reluctantly. "Jingfeng Martial Arts School won't let us open it that easily." Jingfeng Martial Arts School? Bai Lian knew about this school, where many people learn Taekwondo and Muay Thai. Yes, Hall Master Jean's gaze shifted towards the door. They have backers. In Xiangqing, many martial arts schools closed down because of them, eventually having to change business paths. Knowing this, do you still want to invest with me? Of course. Bai Lian's phone on the table lit up. She checked it and saw the picture sent by Jiang Fulai. She chuckled lightly. Are you serious? Hall Master Jean's grip on his teacup tightened slightly, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian. But they really do have powerful people behind them. Powerful people? Bai Lian looked up, leaning back, her fingertips idly tapping on the table, her demeanor relaxed. Then I'm quite curious to see who exactly that might be. Xiangqing Hospital. Chapter 300. 114 Chief Chen arrives. Second update. _2 Su En's hospital room. Dr. Lance's antidote won't arrive in Xiangqing until tomorrow, and at the moment, oxygen was still being administered to his face. You're saying it's a CN nerve agent? The police officer looked at Zu's assistant with some hesitation. Are you sure? Zu's assistant nodded. These were all detected by Dr. Li, and he has the records. The officer nodded affirmatively and made a note of it, finally turning to Ji Mulan. Ms. Ji, if this involves foreign elements, the investigation will be much more difficult. Why? Ji Mulan asked the officer, visibly agitated. Old Su has been poisoned. Look at him now, lying on the hospital bed, his life hanging by a thread. The officer, understanding the emotions of the victim's family, held his notebook. Our authority isn't that extensive, and it's highly likely this will end up unresolved. He was being honest with Ji Mulan. Xiangqing, being near the border, had too many such cases. The two officers almost spelled it out. The waters were too deep for ordinary people to dare to wade in. We will do our best, another officer tried to soothe Ji Mulan. But looking into their eyes, how could Ji Mulan not know they were just making excuses? If you don't have the authority, then find someone who does. She was about to say more, but she was stopped by Zu's assistant, who shook his head at her. Zu's assistant escorted the two officers out. He then called Rin Qian. Among the people they knew, only Rin Qian had a significant influence in Xiangqing. Mr. Su returned to Jiangjing. Rin Qian had already received the false news from Zu's assistant. Zu's assistant followed Bai Lian's wishes and subtly changed the subject without a trace. Yes, so is the police force in Xiangqing limited in handling international cases? Upon hearing this, Ren Qian answered seriously, it's not exactly that there's no way. Zu's assistant was startled. Please, tell me. Zu's assistant, can't you guess? Ren Qian did not say it directly. But Zu's assistant understood. Thank you. Ji Mulan sat in front of Su En's hospital bed and tilted her head slightly. What does Ren Qian mean? Is there someone who can take care of old Zu's issue? Who is it? Zu's assistant was somewhat silent. You should have heard of him, Chen Yongkuan. Chen Yongkuan? Ji Mulan looked up blankly. She had heard the name more than once. Su En had been in Xiangqing for so long and, with his status, hadn't been able to invite that Mr. Chen for a meal. Only Su Yajun from Jiangjing had met Mr. Chen once. To meet him was already so difficult, yet to ask Mr. Chen to investigate Su En's case. Zu's assistant took out his cell phone to leave. He was calling Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was on the way from Beijing to Xiangqing, and as he heard the news, his gaze turned to the window outside. So we cannot hold them accountable? There's no way, sighed Zu's assistant, having experienced more than Su Wenyao. It's already an unexpected stroke of luck that Mr. Su was saved this time. Ren Qian and the others made it very clear. Regarding this matter, he suspects that it might be Mr. Lu, so perhaps only Chen Yongkuan would be able to intervene. After all, the project that Su En had was snatched from Mr. Lu's hands. Su En had been here so long, and Mr. Lu was the only enemy they knew of, not aware that Mr. Lu had already disappeared. Su Wenyao pursed his lips. He'll contact Su Yajun. He and Su Yajun had been high school classmates. In times like this, they could only contact her. No one in the Su family knew Mr. Chen. When Bai Lian brought Ji Heng to see Su En, Zu's assistant had just hung up the phone. Miss Bai, Mr. Ji. Seeing both of them, Z's assistant greeted them respectfully and proactively opened the door to the hospital room. What happened? Bai Lian walked up to the bed, casually checking Su En's pulse. She asked indifferently. Ji Mulan was upset at the moment. Dr. Lance hadn't delivered the antidote yet, and she didn't know whether she could trust Bai Lian. As for Su En's case, they still hadn't found anyone to investigate it. Bai Lian asked her question, but Ji Mulan couldn't be bothered to reply. Ji Heng sat silently on the side, quietly asking Z's assistant about Su En's condition. Z's assistant explained a few words to Ji Heng, and remembering Bai Lian liked tea, he found a can of tea and went out to get some hot water to brew it for her. He then answered Bai Lian, "The police said this case will be difficult to investigate, it's impossible to gather evidence, and it's very likely it'll come to nothing." Z's assistant didn't spell out the specifics. It was only this morning after going to school that Z's assistant realized Bai Lian was just a high school senior. Why? Bai Lian withdrew her hand, gesturing for Z's assistant to place the tea on the table, her eyes slightly narrowed. She wasn't very familiar with modern laws. Ji Mulan looked up at Bai Lian, pressing her temples. "You go back and focus on your studies, why ask so much? We already have enough trouble, don't get involved in this, child." Bai Lian took out her phone, slightly tilted her head, her eyebrows and eyes unusually cold. "Miss Bai," Z's assistant didn't pay attention to Ji Mulan, explaining to Bai Lian, "because it involves foreign jurisdictions, we need assistance from Interpol to investigate and gather evidence. Mr. Chen might have a way." But he didn't voice that thought. Bai Lian's phone then rang. "Okay," Bai Lian answered the call. Standing by the window, she looked down at the floor below. 3rd floor, room 312. Room 312 was Su En's hospital room. Z's assistant looked at Bai Lian with surprise. "Who is on the other end of the phone? Is it really that troublesome?" Ji Heng still held his large tobacco pipe, which wasn't lit. Most of the time, it helped him calm down. So he carried it everywhere. Ji Mulan sighed. "Dad, don't ask if you don't know, even Ren Qian can't do anything for now." She mentioned Ren Qian, and Ji Heng understood the severity of the situation. "Then what do we do?" What to do? Ji Mulan didn't know either. During the silence, there was a knock on the door, and Z's assistant snapped back to awareness and went to open the door with the kettle in his hand. Outside stood a middle-aged man dressed in casual black attire, holding a bunch of sunflowers. His face was stern as he nodded slightly at Z's assistant before entering. When he saw Bai Lian and Ji Heng, he greeted, "Miss Bai, Uncle Ji." He placed the sunflowers beside Su En's pillow. He didn't greet Ji Mulan. "Director Chen, this case." Bai Lian put away her phone, focusing only on Su En in the bed, her tone measured. "Will it end unresolved?" Her tone suggested, "Chen Yongkuan, dare to say, yes, and see what happens." Chapter 301, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _1 Director Chen's alarm bells were ringing in his head. He knew better than Qi Yundai that some people truly were lawless villains. Who said that? He turned around, his forehead wrinkling, his back straight, serious and upright. His aura intensified in that instant. He was always gentle and casual around Ji Heng on normal days. But now, switching to the cold visage of King Yama seemed effortless. Of course, being able to seamlessly blend into Jiang Fulai's team in Xiangqing and infiltrate the Ji family's inner circle, Director Chen was no ordinary man. Even Ji Heng was startled by Director Chen's sudden transformation. Bai Lian did not speak. She stood by the window, where the sunlight burst through the clouds and invaded the room with golden cold rays, exploding behind her, giving her face a shrouded shadow and making her plain white clothes reflect the light like a haloed pearl. The expression was not easy to discern, but Director Chen felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet in an instant. Bai Lian's gaze shifted towards Assistant Su. Director Chen got it, his eyes landing on Assistant Su. "Speak." Director Chen had come with Ji Heng to see Su En today, still unaware of the details surrounding Su En's poisoning and hospitalization, only having a general understanding from Ji Heng's explanation. Assistant Su had never met Director Chen. All the information was circulated through Su En's hands, and he had no clearance to know it. But he too was startled by Director Chen's imposing manner and recounted the incident from start to finish. Abroad? CN nerve agent? Director Chen realized the gravity of the situation. A large-scale biochemical weapon prohibited by international conventions, the ability to bring it in meant there were connections. Director Chen sat on the sofa, his fingers tapping on his knee, knowing that the people behind it must be difficult to deal with. He might not dare to investigate deeply on his own, but right now he was not alone. Director Chen had an epiphany. It was as if an outstanding service award had been delivered right to his doorstep. Assistant Su looked at Director Chen, who after hearing the word, abroad, sat on the sofa pondering, and tried to alleviate the situation. I know this case might be difficult to pursue. Director Chen immediately stood up and glanced at Assistant Su. Come with me. Assistant Su was taken aback. Go with him? He didn't fully grasp what was happening and instinctively looked to Bai Lian for confirmation. She nodded at him. Uncle Ji, I'll head to work first. Director Chen informed Ji Hung and left with Assistant Su without further explanation. He took out his keys and his phone, dialing as he used the keys to open the elevator. Assistant Su followed Director Chen downstairs and then into the car. Director Chen gestured for Assistant Su to sit in the passenger seat while he took the driver's seat and connected his Bluetooth headset. Yes, it's me. Director Chen drove along the ring road to Wallow Avenue. That case concerning Su En, yes, he'll be there in 25 minutes, okay? Without Bai Lian and Ji Hung around, Director Chen was not an easily approachable person. The Assistant Su in the passenger seat didn't dare to speak. He just listened as Director Chen made quite a few phone calls along the way. 25 minutes later, Assistant Su saw a familiar building, Xiangqing Police Station. A place he had just visited that morning. The deputy director he had just seen in the morning was standing at the entrance. And behind him were several other leaders. Su En, after all, came from Jiangjing, and when Assistant Su went to report the incident that morning, the officers took him to meet the deputy director. However, only 2 officers were assigned for follow-up. The sun was blinding in the mid-afternoon, startling Assistant Su as he followed Director Chen out of the car. To have the deputy director personally greeting them? The deputy director did not look at Assistant Su but respectfully handed a notebook to Director Chen, saying, Director Chen. Director Chen took it, glanced through the notebook as he walked inside, his stride swift. Is everyone here? Team 1 is fully on the case. The deputy director followed closely. The issue now concerns foreign documents, and some of our brothers don't have the clearance. I'll approve the cross-border documents. Director Chen entered the conference room, tossing the notebook on the table and pulling out a chair. Tilting his head at the deputy director, he said, For those I can't approve. He sat down, tone casual. There are others who can. Director Chen was a fast climber. There were indeed documents he couldn't approve, but he had influence. Outside, the officer who had spoken to Assistant Su in the morning was still in charge of receiving him. Now the officer treated Assistant Su with much more respect than in the morning. Assistant Su, please have some tea first. The bosses will probably be in a meeting for half an hour. Let's review the route that Mr. Su took the week before the incident occurred, as well as any suspects you might have in mind. Assistant Su hadn't received such treatment as tea in the morning. After everything was asked all over again, Assistant Su watched the officer, a notion dawning on him, yet he found it hard to believe. Are you planning to delve deeper into this case now? Chapter 302, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _2, Assistant Su. The officer glanced toward the direction of the meeting room before lowering his voice. You even got Chief Chen out of retirement. Do we even need to discuss this case? Xiangqing is about to have an earthquake. The suspicion in my heart turned into reality. It was really that Chief Chen. As soon as Assistant Su left, Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to face Ji Mulan anymore. She came today to see how Su-en was doing. After saying a word to Ji Heng, she left. Dad, Ji Mulan didn't dare to speak until everyone else had left. The Mr. Chen just now is... She remembered Chief Chen. When she had gone to see Ji Heng before, Chief Chen was always carrying a creel with him. But the Xiaochen Jiheng had just mentioned was so different from the one she had met at Jiheng's home. He is a policeman. Jiheng looked at Ji Mulan and didn't continue talking about Chief Chen, but instead questioned, after you left the Bai family, how did Alien live? Why did she suddenly leave the Bai family? Ji Mulan detected the tone in his voice. She could have gone further with the Bai family. Why leave and then just go jump into the lake? Jump into the lake? Jiheng suddenly looked up, his cold gaze fixed on Ji Mulan. From now on, you don't need to involve yourself in any matter related to Alien. When I am dead, Jiheng's gaze shifted to the comatose Su En. I would rather trust him. Dad! Ji Mulan exclaimed in shock. That will be all, Jiheng said, picking up his pipe and rising to his feet, though he didn't add any more to it. But his heart felt heavy. From the time Bai Lian first returned to Xiangqing, he felt he owed her an apology. Because he hadn't raised Ji Mulan well. Each one of them, Ji Xiaojun, Ji Xiaorong, had been educated by Ji Heng from a young age, and his wife taught their two sons literacy. But not Ji Mulan. His wife was also of the rare panda blood type, and she passed away from a difficult childbirth and excessive bleeding when Ji Mulan was born. Since then he became reticent and focused solely on making a living for the three children, giving almost no education to Ji Mulan, who grew up under the protection of her two older brothers. She had never suffered, which indirectly caused all of today's issues. Ji Mulan was in her 40s, even having gone through a divorce, but Ji Heng felt she was too lucky, and thus still hadn't grown up. Sometimes Ji Heng was relieved that Bai Lian had truly grown up. And sometimes it was inevitable to feel pity for her. The stature of a person is torn apart from the second they take on their fate, Bai Lian's calm and clarity, even sometimes her perseverance, which even Ji Heng admired. He couldn't imagine what Bai Lian had gone through to reach where she was now. She was only 19 this year. Yet, it seemed like she had experienced more than him. The library. Bai Lian glanced down at her phone. It was a document sent by Jin Kai. Take a look at the contract. Of course, Bai Lian didn't understand it, so she forwarded it to Jiang Fulai. Sitting next to her, Jiang Fulai unexpectedly received a document, his slender fingertips still resting on a printout, slowly turning his head as a lock of hair fell across his forehead, not concealing the puzzlement in his eyes. Why send a WeChat message when you're this close? Bai Lian twirled her pen in hand, jotting down a line of numbers. After noticing his gaze, she looked over lazily, then raised an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai looked away, expressionless on his cold, pale face, as his fingers opened the document. It was about a martial arts gym cooperation contract, Bai Lian's investment. Jiang Fulai paused momentarily. Then he took another careful look. No mistake, 8 million. For Xiangqing, investing 8 million in a martial arts gym was a huge sum, but for the heir who regularly dealt with billions, Jiang Fulai was silent over these 8 million. He read the contract from beginning to end, identified a few unreasonable clauses, opened the document on his phone to draft a new version, and reviewed it once again. Only then did he resend it to Bai Lian. Although very silent, Jiang Fulai had no intention of investing in this project himself. He knew that this capital was enough for the initial operation of the martial arts gym and that this was a project entirely Bai Lian's own. Of course, Jiang Shijue would have to make a fuss about it. Those international transactions worth hundreds of millions that Jiang Fulai merely glanced over, sometimes not even bothering to look, and now a contract of 8 million that not only did he read from beginning to end 5 times, but he also personally amended it? Having sent off the revised document in his usual calm demeanor, Jiang Fulai didn't continue with the original documents. Instead, he told Bai Lian and went downstairs with his phone. As soon as he left, the people across from him immediately relaxed. Tang Ming dared to look at the document on the table, asking Ning Xiao, "What is this?" He understood English, but when it was all connected together, he couldn't comprehend it. Ning Xiao shook his head. Bai Lian, who was doing her homework, glanced casually and answered, "It's about constructing xenon gas for double beta decay." Chapter 303, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _3 Both of them. The police station. The office. Chief Chen sat in his seat, and the two giant 3D screens opposite projected the solemn figures of two men. Chen Yongkuan, you deployed special task personnel to Xiangqing. The elder on the left spoke with a heavy voice, and even used elite combat equipment, planning a big move. The police force of Xiangqing alone was naturally not enough. Chief Chen called upon manpower and equipment from Jiangjing. He had recently become conspicuously influential in Jiangjing, and many who envied his position had brought their complaints directly to the Chen family. Now, these two were lecturing Chief Chen. Squeak! The door to the office was pushed open, and a tall figure slowly walked into the center of the screen. Chief Chen immediately rose to his feet. Jiang Fulai's gaze swept indifferently over the two projections, then casually sat down on the chair Chief Chen had pulled out. Elbows resting on the armrest, his eyelashes casting a slight shadow. Even when silent, his presence was considerable. The two men on the screen seemed as if their throats had been choked, their voices vanishing instantly. Chief Chen poured tea for Jiang Fulai. I've already had Jiang Shijue double the amount of equipment used. Jiang Fulai took the tea, sipped it leisurely, then barely lifted his eyes, his tone indifferent. You can consider the people as borrowed from me. Any other questions? Nobody spoke. What could they say? The Chen family, a household of martial artists with little earning ability, had survived to this day only because of the Jiang family's unwavering support. Chief Chen raised his eyebrows. Hey, he had said, he could sway people. At the hospital, the assistant Su had not yet returned. In Su En's room, however, stood a young man holding a black cotton-padded jacket, clad in a white long-sleeve t-shirt, his demeanor refined as he attentively listened to Dr. Li describing Su En's condition. So, the antidote won't arrive until tomorrow? Su Wenyao nodded and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Li. Thank you, Dr. Li. Once Dr. Li had left, Su Wenyao turned to thank Ji Mulan. Aunt Ji, thank you for taking care of my father all this time. Su Wenyao and Su Jiue had always been like this. They were courteous to everyone, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Ji Mulan stood aside, shaking her head, also rarely gentle. Why thank me? How are you and Jiue? We're fine. Su Wenyao looked around. Where's Assistant Su? Ji Hung was reluctant to talk with Ji Mulan about Chief Chen's matters. Ji Mulan currently couldn't give an answer either. He went to the police station for an investigation. At the mention of the investigation, Su Wenyao's mood became heavy. He looked down, checking his phone, and just then received a message from Su Jiue. File? Su Jiue? I've compiled the key points from your notes before, print them out for her. Su Jiue, I'll go steal Jiangjing Dog's notebook for you tomorrow. Su Jiue, how is my sister? JPG, Su Jiue, big brother. Su Wenyao, she is older than you. Su Jiue, this is even more painful than being 10 points below Jiangjing Dog. Su Jiue was in her third year of high school, and Su Wenyao hadn't told her about Su En's matter. He only mentioned that he was going to Xiangqing to see the Ji family. When Assistant Su came back, Su Wenyao was on the phone with Su Yajun. Meanwhile, Ji Mulan was also very anxious, knowing that it was Miss Su on the other end of Su Wenyao's phone. Wenyao, as you know, Su Yajun sighed, Chen Yi is busy with countless affairs every day. He certainly won't bother with such matters. In my opinion, you guys should quickly get President Su back here. Xiangqing is really chaotic. Su Wenyao ended the call and shook his head at Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan sat down, bewildered. Does Miss Su not have a way? Having known Su En for so long, she understood that this Miss Su was someone the Su family couldn't currently catch up with, nor did she understand her circle. I'll inform my grandmother, Su Wenyao said as he hadn't told Mrs. Su about Su En's situation yet, fearing she couldn't bear it. I'll ask her to inquire with the Yu family. It's a matter of a word for the Yu family if they want to see that Mr. Chen. The Yu family again? Ji Mulan temporarily didn't understand all these connections, but she could tell that the Yu family was definitely not simple. Young master, Assistant Su waited until Su Wenyao finished his call, then casually stated, You don't need to call the old lady. I've already met Mr. Chen this afternoon. Chapter 304, 116 Arrogant Alien, Second Update, _what? Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan were both shocked. Zu's assistant had already calmed down. He explained the whole situation to the two of them. Ji Mulan found the setup hard to accept. Are you saying that the guy who goes fishing with my dad every day, that's the same Mr. Chen? She recollected how Chen Yongkuan looked, with a fish basket hanging on his waist, treating Ji Xiaojun like a brother, very casual, nothing like the important figure, Mr. Chen, described by He Wen and the others. Yes, Zu's assistant explained to Su Wenyao. Mr. Chen has already taken over the investigation. Don't worry. Ji Mulan sat to one side, drank a glass of cold water, but still couldn't settle her feelings. Her own father had become fishing buddies with Mr. Chen? That is, the same person she often saw in Ji Heng's courtyard? Su Wenyao didn't expect it either, only having heard from Zu's assistant about the Ji family right before they came. He seized the key point. Didn't you say the Ji family was just an ordinary family from Xiangqing? How could they be in contact with foreign labs? And Mr. Chen as well? Is this really just a Xiangqing family? I only just found out myself that Mr. Chen and Ji Heng are close fishing friends. But it's true that the Ji family has always lived on Pura Street. Ji Xiaojun is a teacher, and they even have a son who has entered the Ren family. Zu's assistant reflected on Bai Lian's carefree demeanor, truly an astonishing stroke of luck. Everything seemed so ordinary, except Mr. Chen's presence was quite illogical. Zu's assistant thought for a moment and then lowered his voice, murmuring, Young master, there's going to be a change in the winds in Xiangqing. And Bai Lian wants to apply to Jiangjing University. It seems she'll be heading to Jiangjing in the future. That is, it's going to be a bit difficult for her to get into Jiangjing University. Remembering this, Zu's assistant asked, How many days can you stay, and when will you start tutoring Miss Bai? Physics is Su Wenyao's strongest subject, and that's also his current research field. He had been admitted to Jiangjing University as one of the top 10 in his major during the entrance exams. Zu's assistant felt that tutoring Bai Lian would be a challenge even for Su Wenyao. Chemistry class. Although the chemistry teacher was aloof, her hair was always sticking up. It was because of Bai Lian's chemistry test paper. From scoring 100 points, she had dropped to 40. Although this test was simple, looking solely at Bai Lian's score, it was still at the bottom of her grade, but it had been less than 2 weeks since the last joint exam, and she had scored 0 then. After school, Pu Xiaohan and her friends chattered about Bai Lian's 40 points. Wang Qi, with the loudest voice, announced, Alien, you have to treat us. Bai Lian listened to them calmly as she casually scrolled through her phone. A new friend request popped up on her mobile. Hello, this is He Wen. This was the person Jiang Fulai had mentioned to her at noon. She accepted the request. He Wen replied quickly. Screenshot. It was a mathematical model. He Wen. Thank you, Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai had not told He Wen specifically who Bai Lian was, so He Wen thought she was just another ordinary math genius he had found. Not far away, Director Chen, who overheard the students' conversation, should you treat them to a meal for scoring 40 points? How dare you treat Miss Bai this way? Uncle Chen. Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and others greeted Director Chen. Because of the Zhang Xiai's incident, the students from Class 15 were very familiar with Director Chen. Uncle Chen, you're off work so early. It's all right, Director Chen said with a smile as he waved to the students. Then he walked with Bai Lian and the others towards the Zhang family's place. Ning Xiao and the others went to move the flowers first, and Director Chen, trailing a step behind Bai Lian, updated her about the investigation. We've discovered a lead and are currently gathering evidence. It's unclear how they've been trading. After contemplating for a moment, Director Chen found the connection with He Wen very odd, hard to trace. I understand, Bai Lian nodded slightly, without expressing any further opinion. Director Chen had always found it difficult to fathom what Bai Lian was thinking or trying to do. Her thoughts were more inscrutable than Jiang Fulai's. He helped the Zhang family move a couple of pots of flowers, then suddenly got a call about new developments in the case, which prompted Director Chen to leave. Are you heading to the martial arts hall? Having moved the flowers, Pu Xiaohan took a camera out of her backpack. Bai Lian, head down, was carefully pruning a bunch of iris flowers. She was going to sign a contract with Jin Kai. They'll come with you. Let's take an overall shot of the courtyard first, and then we can film another one after the renovations. Pu Xiaohan estimated the timing. Such renovation videos were popular. This was Pu Xiaohan's new idea, to film all the shops and artisans on that street. Once the tourist route was established, the number of visitors for check-ins would likely increase as well. Xiangqing Culture and Tourism had contacted Pu Xiaohan, hoping she could help with the promotional activities for Xiangqing Culture and Tourism. Upon finding out that Pu Xiaohan was a high school senior, the bureau quietly set aside the plan for the time being. Chapter 305, 116 Arrogant Alien, Second Update, _2 students are the foundation of a nation, and they wouldn't disrupt the studies of high school seniors at such a time. 6 o'clock. Xingyi Martial Arts School. By the abandoned dried-up well, Bai Lian and Jin Kai stand with one holding a document, as Jin Kai looks down, examining the contents seriously. Hey, race some water for you two students. Madame Jin offers water to Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan, then brings out some fruit. Bai Lian had already finished reading. Sitting across with her school uniform unbuttoned, she took the water and smiled at Madame Jean. Thank you. Auntie, yes, that's the right move, let me just add a scene to that. Pu Xiaohan was filming Jin Kai's daily surroundings, and at that moment, the camera was aimed at Madame Jean. Bang! The door to the backyard suddenly got kicked open. Pu Xiaohan got a fright, her hand shaking for a moment, almost dropping the camera. Upon seeing the group of people who had just arrived, Jin Kai, who had been reading the document, looked up, his expression changed, and then he instinctively glanced at Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan didn't recognize these people, but she knew Chen Wei in the crowd and involuntarily took a step back. Standing behind Bai Lian, the students of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School were extremely fearful of the powerful and domineering school bully Chen Wei. Jin Kai, I was wondering why you kept refusing to sell the Xingyi Martial Arts School. Zhou Jian entered with a bunch of people, his face all smiles, but his demeanor carried a sly softness as he glanced at the three people present. His gaze finally settled on Bai Lian, hinting meaningfully, so it turns out you have someone powerful backing you up. That's why you're so bold. Mr. Zhou, Jin Kai stood up, looking at Zhou Jian, said coldly, I've already said, the Xingyi Martial Arts School left by my ancestors is not for sale. Please leave. Zhou Jian was wearing the black practice uniform of Jingfeng Martial Arts School. All the people behind him were dressed the same. Pu Xiaohan's gaze lingered on Chen Wei, her voice lower as she said to Bai Lian, the academic god wasn't wrong, she really does practice Muay Thai, truly deserving of the Chen family. Madame Jean frowned, recognizing Zhou Jian and knowing that Jingfeng Martial Arts School had backing. But she didn't know who it was. All she knew was that the sudden closure of Xingyi Martial Arts School years ago was related to Jingfeng. Hearing Pu Xiaohan speaking with Bai Lian, she asked, Miss Pu, do you know who these people are? That Chen Wei, Pu Xiaohan whispered, is our school tyrant. She's from the Chen family. That Chen, do you know? In Xiangqing, there are only two prominent families, Chen and Ren. They often appear in the local news of Xiangqing. How could Madame Jean possibly not know? She sharply looked up at Jin Kai. So, the Chen family is behind Jingfeng Martial Arts School? Jin Kai, who practices martial arts, has excellent hearing and heard what Pu Xiaohan said very clearly. Zhou Jian's face still held a perfect smile as he saw the fearful look in Pu Xiaohan's eyes, but he didn't mind it and just bent over to pick up the contract from the table. He read it from beginning to end. Without a word, she simply turned her head to glance at Chen Wei. Miss Chen, I need a few minutes to deal with some private matters. Can you wait? Chen Wei's eyes swept over Bai Lian. Fine. She basically went to Jingfeng Martial Arts School to practice Muay Thai every day. She was brought here today by Zhou Jian, but it wasn't a big problem. Thank you, Miss Chen. Zhou Jian had brought Chen Wei here on purpose, as the mere mention of Chen was enough to deter most people in Xiangqing. He casually threw the contract onto the ground and said warmly to Jin Kai, 8 million to buy you out? How about this, for 9 million, I'll buy Xingyi Martial Arts School. 9 million was a high price for the current state of Xingyi Martial Arts School. But once developed, given its location, the starting price would be 10 million, with no upper limit. Jin Kai had already been under too much pressure, and when he heard Pu Xiaohan mention the Qin family, and Zhou Jian say, Miss Qin, he knew that this matter could not be brushed off like in the past. He subconsciously looked at Bai Lian, still remembering her words that day. This was the only way out Jin Kai had found for Xingyi Martial Arts School. You're looking at Miss Bai, huh? Zhou Jian followed Jin Kai's gaze toward Bai Lian and suddenly laughed. Let me guess who is behind Miss Bai, Mr. Su, right? Those 8 million were also from Mr. Su, weren't they? Of course, Mr. Su is indeed a nice backer, but Jin Kai, perhaps you should ask Miss Bai if her support is still available now? Zhou Jian had always thought that Bai Lian's confidence came entirely from Su-en. Therefore, once Su-en left Xiangqing, Bai Lian would have no cards left to play. Hearing Zhou Jian go on and on, Jin Kai's face finally changed. He slammed the stone table fiercely, his eyes fiercely fixed on Zhou Jian. Jingfeng Martial Arts School is too bullying. I want sell Xingyi Martial Arts School. Don't be so hostile, I'm just having a proper discussion with you, said Zhou Jian, looking at Jin Kai. This area is going to be planned as a tourist route. If you don't sell, do you think it's possible that the tourist route might just pass through Xingyi Martial Arts School? Jin Kai's body trembled as he looked at Zhou Jian. With those words, he realized that the power behind Zhou Jian was even greater than he had imagined, even capable of altering tourist routes. Secretary Zhou, you're quite well informed. Also, altering tourist routes, aren't you afraid of being reported? In the silence, a languid voice arose. It was Bai Lian. Zhou Jian narrowed his eyes as he looked over, the smile on his lips turning cold. Madame Jean also realized that Zhou Jian was not to be trifled with, shaking her head at Bai Lian. Report. Zhou Jian laughed oddly, taking out his phone and waving it at Bai Lian and Jin Kai. This is Ren Qian's number, why don't you ask him? Bai Lian put away her own phone and took 2 steps forward. If the news about the Qin family made Jin Kai and Madame Jean feel breathless, then the emergence of the name Ren Qian was the last straw that broke Jin Kai. Seeing Bai Lian moving forward, Jin Kai reached out to grab her school uniform. The Ren Qian he mentioned, that's the Ren family. Hall Master Jin, I've said it before, trust me, don't I? Bai Lian casually brushed off Jin Kai's hand with a nonchalant demeanor. Jin Kai was also a martial arts expert, and he stared blankly as his hand was effortlessly brushed aside by an undeniable force. Bai Lian slowly approached Zhou Jian, and she reached out to take Zhou Jian's phone. The dim light of the courtyard cast a hazy shadow on her face. Secretary Zhou. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a lazy smile, her black eyes dark as ink. How would telling Ren Qian be enough? I suggest you go even higher, like to people such as Chen Yongkuan. Pa. The phone dropped carelessly from her hand to the ground, landing right beside the contract Zhou Jian had thrown down. Chapter 306. The 117 Most Terrifying People under Mr. Zhou. The lackey by Zhou Jian's side didn't recognize Bai Lian and was also unaware of the name, Qin Yongkuan. With a cold expression on his face, he was about to step forward. But he was stopped by a hand from Zhou Jian. The lackey gave Bai Lian a fierce glance and took a step back. Hearing the name, Director Qin, from Bai Lian again. His connections were not many. Today was merely about leveraging the power of the Ren and Qin families to force Jin Kai to sell the martial arts school. What Zhou Jian didn't expect was that Jin Kai had been bluffed by him. Yet Bai Lian, a mere high school student still wet behind the ears, was not intimidated. The 3 words, Qin Yongkuan, exerted too much pressure on Zhou Jian. The sly expression on Zhou Jian's face slowly receded as he scrutinized Bai Lian's face before slowly bending down to pick up the phone he had dropped. He clenched the phone tightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Who exactly was behind Bai Lian? His gaze finally swept over the faces of Bai Lian and Jin Kai. Let's go. But Jingfeng Martial Arts School had long coveted this territory, and letting them just walk away was hard to swallow. But Zhou Jian had already turned and walked out the courtyard gate. The lackey glared at Bai Lian, spat viciously, and then left. Only one person didn't leave. The energetic and optimistic little angel Pu Xiaohan clung to Mrs. Jean's arm, not daring to look at Chen Wei. Chen Wei naturally didn't look at her either, just crossed her arms and said to Bai Lian with a grim voice, "Bai Lian, what's the deal with Zhang Xiai's?" She naturally had also caught a lot of people at school to ask, but everyone in class 15 shook like chaff at the sight of her. It was a conversation that was going nowhere. As for Bai Lian, the class 15 teacher treasured her as the apple of their eye, keeping Chen Wei away as if she were a malign tumor. Other times, Bai Lian did nothing but study. Bai Lian also bent down, picked up the contract with nonchalance, and blew on it lightly without looking up, her tone casual. Zhang Xiai's was detained in a righteous cause. Her words were light as a breeze. Chen Wei was naturally unsatisfied with such an answer. She took a step forward. "Hey, Chen classmate." Pu Xiaohan threw the camera into Mrs. Jean's embrace. She stood between the two, putting on a brave face as she said to Chen Wei, "We Lianjie don't know about these kinds of things either, right? How could the police let common folks like us know about their investigations? Why give her a hard time? Next year, just ask that idiot, just ask Zhang Xiai's himself." Bai Lian stood behind Pu Xiaohan, gazing up as night fell. A lot of people in class 15 knew about Zhang Xi's case, but because it involved Yan Lu and several other female artists, the case was not made public and Zhang Xiai's himself didn't explain. Although Yan Lu had already self-exposed to Zhang Xi's friends, the class 15 students chose to keep it secret in solidarity. As for those from other classes who might gossip, no problem, Bai Lian would suppress them with violence. Xiangqing No. 1 High School was very peaceful. Chen Wei was too dangerous. Pu Xiaohan and the others wouldn't reveal Yan Lu. Knowing she couldn't get any answers, Chen Wei left anyway. After everyone had left, Pu Xiaohan slumped onto the stone bench, patting her chest. "That lady is too scary." The Jean Kai beside her, with a tanned face, looked somewhat puzzled. "Isn't it? Don't you think your classmate is scarier?" The high-level expert had just been brushed off with such a light flick of the hand. Speaking of which, Jean Kai's gaze turned towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow and held up the agreement to him. "No more disturbances, let's continue signing." Jean Kai reined in his curiosity and sat back down. "About the travel route he mentioned, change the travel route?" Bai Lian tapped the pen at the signature spot lightly, finally leaving behind two flamboyant characters. She looked up, her tone leisurely. "For that, head need to be alive to change it." Jean Kai. Pu Xiaohan took a quick glance. That was not Bai Lian's usual by-the-book handwriting. After signing, Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a few words to Director Chen. "Xiangqing Hospital. 7 p.m. A bunch of people were waiting downstairs. Many passers-by watched this scene. What's going on? So many doctors? Don't know. Was there some kind of mass traffic accident, a consult for multiple traumas?" The discussions buzzed around. Su Wenyao stood behind Dr. Li and the dean. At 7:05 p.m. A black commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance. The CN antidote had finally arrived. After confirming the license plate number, Dr. Li hurriedly stepped forward. The driver's window rolled down, and the fierce, cold man passed a silver case to Dr. Li. There was a tiny MTR logo on the bottom left of the silver case's front. Dr. Li carefully accepted the case. The moment he took the case, the car window closed with a swish, and with a rev of the engine, the driver sped away, leaving as if what Dr. Li had received wasn't medical supplies from MTR but a bomb. Dr. Li didn't think too much of it, while everyone else's gaze was fixed on the antidote in his hands. "Dr. Li, is this the medicine that can save my dad?" Su Wenyao asked. Dr. Li walked into the hospital. The dean followed Dr. Li. "Let me handle this case for you. He'll go and call a few experts from neurology over." Since Dr. Li had been communicating with Bai Lian from the beginning, Su and was under his care, and naturally, the medicine was also managed by him. Although Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan were the family members, at this moment they were squeezed aside by a group of doctors and interns. In Su En's ward, Dr. Li eagerly stared at his thesis. No, at his patient. He recorded the physical symptoms, then took out the CN antidote, withdrew 1/3 of the transparent liquid with a syringe, and injected it into Su En. The dean took over the medical records from the nurse's hands and personally noted the changes in vital signs. Outside the ward, Su Wenyao, Ji Mulan, and assistant Su were also anxiously waiting. 8 o'clock. Su En finally woke up, and the ventilator was removed from him. He was lucid, but weakened by the constant infusions. He lifted his head to look at Su Wenyao, very surprised. How did you come to Xiangqing? Assistant Su recounted the events to Su En. So much had happened during the 2 days he was unconscious. Su En weakly lifted his hand. Wenyao, you go ask the Ji family for help on my behalf first. Due to Bai Lian's request, it was inconvenient for Su En to show himself right now. I know, Su Wenyao had already arranged it. Also, keep an eye on your grandmother, Su En remembered the matter with the Yu family. He worried about Ji Mulan and urged Su Wenyao, don't let them get in touch at any cost. The Yu family? Su Wenyao remembered this family. They're prone to being a target, and their character, Su En paused thoughtfully, is bound to be agitated by people stirring trouble and malicious flattery. In the past, Madame Yu of the Yu family was best friends with Su Wenyao's grandmother, and the Su family, being better off, had always been helping the Yu family. In the last 2 years, the Yu family had suddenly risen to great heights, their status climbing too rapidly, looking down upon their former friends and relatives. Being excessively flattered by others, Madame Yu was prone to being arrogant and self-centered. Also, Su En remembered something else. Alien, if she doesn't want to come to the Su family, you need to manage that situation carefully. The next day, after school in the afternoon, my grandpa said he would like to treat you this weekend, Bai Lian said, taking a sip from the straw of her milk tea before responding to Pu Xiaohan and her friends. Ji Heng was to take her to the Su family banquet today. Pu Xiaohan excitedly jabbed her straw into her milk tea, then okay. She couldn't pierce through, and the sharp end even crumpled. This straw is just like a math exam paper, why does it always do this to me? Pu Xiaohan borrowed a straw from Bai Lian, let me use your straw. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, glanced at the straw and milk tea in Pu Xiaohan's hands. Then, she pushed her phone into her pocket, snatched the straw from Pu Xiaohan, showed her how it's done right in front of her, and casually used her forefinger to block one end of the straw, and gently pierced the top of the milk teacup. Pu Xiaohan watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian easily inserted the straw. So, is this the right way to use a straw? She asked, stunned. Sometimes Bai Lian wondered how Pu Xiaohan ever learned physics. She sighed, patted Pu Xiaohan's head with meaning, it's okay too. Although one door closes, another opens. Your videos get plenty of views. Meanwhile, in a private room at Wanhe Building, Ji Mulan was describing Bai Lian's personality to Su Wenyao. Please be more tolerant towards her. She has a different character than you and Su Jiue. She's a bit prickly, and her grades are also. She had seen the time when Bai Xiaoke was the top scholar of the entire city. The Bai family brought Bai Xiaoke home with much fanfare, and at that time, every newspaper in Beijing was featuring this news. Bai Kaiming's 2 illegitimate children were indeed outstanding, so much so that Ji Mulan doubted herself. After divorcing Bai Qiming, she met Su En, and Su Wenyao was also a student at Jiangjing University. And Su Jiue, he was the second best at the affiliated high school. A contender for the national top scholar. Both of them were not only excellent but also very modest. Having met so many outstanding individuals, Ji Mulan sometimes wished irritably why Bai Lian couldn't be like Bai Xiaoke. Su Wenyao had been listening to Ji Mulan attentively. He was unfamiliar with the affairs of the Ji family, having only learned about them through Su En the night before and having made further inquiries with Assistant Su. But the 3 of them saw 3 different personalities in Bai Lian. Su En, very well behaved. Assistant Su, loves studying but never excels. Ji Mulan, a wastrel with a messy group of friends. Especially Ji Mulan and Su En had almost polar opposite evaluations of her. However, Su Wenyao also received a profile of Bai Lian and the Ji family. The information was sparse, simply summarizing Bai Lian's age and residence, and it seemed like there wasn't much else. Basic and superficial. As the two of them conversed, the door of the private room was knocked, and Assistant Zu's eyes lit up. Miss Bai and the others have arrived. Su Wenyao immediately stood up to open the door. Chapter 307. It's time to show the real skills. Second update. _1 The door opened to reveal an elderly man and a young girl. The old man held a smoking pipe, and his face was deeply lined with wrinkles. This must be Ji Mulan's father. Su Wenyao bowed slightly. Grandpa Ji, hello, I am Su Wenyao. Then he looked towards Bai Lian. It was not cold in Xiangqing during winter. She was neatly dressed in a school jacket, her dark hair secured with a wooden hairpin, and a white backpack draped over her shoulder, embroidered with a lazy cat. One hand held a milk tea, the other a mobile phone, as she lazily looked at her phone with her head lowered. Su Wenyao's voice was gentle. Hello, student Bai. Bai Lian slowly lifted her head, her response succinct. Hello. She didn't say much but was indeed as polite as Su-en had described. Zu's assistant also stood nearby, respectfully greeting her, Miss Bai. The group took their seats. Su Wenyao was no less skilled at warming up the conversation than Su-en. He smiled and found a topic of interest to Ji Heng. I know there's a national treasure embroidery piece from Jiangjing, the imperial Jiangjing scenery. At the mention of this, Ji Heng paused. Then he looked at Su Wenyao in surprise, his expression softening considerably. It's rare for young people nowadays to be aware of such things. While the two were talking, Ji Mulan didn't interject. Because she knew even less about embroidery than Su Wenyao did. Bai Lian was scrolling through her phone. Jean Kai had sent her a photo. He had finished cleaning the martial arts training ground, ordered a batch of weapons, and was discussing interior renovations. Enrollment would begin in half a month, but the training ground didn't need any refurbishing and could be lent out to those in need for some extra income. A few classmates are coming over for dinner this weekend, right? Your aunt and uncle need to shop for groceries beforehand. During the meal, Ji Heng brought up the matter and asked Bai Lian. About 8, she said. It was just Wen Qi, Ning Xiao, and a few others. Ji Heng looked at Su Wenyao and explained. She scored 40 in chemistry in the monthly exam. Her classmates wanted her to treat them. Bai Lian's chemistry scores had been almost 0 all semester. This was the first time she'd scored 40. Not just the students from class 15, even the chemistry teacher wanted to join the public celebrations, but he was too aloof. Ji Mulan gripped her chopsticks tightly. Scoring 40 out of 100 brought an indescribable sense of shame. She kept her head slightly lowered, feeling fortunate that only Su Wenyao was present today, as opposed to Su family's old lady or someone else. By the way, Su Wenyao smiled and picked up a printed document from beside him, finally taking the opportunity to hand it to Bai Lian. This is a summary of high school key points prepared by Jiwe. I hope you find it useful. Bai Lian took the summary of key points from Su Wenyao. She was somewhat surprised. It was mostly key points in science and math, which suggested Su Wenyao knew she had switched from a humanities to a science track. Thank you for your trouble. Ji Heng raised his glass to Su Wenyao in gratitude. Su Wenyao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had passed Ji Heng's test. It's what I should do. I'll still be here for a few days. Which subjects are you weakest in? He was implying that he wanted to give Bai Lian tutoring lessons. Hearing this, Bai Lian looked up. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Indeed, she was currently catching up on biology and chemistry. But young man, please spare yourself the effort. Wenyao, don't listen to her. Ji Mulan, who had been quiet until now, looked coldly at Bai Lian. Wenyao is a student at Jiangjing University. Having him tutor you is something many people can't even ask for. Then, turning to Su Wenyao with a smile, she said, Wenyao, I hope you take good care of her. If you really have nothing to do, Bai Lian crossed her legs, lifted her head slightly, and looked at Ji Mulan with a half-smile. Can't you just squat by the front gate instead? Ji Mulan was speechless. This time Ji Heng didn't interrupt either. Su Wenyao sensed some tension. It seemed Bai Lian and Ji Mulan were not on good terms, so he remained silent. Ji Heng had drunk a bit more today and, before 7 o'clock, Zu's assistant escorted him home. With the atmosphere between Ji Mulan and Bai Lian not sitting well, Ji Mulan left with Ji Heng. Bai Lian seemed to be heading to the library. She and Su Wenyao were at the door seeing off Ji Heng when Su Wenyao offered Bai Lian the meeting gift and asked, "Are you sure you don't need tutoring? I heard from Zu's assistant that you want to apply for Jiangjing University." Su Wenyao had always been an excellent student and was adept at socializing from a young age, but in front of Bai Lian he found none of his social skills useful. Understanding Ji Heng's preferences was easy, and Bai Lian's interests supposedly lay in studying. But despite skirting around academic topics for so long, Bai Lian seemed utterly uninterested. "Do you still want to apply for Jiangjing University?" Bai Lian twirled her phone, opening her mouth lazily. "Someone else is tutoring." As she spoke, a car slowly came to a stop across the street. Chapter 308. It's time to show the real skills. Second update. _2 Su Wenyao still wanted to inquire about Bai Lian's tutoring arrangements. Bai Lian waved at him. She walked to the other side and got into a car. A black business car, pretty luxurious. Su Wenyao stared at the vehicle, taken aback. He remembered that the Ji family's information indicated they had always lived on Purist Street. Without changing locations, was the driver a friend or a relative? Su Wenyao took out his phone and snapped a photo of the license plate. Then, he opened WeChat, the account of Bai Lian he had just scanned. She hadn't accepted it yet. In the car, Jiang Fulai sat in the back seat, his computer on the table, and his slender fingers tapping on the keyboard. The light from behind shone on his face, casting a cold, jade-like curve that seemed unapproachable. "Where's Jiang He?" Bai Lian didn't see Jiang He. She held her phone and, seeing Su Wenyao's request, accepted it. Jiang Fulai closed his laptop nonchalantly, honestly complaining to Bai Lian, "He's like a mushroom." Bai Lian. Jiang He had been in self-isolation all day. Because of the ink dot on his face. When Bai Lian arrived at Jiang He's room, he was still crouched under the small drawing table. He must have heard the door open. He covered his ears with his hands, head bowed. Jiang He was relatively easy to care for considering his autism. He neither screamed nor harmed himself or others. He truly personified the term, self-contained. Mushroom, mushroom, mushroom. Bai Lian couldn't stop thinking. She rid her mind of the young master Jiang thoughts and then squatted beside him, reaching out and flicking the back of his head. Sensing who was nearby, Jiang He slowly relaxed his hands and looked towards Bai Lian. "Have you eaten?" Bai Lian asked softly, rubbing his head, her drooping eyes unusually gentle. Jiang He shook his head. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly. "Then, shall we go out to eat?" Jiang He nodded slowly. Jiang Fulai leaned in the doorway, hand casually in his pocket, watching Jiang He and scoffed. "You go ahead and get busy." Bai Lian flicked Jiang He's forehead again and said to Jiang Fulai, "They'll take him downstairs to eat." Mondays were the busiest for Jiang Fulai, with team meetings, summaries, and setting tasks for the upcoming week. He had been at odds with Jiang He all day. Only now did he have time to go to the study to take care of lab affairs and hold an online team meeting. Jiang Fulai returned to the office not very pleased. Bai Lian took Jiang He downstairs to eat. Ming Dongheng had already set the meal and then sat on a sofa nearby, ready to take orders. Bai Lian had eaten at Wanhe Building and was now pulling out her homework, sitting next to Jiang He and beginning to work on problems. She casually placed her phone aside. Jiang He nibbled on white rice and glanced over, just in time to see a message displayed on the screen. "Do you really not need me to tutor you? I'm from the physics department." Jiang He paused, checking carefully to make sure he wasn't misreading the characters, as the WeChat on the table didn't show names. He began to eat faster. Chief Chen had heard that Bai Lian was here. After finishing his work late at night, he rushed over to report to Bai Lian on the progress of the case. "Miss Bai, the person you asked me to watch had some movements tonight." Bai Lian looked down and finished a problem. She nodded in acknowledgement. As expected. The progress was swift, and Chief Chen also took the rare opportunity to relax. He sat down next to Ming Dongheng and suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Ming." Ming Dongheng looked up at him. "I was listening to an internal meeting at the Chen family today. Because Bai Lian was doing her homework," Chief Chen lowered his voice. "Chen Jingyu passed the preliminary application and is about to be officially assessed. Did you know? Also, her senior brother seems to have a recommendation quota too." Ming Dongheng's eyes narrowed. "I'll ask for you," Chief Chen pondered slightly. He was aware of Ming Dongheng's current situation. Jiang Fulai's identity was sensitive, and his safety was highly valued by those above. Ming Dongheng was officially placed by Jiang Fulai's side. If Chen Jingyu entered Dongwu, for Jiang Fulai's safety, they would also squeeze Chen Jingyu into Jiang Fulai's side. Chief Chen knew in his heart, this information must have been deliberately leaked to him. He took his phone and went outside to make a call. He was fairly familiar with Chen Jingyu. "Can you inquire about the current recommendation system at Dongwu?" "Are you asking for Ming Dongheng?" Chen Jingyu hit the nail on the head. Chief Chen was rising with the tide within the Chen family. He also had some understanding of the Yu family, and Yu Hongyi now had a high call within the Chen family. Yu Hongyi was quite renowned within the Chen family. Some people admired her like Chen Jingyu did, while others were not so friendly towards her. Chief Chen, however, saw through this quite clearly. Yu Hongyi knew her circumstances. A small shrimp like the Yu family had to try their best to showcase their abilities to stand out, or they would never be noticed. The Chen family valued martial prowess, and resources were allocated accordingly. But being lifted too high could make one float away. Yes, Chief Chen didn't hide which side he was on. "I don't remember you being so close with him." Chen Jingyu frowned. "The situation is different now, and moreover, Bai Xiao, Chief Chen wasn't familiar with Ming Dongheng before, but the situation had completely changed now." Hearing that Chief Chen was about to bring up Bai Lian again, Chen Jingyu cut him off directly. "There's nothing I can do about this matter." "Of course, unless he's willing to apologize to Master Yu." "Apologize?" Chief Chen recalled the last incident. Pu Xiaohan had spoken out first, but Pu Xiaohan had also apologized afterward. As for Bai Lian, Chief Chen really didn't think Bai Lian said anything, and he didn't understand why Master Yu reacted so strongly. Is there really no other possibility? Chief Chen was not quite ready to give up. No. Chen Jingyu was surprised by Chief Chen's attitude. All right then. Chief Chen was even considering returning to Jiangjing to see for himself. He imagined it must be quite lively there now. That's the situation. Chief Chen returned to the sofa, explained it to Ming Dongheng, and then patted his shoulder. "This year it seems hopeless for you, but we'll try again next year." Just that. The others would question why Ming Dongheng was able to follow the Jiang family. "You'll have to bear with some hardship," Chief Chen shook his head. Not far away, Jiang He had finished eating. Ming Dongheng, while listening, promptly began to clear away Jiang He's bowl. Bai Lian wrote at her own pace, finishing one side. Then she looked up, her gaze turning to Ming Dongheng. "Xianming, how are you doing with the practice I assigned you last time?" Ming Dongheng, holding the bowl, stood up straight, his voice respectful. "It's decent." Bai Lian nodded. She capped her pen and casually put the book back into her bag. "You know about the Calligraphy Association, right? The martial arts gym next door is now barely suitable for use. That place will be your training base from now on." The timing was just right. Jin Kai had just gotten the place sorted out. Ming Dongheng, having escorted Bai Lian many times, naturally knew where the Calligraphy Association was. He also knew there was a deserted martial arts gym there, but he didn't understand the meaning behind Bai Lian's words. "Miss Bai, that place. You've been telling people I'm very strong, can't let you lose face." Bai Lian's voice whooshed as she pulled up the zipper, stood up, and lazily tilted her head. "It's time I showed you." Chapter 309. 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. _1 When Bai Lian was downstairs, Jiang He finished his meal and hopped off the stool to go upstairs. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the chair back. His mic was on, but his video was off, his face expressionless, as Hewan was making a literature review presentation with an all-English PowerPoint slide on the large computer screen. Yu Guang noticed Jiang He, but Jiang Fulai paid him no attention. Jiang He looked down and slowly poked at his watch, occasionally glancing at him. Jiang Fulai realized something was off with this guy, so he muted his mic, tapped his fingertips on the table, and gestured for Jiang He to come over. Jiang He sat on one side, still engrossed in his watch, ignoring him. Jiang Fulai. Jiang He's dark eyes turned towards the tea in front of Jiang Fulai. Very well. Jiang Fulai flipped a cup out with one hand, poured some for him, stood up, and placed it in front of him with a tug of his lip. Drink. Jiang He finished drinking, then extended his little finger, slowly showing him a 1. You're 8 years old now, postponing for another year. Jiang Fulai propped his hand against the table. Your sister Bai will be a graduate student, and you, Jiang Xiaonyao. He gently exhaled a few words. Do you want to become a true illiterate? Jiang He suddenly stood up and then walked out of the study, feeling dejected. Remembering something. He looked at his watch again, resentfully sending Jiang Fulai a picture. After the group meeting ended, Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back. He was so silent it was suffocating. Bai Lian wore headphones and listened to the English original text. She knew many literature pieces were in English, so having a good foundation in the language was very important. It wasn't until they got out of the car and he followed her into the alley that she took off her headphones. Is your lab not going well? Bai Lian asked. Indeed, someone's silence was somewhat abnormal, very unaccustomed. Jiang Fulai shook his head. No, I'm thinking. About what? Bai Lian expressed her surprise, stowing her headphones in her pocket, curious about what kind of difficult problem could keep him thinking for half an hour with no solution. Let's hear it. She was genuinely curious to know what the tough question was. Jiang Fulai was probably a step behind Bai Lian. The alley's streetlight was very bright. He casually followed her from behind, slightly lowering his head, the light falling on his sharp nose, elegant composure blended with a hint of melancholy. He slowly lifted his head, murmuring profoundly, "It must be because my physics isn't good enough." Bai Lian? That's not it. I know. Jiang Fulai again lowered his head, his long lashes casting down. I will work hard. Ah, Bai Lian raised her hand, starting to realize something. Wait, did Jiang Xiaonyao look at my phone? Jiang Fulai was quick to reply this time. Yes, that was him. Bai Lian ground her teeth. That one who might be my stepbrother? Bai Lian explained, somewhat incredulously. First off, I didn't agree. Oh, young Master Jiang acknowledged. No discernible emotion in his voice. They walked slowly, and soon saw Ji Heng's brightly lit courtyard. Jiang Fulai stopped at the corner, took out a silver ornament from his pocket, and handed it to her. Something I made before. I perfected it yesterday. Bai Lian took it, a magnetic levitation chaos pendulum ball. She lazily pushed it with her hand, and the silver balls oscillated one after another. Compared to their first encounter, those somewhat desolate eyes now seemed to have a bit of sparkle. Jiang Fulai's gaze was much softer. Liking perhaps was an indescribable feeling, but Jiang Fulai knew clearly that her mood could really affect him for a long time. Even though chemistry is at 40 points, don't be too proud. Jiang Fulai teasingly gave his 40-point gift and reminded her not to be arrogant. Thankfully, no one from the laboratory was there. After Bai Lian returned, she placed the chaos pendulum ball on the desk, beside the blue one. After watching for a while, she took out her homework notebook from her bag to start doing exercises, and felt a gift box in the bag. Su Wenyo's gift for her that evening was a brooch. Bai Lian neatly arranged it in the box on the dressing table. Having seen Ji Mulan more frequently, Bai Lian gradually became calmer in her presence. She returned to her desk and pushed the silver balls again, watching them rebound and return. The hospital. When Su Wenyao returned, Ji Mulan was already there. Realizing that father and son might have something to discuss, Ji Mulan went to find Dr. Li, leaving them some privacy. She wants to apply for Jiangjing University? Suan was in good spirits today, but he was startled upon hearing Su Wenyo's words. Su Wenyao hadn't mentioned Bai Lian's ambition at the dinner table earlier, and only now raised the topic with Su En. She scored 40 in chemistry this time. Do you know how her other grades are? Chapter 310, 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. Underscore 2, I remember it was over 400 once. Su En recalled the first parent-teacher conference Ji Heng had with Bai Lian, Jiangjing University, might be tough. When you go back, see if the affiliated high school accepts repeat students next year. Bai Lian's current scores were indeed not enough to get into Jiangjing University. The two of them were discussing where to repeat the year next year. When Yu Guang saw Ji Mulan coming back, Su En shifted the topic and didn't mention Bai Lian's situation in front of her anymore. How is your exam preparation going? Whose research do you plan to pursue? He figured that Ji Mulan must disapprove of the idea of Bai Lian trying to get into Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao was in his junior year and didn't yet qualify for direct recommendation for postgraduate studies. He had only participated in 2 projects in the physics department and was preparing to take the postgraduate entrance exam next year. It's about getting in first. I remember you always talking about the dean of your physics department, Academician Ma, Su En said. He didn't understand physics academia, but he had heard a lot about Academician Ma from Su Wenyao. Beside them, Ji Mulan was silently listening to their conversation. She understood physics academia even less than Su En, and she didn't know much about Jiangjing University either. But most people inherently respect scholars. She was no different, offering a compliment. Wenyao, you're so smart, you'll definitely be able to study under Academician Ma. Do you even know who he is, to apply to his research group? Su Wenyao responded to Ji Mulan's words by shaking his head and sighing. Auntie, just being able to participate in one of his projects would be a glorious achievement on my resume. His team members are all postdoctoral researchers from Jiangjing. Su En was hearing about this for the first time. Is it that difficult? Of course, as you also know, Su Wenyao said softly, who is behind Academician Ma? Su En was well aware of this. The two were speaking in riddles, and Ji Mulan only understood half of it. She didn't know who was behind this so-called Academician Ma. But she understood they were not someone they could aspire to reach, especially since even Su Wenyao found it difficult to enter Academician Ma's lab. This was simply not their circle. For Ji Mulan, the Su family itself was already a circle hard to access, and for someone whom even Su Wenyao struggled to meet like Dean Ma, that was the stuff of legends. Out of reach. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Xiaoqi waited at the entrance of No. 1 high school with an effortless grace. His face still youthful at 17, he looked more like a high school student than the actual students, despite not wearing a uniform. Who is this? Pu Xiaohan and others were seeing Xiaoqi for the first time. With a polite and shy smile, Xiaoqi said, hello, elder brothers and sisters, just call me Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, little brother, my name is Weng Qi. Weng Qi's eyes lit up. He stepped forward to put his arm around Xiaoqi's shoulder, feeling good about being able to act as an older brother. Xiaoqi responded with a light and breezy tone, Brother Weng. The group of youngsters laughed and joked as they made their way to Zhang Ma's flower shop, where Xiaoqi finally found the chance to talk to Bai Lian about finding partners for the solid element paste. This year's batch of solid element paste was limited due to insufficient medicinal herbs, only enough for the people of Bakhtur Street. Now that a new batch of herbs was becoming available and could meet the demand, the solid element paste could be supplied more widely. Ordinary pharmacies now had no way to reach the contacts on Bakhtur Street. So the families that were now able to get in touch with Xiaoqi were famous and influential at home and abroad. I'm planning to hold an auction at the bar and have the boss present. I'll invite several competitors and, Xiaoqi said with a sense of justice, the highest bidder will win. He hadn't even attended personally, leaving it to Mao Kuan to sit in for him. Mao Kuan didn't even have to say much, just maintaining silence and mystery, and quoting a number at the end was enough. That was the image Xiaoqi had crafted for Mao Kuan. Qin family? Bai Lian heard the surname and had always known that many people approached Xiaoqi for partnerships. Bai Lian didn't understand these matters, leaving them all to Xiaoqi. However, she did pay attention to the surname Chen, since Director Chen made it to his side in the first step because of his surname. Right, a friend of yours? Xiaoqi asked Bai Lian. Bai Lian smiled. It's nothing, follow your own pace, I don't really understand these things. Although she said so, Xiaoqi took note of the surname Chen. When Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School, Ming Dongheng was helping Jin Kai with roof tiles. Jiang He squatted in a corner, twisting a Rubik's Cube while occasionally watching them. A large practice area had been cleared up at the entrance of the main door. The weeds and stones under the wooden stakes on the right had been tidied, the open space on the left had been swept clean, and more than half of the weapons had already been placed on the 2 rows of weapon racks. Pu Xiaohan tapped Jin Kai, who was laying tiles, and then filmed the practice area and the armory. Once the martial arts school's renovation was complete, she would have content for her next video. Chapter 311. 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. _3 As soon as Bai Lian arrived, Jin Kai and Ming Dongheng stopped being busy, and Ming Dongheng walked over to Bai Lian's side, calling out, Miss Bai. More than half of the weapon customizations are still not finished, Jin Kai reported to her, wiping sweat with a towel as he saw Bai Lian staring at the weapon rack. They should be ready by next week. After the report, Jin Kai then took Pu Xiaohan for an internal photo shoot. Bai Lian turned around, her gaze shifting slowly and calmly towards Ming Dongheng, her eyes narrowing slightly. She was always laid back and casual, but now her look contained a sharp edge that made Ming Dongheng lower his head nervously, not daring to meet her gaze. Bai Lian walked to the wooden pile on the right, lifting her chin towards Ming Dongheng. Try walking on the plum blossom piles, and remember to keep your chi raised. There were 7 rows of wooden piles. Each wooden pile was over 1 meter tall. Ming Dongheng walked to the shorter wooden pile in the top right corner, luckily tall enough to step on it smoothly. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, so his stance was stable. He squatted slightly and stepped onto the second wooden pile, then the third. The first 2 were stable, but on the 4th he started to wobble. Unsurprisingly, he fell off the 7th wooden pile. Looking somewhat sheepish, he said to Bai Lian, Miss Bai, this is too difficult. Take this. Bai Lian casually tossed her backpack to Ming Dongheng, then took off her school blazer. Ming Dongheng caught Bai Lian's backpack steadily with both hands, then looked up to see for the first time that Bai Lian was wearing a white training uniform underneath. To practice punches, one must practice the basics first. Raising chi is about unleashing your internal strength completely, Bai Lian said as she hung her blazer on the last wooden pile and turned her head to look at Ming Dongheng. Just like this, her right leg kicked up into the air, the tip of her foot lightly touching the ground, her left foot using the force of the pile to make her body light as a leaf being gently blown by the wind. With her arms slightly extended, her right foot smoothly landed on the second wooden pile. Bai Lian looked back, her white garment fluttering gently in the wind, her eyelashes casting a shadow under her lids. With a calm expression and a gentle voice, she said, Keep your center of gravity low to the ground, it's the legs you're training. Her left foot lightly touched down on the third wooden pile, as if walking on level ground. While speaking, she calmly walked over all the piles, finally tapping the last pile with her foot and lightly stepping down. She walked over to Ming Dongheng, raising an eyebrow. You don't have to walk the whole set, just try 5 steps. Ming Dongheng didn't respond. Bai Lian slowly pulled the backpack from his hands, then reached out to close the gaping mouth of Jiang He. Xiaoming, are you there? Huh. Ming Dongheng finally snapped back to reality. When Chen Jingyu arrived, he saw this exact scene, Ming Dongheng standing on the corner wooden pile, staggering like a drunkard. Miss Bai, Chen Jingyu's mouth twitched slightly before he approached Bai Lian with some information. Here is some material we found. Bai Lian took the material he provided. It was about Zhou Jian. He has had 5 contacts with the trafficker, the first one 17 years ago, the most recent one yesterday. Chen Jingyu explained as he handed over the material. With such a span of time, our people are still interrogating him. Chen Jingyu had done a good job keeping this investigation secret, monitoring all of Zhou Jian's social media accounts until finally locating the trading place and records yesterday. Nearly 20 years of industry chain, this fact was unexpected to Chen Jingyu, involving many people, and now nearly half of the middle management in Xiangqing has been taken down, all under investigation. At the lightest, they would lose their position, but the heaviest penalty was over 3 years in prison. Chen Jingyu's third major action in Xiangqing burned too fiercely, raising his performance and merits through the roof, making many people in Jiangjing wary of his methods. Ren Qian was found to be clean, but now he too was trembling with fear, not daring to make a single move. After all, Zhou Jian used to be his chief secretary. Bai Lian finished reviewing the material before handing it back to Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu took the material back, and then looked at Ming Dongheng, who was still practicing on the plum blossom piles, raised his voice and said, "Mr. Ming, in that case, they'll take Miss Bai home. Take your time practicing." Ming Dongheng looked down, infuriating. Chen Jingyu took the car keys and walked out. Jiang He also wanted to accompany Bai Lian. Bai Lian picked Jiang He up again in the yard, pinching his cheeks. "Was it you who peeked at my phone?" Jiang He blinked. Bai Lian stood up and spoke to him methodically, "Just wait here for your brother." She dusted off her sleeves and left with style. Just yesterday Jiang He had proudly served Jiang Fulai tea. On the way back to Purist Street, Chen Jingyu got a phone call. It was from a side branch of the Chen family in Jiangjing, the manager Yan in charge of this procurement. "Master Chen, why haven't you arrived yet? Chen Jingyu got here early, don't let him snatch this credit." It was a networking event initiated by the suppliers of solid element paste today. Has it started? Chen Jingyu was surprised. He had timed his visit with Bai Lian to report on Su En's case. A job meant for one, split between 3. "Not yet, but it's about to." Manager Yan replied respectfully. Bai Lian sat in the back seat, working on practice questions and listening to the conversation at the same time, remembering what Xianming had mentioned. "Let's go to Bacter Street, there's no need to waste time taking me home." Chapter 312. Cold and Ruthless Young Master Mao 120, Director Chen splits open, second update, _1 it means she's going too. Red light. Inspector Chen stopped the car and looked into the rearview mirror. "Miss Bai Ming, Xiaoming?" Bai Lian casually lifted her eyes and sincerely asked Inspector Chen, "Do you think I need Xiaoming's protection?" Inspector Chen silently pressed on the gas pedal and took Bai Lian to the bar on Bacter Street. Nearing 8 o'clock. The bar lights were dim, spotlights indiscriminately swept across, and the smell of smoke and alcohol mixed with the cold air hit you in the face as you entered. There were several stages in the center of the hall, with men and women mingled together, dancing. Inspector Chen was familiar with this scene, but because it was a bar on Bacter Street, he was tense. "Miss Bai, please stay close." Turning around, Bai Lian was lazily stuffing earphones in her ears and learning new words, looking much more relaxed than him. Inspector Chen, "Miss Bai is truly otherworldly." This time he didn't say a word and directly led Bai Lian to a luxurious private room on the second floor. The door was half open. At this moment, the private room was already filled with many people, from both domestic and international circles, dimly lit. The lights at the small bar flickered as many people had already started mingling with their drinks in hands. "Inspector Chen, you finally arrived." Manager Yan, finding his pillar of strength, came out from a corner upon seeing Inspector Chen. Then he curiously looked at Bai Lian. He remembered that when Inspector Chen came in, he had pushed open the door on the other side for Bai Lian. Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were holding wine glasses, standing together and conversing with a not-so-tall middle-aged man. They weren't speaking Mandarin. Bai Lian glanced at the middle-aged man. Her gaze caught Chen Jingyu's attention. He was about to turn around to see who was looking this way when he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian following Inspector Chen. Chen Jingyu was taken aback for a moment before his eyebrows twisted. He smiled and had a drink with the middle-aged man before walking towards Inspector Chen. "Why did you bring her here?" Chen Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian and frowned. Inspector Chen only instructed Manager Yan, You take Miss Bai to sit down for a bit. Manager Yen immediately took Bai Lian aside. Once they'd left, Inspector Chen looked at Qin Jingyu. Because of what happened yesterday, he and Qin Jingyu, along with Yu Hongyi, were clearly divided. It was on the way. He didn't elaborate. Don't you know that today is the day Mr. Mao is coming? Yes, martial arts brother is here too. You know that yes brother is well acquainted with the higher-ups of the bar. Inspector Chen indifferently said, don't worry, today we'll each rely on our own skills. We won't intervene with you and miss yes matters. This was unexpected for Qin Jingyu. Indeed, Yu Hongyi had come because there was no progress in the cooperative case that Chen Yongquan was handling here, but Chen Yongquan had surprisingly given up using Yu Hongyi as a conduit and instead turned to ingratiate himself with a Miss Bai. Really? Chen Jingyu felt a secret glee. Yu Hongyi's brother was acquainted with the people here, and Chen Jingyu too had gained a lot from it. He knew Yu Hongyi wanted to attract Inspector Chen and Ming Dongheng, and he felt a sense of crisis. He hadn't expected that after Ming Dongheng, Inspector Chen would also unexpectedly distance himself from the Yu family. Of course. As long as the cooperation benefited the Chen family, Inspector Chen had no desire to compete for credit. After all, they were doing it for the Chen family, and should Qin Jingyu and Yu Hongyi manage to strike a deal, he would be pleased for them as well. But Inspector Chen had no intention of boarding Yu Hongyi's ship. Bai Lian was one reason. The excessive arrogance of the Yu family members was another reason. Chen Jingyu returned to Yu Hongyi's side, surprised and somewhat delighted. Yu Hongyi, holding a wineglass, looked in Inspector Chen's direction and lightly skimmed her gaze past Bai Lian. Miss Bai, that person talking with Qin Jingyu is Mr. Nagano. Inspector Chen whispered to Bai Lian, I heard he's Yu Hongyi's martial arts brother, trained in ninjutsu, from Dongwu, and his family has significant international influence. It's surprising how closely Yu Hongyi is connected with them. No wonder everyone is so desperate to go to Dongwu. Each person who is able to go not only has strong personal abilities but also has a powerful backing not to be underestimated. Now Inspector Chen was somewhat understanding why Yu Hongyi dared to be so arrogant. To have climbed from a virtually unknown family to her current position, she indeed had some capabilities. Bai Lian was sitting on the sofa, dressed in loose, white training clothes, tapping on her phone's screen intermittently, and upon hearing this, she simply narrowed her eyes with a devilishly intense gleam. Mr. Nagano, a Japanese pirate? The last two words carried a faint killing intent. It was probably the first time the word, Japanese pirate, was heard from someone's lips. Inspector Chen was stunned and it took him a while to respond. Yes, that's right. Mr. Nagano was from our country. Oh. Bai Lian snorted coldly. She withdrew her gaze and picked up a glass of low-alcohol content drink from the small bar. Chapter 313, Cold and Ruthless Young Master Mao 120, Director Chen splits open, second update, _2 this attitude. Director Chen couldn't help but think of Jiang Fulai. He was okay with people from other countries, but his hostility towards people from the island nation was famous. Everyone talked about cultural exchange and the global nature of science, and many domestic critics used this to discredit Jiang Fulai behind his back. But the young Master Jiang only had one cold response. What? They want me to help them alleviate poverty? This retort not only overturned the domestic academic world but also reached the ears of people like Director Chen, who Jiang considered to be illiterate. Bai Lian fell silent. She lazily tapped the bar and calmly ordered, a glass of iced milk for me. Manager Yen hurriedly whispered, Miss Bai, this is a bar, we don't have. The bartender had already changed, and before Manager Yen could finish speaking, the new server magically produced a glass of room-temperature milk, then took out some ice cubes and placed them in an empty glass, flipping it over seamlessly. He carefully added the ice cubes to the milk with tongs, performed a cool trick, and then respectfully made a please gesture. Your milk. Bai Lian. She picked up the milk and then looked at Manager Yen. What were you saying? Nothing. Manager Yen fixated on the glass of milk in her hand and quickly looked away. Nothing, please drink. Bai Lian took a sip of milk before taking out her homework from her backpack. Manager Yen and Director Chen went to recognize people together. 8 o'clock on the dot. The door to the luxury private room opened. People huddled in small groups, chatting in low voices about collaborations, all stood up, their gazes turning towards the door. Director Chen and Manager Yen moved back towards Bai Lian. Director Chen, Manager Yen whispered into Director Chen's ear, explaining, "That's their person in charge for this time. Have you met him before?" Director Chen, without taking his eyes off, said, "No." A line of people dressed in black walked in from outside. Leading them was a young man with blonde hair wearing a skull t-shirt. He wasn't tall or muscular, but his face was expressionless, and it was clear that he was intimidating. Seeing the face clearly, Director Chen's hand holding his glass paused midair. "Wait, that face? It looks just like Xiao Mao, the guy he competed with for washing dishes?" Mr. Nagano by Yu Hongyi's side promptly smilingly stepped forward. "Young Master Mao." He spoke in remarkably pure Mandarin. Mao Kuan raised his head, giving Nagano a slight nod. Following Zioki's instructions, he didn't talk much but sat down at the center negotiating table, resting his hands on the edge. He had the air of someone used to the boxing ring. Others who recognized him also approached to greet Mao Kuan one by one. "This is my junior sister." Nagano introduced Yu Hongyi to Mao Kuan. "Yu Hongyi, she's also from your country." Mao Kuan glanced at Yu Hongyi and merely nodded. Xiaoqi had said that today's persona was all about being aloof. With him acting this way, others didn't dare to speak carelessly. They only cautiously discussed the distribution of the drugs and the profit sharing. "I represent our family, this is our largest profit distribution scheme. Please look at these two options, A and B." One was the first to propose the conditions he could offer. In Mao Kun's ears, it sounded like, "Look at these two plans A and B, it asterisk and % yuan can let you yen hashtag at profit?" He didn't understand. He unobtrusively pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. In the corner, Manager Yen reminded Director Chen, "Director Chen, what's the matter with you?" He saw Director Chen's hand hovering in the air for quite a while before daring to remind him. Director Chen snapped back to reality. He turned his head to look at Bai Lian, busy with her homework quietly, and then towards Mao Kuan sitting in the main seat colder than Ming Dongheng. Could young Master Mao and Xiao Mao be twins? "It's nothing." Director Chen shook his head, wanting to ask Bai Lian but not daring to. Bai Lian sat in the corner continuously, writing her homework and listening intently. Not speaking. Until the end, when Mao Kuan mentioned the two partners he was considering. Bai Lian didn't know the first one, but the second one. Bai Lian slowly lifted her head, calmly fixing her gaze on Nagano and the others not far away. Yu Hongyi and Qin Jingyu were congratulating Nagano. "Senior brother, congratulations." There was no way around it. Everyone in Jiangjing knew the Chen family needed money. Most of it still depended on the Jiang family's assistance. So, today, Yu Hongyi and Qin Jingyu mainly wanted to make use of Nagano's connections. Nagano could hardly conceal his delight, aware that Yu Hongyi represented the Chen family. "Don't worry, I have negotiated with them, and we will set aside 20% of the supply for you." "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Hongyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had completed the task given to her for this trip to Xiangqing. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Director Chen, who at the moment wasn't looking at her but seemed to be pondering something with his head bowed. Beside him, Bai Lian had raised her head, thoughtfully watching this way. Yu Hongyi indifferently withdrew her gaze. At Bai Lian's place, Manager Yen felt happy for the Qin family but also a bit regretful. "Director Chen, it looks like Miss Yu and Qin Jingyu have already struck a deal with Mr. Nagano." Director Chen, and then as if remembering something, apologized, "Sorry to have brought you here for nothing." Manager Yen was someone who rose with Director Chen. Since Director Chen and Yu Hongyi were on separate paths, Qin Jingyu was surely to be handed off to someone else. Director Chen. It was at this moment that Bai Lian suddenly turned her head. She looked at Qin Yongkuan thoughtfully and asked, "What terms did your Qin family offer?" 30%. Director Chen responded reflexively. Bai Lian had just been listening to Mao Kun talking to Nagano and the others for a while. Nagano was offering a high 41%. Bai Lian nodded her head and took out her phone, found Zioki's profile picture, and sent a message. At the central seat, Mao Kun, sitting coldly on the chair, seemed to hear something from his Bluetooth earpiece. His gaze suddenly turned towards Director Chen's direction. Though he appeared cold, he still managed to see a familiar, ridiculous hint of Director Chen in that coldness. Bai Lian leaned back, tapping her fingertips on the table. After careful consideration, she turned to Manager Yen under the soft glow of the crystal lamp, confidently arching her eyebrow. "Manager Yen, isn't it? Just go with 30% and talk to them." Chapter 314. 121 Mao, it's really you. Makeup class storm under you. Manager Yen was astonished. 30%? He kept his voice very low. Not to mention whether they recognized him or would listen to him, how would he negotiate that 30%? The small bar in the corner was a bit low, with fluffy sofas placed around it, and Bai Lian sat in the middle, appearing somewhat leisurely, but the innate dignity could not be concealed. Yes. When he lowered his eyes, that casual yet dignified tension naturally revealed itself. Suddenly, Director Chen sat up straight. He turned to Manager Yen, his face expressionless. "If they told you to go, then go." With Mr. Chen and Miss Bai asking him to do so, there must be good reason. Manager Yen stood up, his demeanor becoming instantly composed. "Mr. Mao," said Nagano as he laid out the documents, his petite mustache shining with joy, "pleasure doing business." "Mr. Mao, our company also has a proposal." His Mandarin almost overlapped with a voice behind him. Nagano turned around, looking at the speaking Manager Yen, his eyebrows painted with black lacquer. Yu Hongyi and Jingyu, sitting beside, were extremely surprised by Manager Yan's sudden appearance. They exchanged a glance, saying nothing, just wondering what cards Manager Yen held in his hand. Manager Yen nodded to Mao Kun with refined courtesy, then spoke freely. 30%? Mao Kun's gaze was stern and indifferent. This retort seemed knowledgeable. Manager Yan's calf trembled, but his face remained stoic. "Mr. Mao, but we can create demand, create markets, even break into international markets." In Dong, despite being in procurement, his salesmanship was turning decay into miracle. He talked eloquently. Mao Kun narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. The others couldn't help but step forward, and Nagano frowned even more. He looked towards Jingyu and asked, "Do you two know him?" Jingyu also suppressed his anger. Though not understanding much, just by hearing the 30% share, how could it compare? Not to mention that this was on Bakter Street's turf. This was neither in Jiangjing nor on Qin family's ground. This was Bakter Street, a no-man's land, the big boss's stronghold. Even Mr. Chen had to keep a low profile here, let alone them. How dared Manager Yen? Catching Yu Hongyi's gaze, Jingyu took a few steps forward, made a smiling apology to Mao Kun, and then warned Manager Yen in a low voice, "Stop making a fool of yourself. If you want to die, don't drag us into it." Before Jingyu could finish, Mao Kun reached out to Manager Yen, "Give me the plan." Manager Yen spoke as if he were ready for death, waiting for Mr. Mao to throw him out, but unexpectedly, the latter extended his hand to him. Did he believe his pie in the sky? He stiffly handed over the document. Mao Kun sat upright, looking through the document from beginning to end, slowly, and then looked up. Sustainable. He paused for a moment, said nothing further, stood up, and reached out to Manager Yen. "Pleasure doing business." Manager Yen extended his hand in astonishment. This was a gesture of collaboration. Bang, Mr. Mao. Nagano's eyes were like icy stars as he slammed the table with such force that he cracked the granite surface. "Are you saying you do not wish to cooperate with us, Dongwu?" Whoosh, everyone took several steps back. But Mao Kun was unconcerned, his hand swiftly grabbing Nagano's wrist and flipping it, shocking Nagano, who could hardly believe it, and flung him back into the crowd. Before this, no one knew the depth of Mr. Mao's skills. Only then did Mao Kun lean back in the boss chair, pull out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and smirked at Nagano. "What thing do you think you are, to dare threaten me?" He smoked the cigarette, cocked his head, and pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. "Drag him out. The rules of the road should be followed, there's no way around it, they didn't like Japanese pirates." Mao Kuan clicked his tongue. The luxurious private room was cleared in an instant. Like everyone else, Manager Yen feared bloodshed in the next second. Taking advantage of the chaos, he returned to the corner. "Mr. Chen, Miss Bai, we shall leave." Before Yen could finish, someone tapped him on the back. "Buddy, make way." That voice. Manager Yen turned around, only to see Mao Kuan, who had just been bloodthirsty and cruel, grinning at him with a lit cigarette in his mouth, looking very much like a punk. Manager Yen stiffly moved aside. Revealing Director Chen sitting on the sofa, Director Chen looked up at Mao Kuan. "Hey, Mr. Chen." Mao Kuan waved at Director Chen, and then went to speak to Bai Lian. "Sis, how did I do just now?" "Not bad." Bai Lian was doing homework and did not look up. Chapter 315, 121 Mao, "It's really you." Makeup class storm _2 Mao Kuan chuckled, "I think so too." He then looked around. "How do you do homework when it's so dark here? Where's the light?" The bartender was showing off his ice handling skills and served Mao Kuan a cocktail, replying, "Miss Bai said it's brighter here than downstairs, no need for lights." As these people were talking, not to mention Manager Yen, even Director Chen couldn't help but wipe his face, thinking in shock, "It's really you, Xiao Mao." Once Bai Lian finished writing a test paper, she went downstairs. Manager Yen silently followed behind Director Chen. "Director Chen, why didn't you say earlier that Miss Bai knows Mr. Mao?" Director Chen, how was he to explain that he had even competed with Mao Kuan to do the dishes? Tried it. Evening. In a courtyard in a Pura Street alley, an elderly person with snow-white hair coughed several times before lifting his head. "You? Cough cough? You're going to a classmate's house for dinner?" His voice was unusually happy and curious. Ning Xiao patted his grandmother's back, poured her a cup of warm water, and frowned. "Granny, I better not go, I'll take you to the hospital instead." "When people get old, it's like this." Grandma Wang smiled and patted his arm, her wrinkled face resembling a Buddha statue. "You go and have dinner at your classmate's place, and invite them to come over for dinner sometime." It was evident she felt reassured. Ning Xiao really didn't like it when she talked about being old all the time. He watched her take her medication and reluctantly left the house, not entirely at ease, reminding her, "Call me or your uncle if you need anything." Ji Heng's yard was bustling with activity at the moment. When Ning Xiao arrived, all the others were already there. Some were playing Go, some watched Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun cutting vegetables in the kitchen, and some were admiring the cabbage Ji Heng had yet to stitch on his embroidery stand. Shen Qing came out holding 2 plates of fruit. "Kids, fruit time." "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." Upon seeing Ning Xiao, Wang Qi hopped down from the tree. "Top student, give me the insider scoop, who among you 3 will be first in the final exams?" Apart from issues like not liking their food or having no fun, the only other worry for students was grades. Wang Qi, Tang Ming, who was vexed and playing chess with Jiang He, looked up and said earnestly, "Can you not drag me into their war? It depends on the difficulty of the exam." Ning Xiao knew about Bai Lian's depth in studying chemistry. With just 1 month left, her chemistry was definitely not going to be as good as her physics and math, but it wouldn't be too bad either. If the chemistry questions were a bit off, she might not score too high. But Ning Xiao was also quite looking forward to this joint exam. He thought that even if the chemistry test in this joint exam was difficult, Bai Lian should be able to get at least 60 points to pass. As Ning Xiao was pondering this, he went to the kitchen to help Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun with their tasks. Seeing Bai Lian washing vegetables by the sink, Ning Xiao's brow twitched, and he hurriedly took the vegetables from Bai Lian's hands with all due respect. After having the tasks of boiling water, making tea, and cutting vegetables taken from her, Bai Lian now had her last task of washing vegetables snatched away as well. She stood in the kitchen for quite a while. "Alien, don't block my way," Shen Qing said as she passed. Bai Lian moved aside. Pu Xiaohan was assisting Ji Heng in the kitchen, trying to convince him, "But what you embroider really looks good. Are you sure you won't consider making a video?" She really liked Bai Lian's everyday clothes. It was a pity that the school required them to wear uniforms, or else she could see Bai Lian in her own clothes every day. "You like them? Then after dinner, they'll take your measurements and make you a couple of pieces. Which patterns do you like?" Ji Heng said nonchalantly. It was rare nowadays for people to embroider their own clothes. Pu Xiaohan, who had never expected to be able to wear them, lit up instantly, forgetting she was there to persuade Ji Heng. "Really? I like everything. Thank you." She left the kitchen, beaming, to share the news with the Culture and Entertainment Committee. Ji Heng continued to cut vegetables with calm. Bai Lian looked up. Forget it, aside from Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, everyone in class 15 had the same level of intelligence. She scrolled through her messages on her phone. Dean Jian. Image. Dean Jian. Just had a big bowl of something and the youngster's location is in Xiangqing. Dean Jian. Embarrassed. Pu Xiaohan's videos always had a promotional intent. There was also a rescue video before this one without the location turned off. Dean Jian remembered today while reviewing the videos that Bai Lian didn't need to send him her location. Reading these messages, Bai Lian's first thought, Dean Jian's intelligence level is what a normal person should be. Dean Jian, I know you've seen the message. Dean Jian, if you dare, reply to me. Chapter 316, 121 Mao, It's Really You. Makeup Class Storm _3 by Jian. 1. Director Jian. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Su En's condition had mostly recovered, but he still hadn't been discharged. After learning he was awake, the police had taken his statement twice. Zhou Jian? I don't have any conflicts of interest with him. Su En was pondering over any conflict he might have had with Zhou Jian. He's in cahoots with that Mr. Liu, Assistant Su reminded from the side. That was the only explanation. Of course, they couldn't have known that Zhou Jian always thought Su En was Bai Lian's backer. Wen Yao didn't understand business matters, only speaking after they finished their discussion. Dad, I'm planning to go back to Jiangjing this weekend. I wanted to visit Mr. J's place today, but they are hosting guests. Wen Yao initially wanted to stay a couple more days to tutor Bai Lian. But Bai Lian didn't need it, and Wen Yao, who was also focused on his studies, didn't plan to waste his time here. School matters are important. Su En nodded in agreement, then remembered something and asked his assistant, have the wedding invitations been made? His wedding date with Ji Milan had been set to be before the end of the year, on January 19th, the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. As the end of the year approached, there were matters at home waiting for Su En to handle. Su En and Ji Milan were going back to prepare for their wedding. Before that, he wanted to personally deliver the invitations to the Ji family, although Su En still wasn't sure if Bai Lian would attend the banquet in Jiangjing. They should arrive by mail tomorrow. As soon as you finish writing them, I'll distribute them. Assistant Su opened his notebook, carefully checked all the schedules. The invitations were ordered by him, and Su En had learned calligraphy, his handwriting presentable. He wanted to write the invitations himself. It was a way of showing the importance he placed on the wedding. Wen Yao stood on the side, sensing that Su En and his assistant took this wedding much more seriously than before. Su En was discharged on Sunday. He also finished writing the invitations on the day of his discharge. One for Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Ji Xiaorong each, and a separate one for Bai Lian. The time to have dinner with Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing was set for noon. 19. Bai Lian put the invitation in her backpack. I might not have time. Since Bai Lian was a student, Su En specially arranged the date close to the New Year break, expecting that even senior students would be on vacation by then, but Bai Lian still said she didn't have the time. Ji Heng held the invitation, thoughtful. He viewed Su En, Bai Qiming, and even Wen Yao, who was supposed to tutor Bai Lian, as much more reliable than Ji Mulan. What are you going to do? Ji Heng asked. Shouldn't your school be on break by then? Well, have a break. Bai Lian zipped her bag, but I have to attend tutoring sessions. Jiang Fulai had mentioned a special training camp during the winter break. She didn't know what the training camp would entail. Tutoring. Su En spoke up quickly. That's easy, I'll have Wen Yao find you a good tutor in Jiangjing. As soon as the holiday starts, you come to Jiangjing, finish your tutoring and then go back. Wen Yao nodded. I know quite a few tutors, we can book them now, and Ji Yue and I can also teach. Ji Mulan, who had been silent, looked up at Ji Heng. That look was her way of urging Ji Heng to persuade Bai Lian. Of course, the idea greatly attracted Ji Heng. He picked up his pipe from the side and looked up. Bai Lian immediately halted their plans. Grandpa, someone's already tutoring me. This was something Wen Yao had heard from Bai Lian before. He hadn't voiced an opinion, but it was Ji Mulan who spoke up, her tone tinged with envy. But Wen Yao found the tutors in Jiangjing, and he himself attends Jiangjing University. She didn't elaborate, but her point was clear. Ji Mulan couldn't fathom that Bai Lian's tutor could be anyone other than a teacher from Xiangcheng's No. 1 high school, unable to measure up to ones from Beijing, let alone Jiangjing. You're from Jiangjing University? Xin Qing, who had been quiet, looked at Wen Yao in shock and admiration. This was her first time meeting a Jiangjing University student. Wen Yao smiled politely at Xin Qing. Yes, Auntie. Ji Mulan looked down on Xin Qing's embarrassing reaction and interrupted the exchange to say to Bai Lian, you should learn from Wen Yao and aim for, oh, that's a pity. Bai Lian, holding her chopsticks unhurriedly, interrupted, I only want to be a street rogue. Xin Qing nodded. Being a street rogue is good too. If you're a street rogue you also have to work hard. She stopped herself when she realized what Bai Lian meant. Ji Mulan gripped her teacup tightly, at that moment lacking the courage to see the reactions of Su En and Wen Yao. With such an attitude, she was already imagining the reaction of Mrs. Su upon hearing about this. Ji Heng, Su En, and others such as Wen Yao, who knew she aspired to attend Jiangjing University and was working hard towards it, remained silent. Ji Xiaojun looked at Ji Heng, finally understood. Why Ji Heng said Bai Lian weighed 180 pounds? Because the extra 80 pounds were pure defiance. Alien. Ji Heng tapped the table with his pipe, coughed, and gestured for her to tone it down. What street rogue nonsense. Bai Lian put some veggies into her bowl before speaking lazily. There really is someone teaching me. I have to go to the library with him later. After the meal, Bai Lian was off to the library. This time, Su En had invited Bai Lian and the others to his temporary residence for a meal, an individual bungalow, which was somewhat distant from the library. He's coming over? Wen Yao was surprised. He was eager to find out who was tutoring Bai Lian. So, after the meal, Wen Yao went out with Bai Lian, curious to see who it would be. Ji Heng was still drinking at the dining table. Both parties had timed their plans with precision. The moment Bai Lian stepped out the door, a blue car drove up from the end of the road, stopping right in front of them. Chapter 317. 122 Call for Pickup God, Break Out of the Encirclement, Second Update, _1. What shocked Su Wen Yao was, the car had a Jiangjing license plate. It came to a steady stop in front of the two, and the passenger side window rolled down. Su Wen Yao finally got a clear view of the person in the driver's seat. The person was wearing a Bluetooth headset, seemingly in the middle of a conversation just a second ago. The black shirt at the wrist was casually rolled up, and slender fingertips rested on the steering wheel, only glancing at Su Wen Yao briefly. It was an aloofness that seemed to emanate from the bones. Just one glance was enough to feel the chilling disdain. Goodbye. Bai Lian opened the car door, nodded slightly at Su Wen Yao, her demeanor neither cold nor warm, measuring the distance perfectly. By the time Su Wen Yao came back to his senses, the window had closed, and the blue car had already driven away. Wen Yao, Ji Mulan called out from inside the courtyard as she saw Su Wen Yao standing still at the entrance. Why are you still standing outside? Ah. Su Wen Yao snapped back to reality, hiding his inner doubts. It's nothing. As he walked towards the house, he glanced back in the direction the car had gone. He felt that he had seen that person somewhere before. In the car. Bai Lian, as usual, pulled out an English book and listened to the English original. "That one just now," came Jiang Fulai's casual voice from the driver's seat, "is the guy who's good at physics?" He emphasized the words, "good at physics," very heavily. "His name is Su Wenyao, and he's also from Jiangjing University." Bai Lian looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai, "Huh, never heard of him." Bai Lian was surprised. The Su family said he's very impressive. Jiang Fulai spared her a glance. "You heard? Then you've heard a lot. What else did you hear?" he asked politely. That topic was going nowhere, so Bai Lian decided to change the subject, asking about the special training camp instead. Bai Lian had little expectation for Su En's and Ji Mulan's wedding, but with Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing going to Jiangjing, Bai Lian wasn't too at ease. January 19th? Jiang Fulai mused upon hearing the date, looking at Bai Lian. "That's close to the Lunar New Year. The special training camp will be on break. Are you going to Jiangjing?" "I probably will," Bai Lian said lazily, leaning back in her seat and pressing the play button on her English listening device. "My grandparents are going." "Oh. Beijing. The Song family." Madame Song received the wedding invitation from Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan was quite well known at Beijing University back in the day, and Madame Song, who hadn't made it into Jiangjing University, also attended a university in Beijing and was Ji Mulan's roommate. When Ji Mulan married into the Bai family, and she into the Song family, the two of them could be considered close friends. Later, when Bai Qiming had an illegitimate child, Ji Mulan left Beijing in disgrace, becoming the butt of many jokes. Now Ji Mulan was remarrying, and to someone from Jiangjing again. Of course, Madame Song would not be omitted from the invitation list. The Su family? Madame Song was also quite surprised by the invitation. Her luck. It was remarkable that she could remarry so well. She had married down to the Song family from Jiangjing, while Ji Mulan, after leaving the Bai family, turned right around and got married in Jiangjing. Looking at the gilt-edged opulence of the wedding arrangements, it was still a renowned hotel in Jiangjing. It indicated that the Su family regarded Ji Mulan with no small measure of esteem. Mr. Song, not being from Jiangjing, didn't know much about the Su family. "So, was our last annulment too hasty?" Hearing this, Madame Song glanced towards Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, who were sitting not far away on the sofa. "Not really hasty," Madame Song weighed the pros and cons. To the Su family, she's still a stepdaughter. Whether or not they'll allow her into the family shrine is another matter. Moreover, Bai Xiaoka has reportedly been successful in entering a lab, and Xiaoqi has caught the eye of Dean Jian. After the final exams, she's going to Jiangjing Music Academy for early studies. Being part of the Su family alone was not enough. Bai Lian had fundamental issues. If she couldn't secure her position in the Bai family, how could she stand firm in the Su family? Listening to Madame Song's analysis, Mr. Song also felt that she was making sense, looking at Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi had ambitions to follow Bai Shuk's steps and get admitted to Jiangjing University. They were both very capable on their own. Bai Lian's troubles didn't quite compare. On the sofa, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were discussing a math problem from an app. They had stopped doing the problems from Beijing High School and now focused on app problems, consulting Bai Xiaoka on anything they didn't understand. Their math scores had improved a lot in the past 2 months. Why hasn't God Shan done this problem yet? Bai Xiaoqi was staring at the final math question on the app. On the phone screen, a bunch of people were wailing. Liang God says he can't do it either. Who came up with this problem? It's so twisted, calling on God Shan. God Shan hasn't shown up in 800 years. What on earth is the big God up to lately? Chapter 318. 122 Call for Pickup God, Break Out of the Encirclement, Second Update, _2, he must be busy with real-life stuff. Song Min wasn't sure either. He checked the background of his phone, and almost every week he would send a few messages to Bai Jian, dozens of them, and the other side didn't even look at them. Lately he hadn't even logged into the app. True, Bai Xiaoqi nodded. He's probably a member of some lab. Our little trifles are not something he'd care about. It's just unknown which lab had spawned such a monster talent. The exam questions set by Jiang Jing for this joint exam? Song Min returned to the page, his voice cold. I heard they are very difficult. Beijing High School always had news in advance, and by Xiaoqi had heard teachers mention it, she smiled. But this time it's about integrated subjects, and mathematics isn't as focused on functions as last time. Don't worry, it's your home turf. Of course. Neither of them could have imagined. What they should worry about this time was far more than just mathematics. Su En returned to Jiangjing a week later to prepare for the wedding. After Pu Xiaohan's video was released, it went viral again, and the followers soared to 10 million. Xingyi Martial Arts School also gained a bit of fame, attracting many master teachers to apply for positions and enrolling a wave of students. Meanwhile, Ming Dongheng practiced his boxing on the plum blossom piles day after day. Finally, the end-of-term exams at Xiangqing High School arrived. Each year, students looked forward to and were nervous about them. Everyone, quiet down. Lu Lingxi stood at the podium, speaking seriously. Tomorrow's exam will be very difficult. If you encounter questions you can't answer, just skip them so as not to affect the next test. It will determine whether you have a good year or not. Got it? Got it. The students from Class 15 dragged out their response. Without Zhang Xiai's, Class 15 had lost some of its vitality, and Wing Qi and the others barely played basketball anymore. Lu Lingxi's gaze rested on Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, both quietly working on problems, and she gradually calmed down. The end-of-term joint exams still followed the National College entrance examination system. The first morning was dedicated to the Chinese language exam. After it was over, the students from Class 15 looked utterly deflated. Who the hell set these exam questions? Pu Xiaohan complained to Bai Lian over lunch. Who could understand that classical Chinese? Bai Lian, who was eating lunch, looked up casually and glanced at Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan, huh? You understood it? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Pu Xiaohan felt a bit desperate. No way, UTM understood it? Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, who wandered into the conversation, weren't surprised. After all, have you ever seen someone who used Jiangjing University's app exam questions as a practice database? The afternoon brought mathematics. The questions were genuinely difficult this time. Even Ning Xiao, who had been specially trained by Jiang Fulai, felt utterly spiritless after finishing the exam. In the Zhang family's backyard, the only one who seemed normal was Bai Lian, who was trimming iris flowers with scissors. Are your exams really that hard? Zhang's mother asked the only person who seemed unaffected, Bai Lian, with a watering can in hand. Why do they all look like this? Ha! Bai Lian slowly trimmed the iris flowers, placing them one by one into a vase she intended to bring to Yen Lu's set tomorrow. It's okay, don't know. She didn't find it particularly difficult. After all, she had finished them. Tang Ming, who accidentally overheard, turned around and patted Ning Xiao's shoulder expressionlessly. Genius, did you see the last question? Ning Xiao looked up at him. Tang Ming let out a breath of relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Thank goodness, I'm glad I had you for company. Zhang's mother watched quietly as Bai Lian arranged flowers. Unlike Zhang Xiai's, Bai Lian was very skilled in trimming, showing that she had some knowledge of floristry. Did you learn this? Zhang's mother asked in surprise. The next day, the morning was for integrated science. Bai Lian looked over the test paper from beginning to end, first completing physics, then biology, and finally picking up her pen to write the chemistry section. She had been studying chemistry for the whole month. After finishing, she still handed in her paper early, but this time, she only finished 20 minutes ahead of time. On the main road of the school, several teachers who weren't invigilating were chatting with the principal. From a distance, the principal saw Bai Lian. How did the exam go, Bai student? He asked with a smile. Carrying her backpack, Bai Lian stopped and greeted each teacher and the principal. I wrote everything that I could. Today, her garment's collar was embroidered with elegant lotus flowers. The light blue hem of her skirt resembled rippling waves. The waters gleamed crystal clear, with the green lotus leaves creating ripples as she moved. The pale lotus flowers in the middle appeared faintly visible amidst them. The questions were very difficult this time, said the physics teacher, who had just received the sealed questions and had skimmed through to know the difficulty level. It's normal not to finish, you shouldn't feel pressured. He thought that when Bai Lian said she hadn't written everything, it included physics as well. Okay, thank you, teacher, Bai Lian replied, her eyelashes casting down in a nod. The principal found Bai Lian more and more pleasing to the eye, and his voice was even warmer. Bai Lian, go back and rest now. You still have the English exam in the afternoon. After Bai Lian left, the group of teachers then discussed her grades. This semester, if you look at every test Bai Lian took, there wasn't a single time her scores in math and physics weren't perfect. Only biology and chemistry were her weak points. But her biology was better than her chemistry. Now she was slowly catching up in chemistry too. Not just the students, but even the teachers were curious as to what level she could achieve in the final exam. Do you think she has the chance to surpass Ning Xiao this time? Someone asked. The principal gestured towards the chemistry teacher. You'll have to ask him. The chemistry teacher shook his head, his indifference apparent. Chemistry is tough this time, she doesn't have an advantage. She might score around 40 or 50, barely passing. In the previous monthly test, which was basic, Bai Lian scored 40 as well. In this month, the chemistry teacher knew Bai Lian had made significant progress, but for some reason, the final joint exam questions were bizarrely difficult, and his thoughts matched Ning Xiao's. Such questions did not favor Bai Lian, who was a newcomer to chemistry. He had very modest expectations of Bai Lian and didn't dare to set them too high. That's pretty high, the physics teacher, aware of the difficulty of this set of questions, commented. She has a chance to compete with Ning Xiao. A score of 40 or 50 was considered a medium achievement. So, the principal focused on the key point. Does that mean we might have 2 students ranking in the top 30 of the province in this joint exam? Of course. The physics and chemistry teachers based their analysis on Bai Lian's performance this semester, feeling that she might, at most, match Ning Xiao's score this time. But how could they know? Bai Lian now set aside everything else to seriously study chemistry and biology, even foregoing the math and physics apps. If you ask how well Bai Lian could master these 2 subjects, she was the only female disciple ever exceptionally taken in by Liang Zuan, the greatest imperial teacher of all ages. When she had substituted for Bai Zhongyu in school, she also learned martial arts with teachers, impressing future generations enough to lament that she deserved a top scholar title. Such an extraordinary scene could only be witnessed firsthand. Only then could you grasp how shocking Bai Xiangjuan was, emerging triumphant from among the geniuses of the prosperous Daong era. Chapter 319. 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. _1 Bai Lian had no idea a group of teachers were discussing her grades. She was reading in a milk tea shop at the moment, and Chi Yundai sat opposite her with a cake, signaling her to try a new product while his gaze fell upon the stack of A4 papers in her hand. A casual glance was all he intended. But after seeing the contents, Chi Yundai choked on his cake, then immediately grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his mouth. Are you reading a literature review? It had been so long since his graduation, and now students were studying to this extent? Not to mention the postgraduate exams, they hadn't even started university and were already reading literature reviews? Bai Lian flipped over a page. The zip file from Dean Ma, as well as several pages of professional books. She had done fewer physics problems in these 2 months, mostly sneaking time for literature reviews, without even buying a single professional book. Just like with English, it was about accumulating professional vocabulary. Chi Yundai let out an "ah," and suddenly spoke up. When are you going to tutor him next? Take me with you. Other people's students were reading literature reviews in their senior year. His unruly disciple was still memorizing first-year words in his senior year. Just went the day before yesterday. Bai Lian looked up. We're both going to take a break for a few days. She would be leaving Xiangqing for a short while after the final exams, and Jiang Fulai was having someone from the lab take over for a few weeks for Zhang Shi's work. Chi Yundai took out his phone to carefully ask Jiang Fulai a few questions, then bit fiercely into his cake as if it were Zhang Xiai's. Bai Lian, she silently apologized to Zhang Xiai's in her heart. The last test in the afternoon was English. Bai Lian had a good vocabulary, and she faced almost no obstacles in reading and listening. The only obstacles were the multiple choice and closed tests in English. For example, she did English exercises. When will you come back to eat? We understand come back and now be immediately see in a while d right away. Most of her previous scores were lost on such types of questions, and as expected, at a glance, she saw several of this kind. She hadn't really studied grammar and tenses, and learning vocabulary and listening to the original texts were already great challenges for her. After completing all the questions, she relied on her first instinct for the uncertain ones and didn't change the others. With half an hour left before school ended and she finished shading her answer sheet, Bai Lian turned in her test early and left the examination room. Those in the same room were accustomed to this scene. After glancing up, they numbly returned their gaze to the reading comprehension that was almost impossible to understand. Outside the school gates, Jiang Fulai parked his car at the intersection. He had turned off the engine and was speaking with someone on the Bluetooth earpiece. When he looked up, he saw a girl coming out of the main entrance, her light blue dress gentle and elegant, a breeze gently brushing her cheeks, as though the raging sea had returned to calm. "Wait for me, I'll call Auntie." Bai Lian approached and methodically tapped on the passenger window, then tossed the rolled-up document through the car window, and went back to Zhang Ma's flower shop to pick up the bouquet of iris flowers trimmed the day before. Zhang Ma had already wrapped the bouquet. She was going to the set with Bai Lian today and had even brought soup for Yen Lu. When she returned, Jiang Fulai's car was still in the same spot. The person on the other end of the Bluetooth, hearing someone daring to ask young Master Jiang to wait, didn't dare speak another word from beginning to end. The filming for Great Yong in Xiangqing was almost finished, and they would return to Jiangjing to shoot the other half of the scenes at the end of the year. When Bai Lian arrived, Yen Lu's assistant was waiting for them at the door. The assistant was a young girl. It wasn't her first time seeing Bai Lian and Zhang Ma, but seeing Jiang Fulai following behind Bai Lian, she seemed somewhat constrained. Jiang Fulai put on a mask and a baseball cap, his hands in his pockets as he casually followed behind Bai Lian. He had a strong presence, but fortunately, the cap and mask helped him blend in. Once on set, he stood in a corner waiting for Bai Lian and Yen Lu to interact, not looking at or speaking to anyone, less noticeable that way. Bai Lian didn't wear a mask. Her face was so striking that as soon as she entered, a crowd of people looked at her. Some were eager to add her contact information. But once they knew that Bai Lian was just visiting the set and not a celebrity, they withdrew their gazes. Being good-looking was useless without the backing of a powerful company, let alone being a newcomer, not worth the need to network. Yen Lu had just finished filming a scene. "You've lost weight again." Zhang Ma squatted on the ground, opened the insulated pot, and poured a bowl of soup for Yen Lu. Yen Lu massaged her shoulders, her face showing obvious signs of fatigue. She had many scenes in Xiangqing, all involving horse riding and fighting, and without any use of stunt doubles, every day was filled with intense performances. Chapter 320, 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. Under Score 2, Scene 258, Bai Zhongyu gets injured. The director shouted from over there. Bai Lian stood with Yen Lu in a corner, quietly looking up at the actor playing Bai Zhongyu. Behind her, Jiang Fulai also lifted his head, but the brim of his hat concealed his expression. Seeing Bai Lian's interest, Yen Lu explained to her. It was her first day and she had joined a script read-through, aware of this scene. Scene 258 and 259 are connected, but we have to be in Jiangjing to film scene 259. Zhang Ma at her first glimpse of a film set asked, "Why?" Although these are two separate incidents, they happen at the same moment. The screenwriter is quite talented. Yen Lu had thoroughly digested the script. Her complexion was cold, yet her expression serious. He wants to convey a sense of fate. Bai Zhongyu goes to battle at the age of 26, and in the following year, Emperor Jiang marries off the third princess to Shima for peace. Simultaneously, Bai Zhongyu defends the northern border at Xiangqing and is struck by an enemy's arrow. Zhang Ma saw the actor playing Bai Zhongyu coughing up a mouthful of blood, his realistic acting making her anxious. His injury looks quite severe. Bai Lian nodded on the side, speaking softly, Once the scene was complete, the props team pushed the lights past them, looking up impatiently at Bai Lian and Yen Lu. Move aside, will you? Don't block our light, okay? Will you take responsibility if the scene doesn't shoot well? Yen Lu quickly led Bai Lian a few steps back, almost pressed against the wall. Jiang Fulai's expression darkened. The person in charge of the props shuddered suddenly. Bai Lian looked down, unsure if she was indeed blocking the light, as she was not familiar with cinematography and set design. She then turned and tried to comfort Jiang Fulai. Hey, you're upset about blocking the light? Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze slowly. Yen Lu, someone called to her from the other side. Could you get me Teacher Gus' thermos? Yen Lu glanced at the thermos on the table next to her, picked it up to hand it over, but the assistant took it directly. You rest for a bit, Yen Jia. I'll fetch it. Bai Lian stood aside, quietly watching Yen Lu's assistant helping one teacher with one thing, then another with something else, and then running to assist the crew with moving things around. Yen Lu also found time to assist the crew with the lights. I'm pretty good as it is now. Yen Lu quickly reassured, sensing the mood change in Bai Lian and Zhang Ma. Being given a leading role in such a big IP is already a rare opportunity, and I'm able to learn a lot here. Although Yen Lu became known for a single song, she only went from being 18th tier to a familiar 3rd tier actor. With no capital or backers, she was no match compared to those movie kings and queens. The rest of the crew were either queens or kings of the industry, whereas she was still a newcomer with utterly no background in the film circle. That's the way the industry is. Seeing that Bai Lian had nothing to say, Yen Lu finally got a break and asked her assistant to fetch her script. The assistant went to Yen Lu's chair to get her script. A man was sitting on the chair, resting with closed eyes. The assistant whispered, Teacher Chu Yu, can you stand up a moment? I need to grab Yen Jia's script. Chu Yu did not open his eyes. Instead, his assistant playing with a mobile phone glanced at Yen Lu's assistant. Didn't you see Chu Gu is resting? The junior assistant silently walked back. They'll get you a backup copy. Bai Lian finally couldn't help it, tapped on the junior assistant's shoulder. Is that Yen Lu's chair? The junior assistant nodded. In the crew, pretty much every leading actor had their own resting chair. Yen Lu had one too, although most of the time her chair didn't quite belong to her personally. If not one person resting on it for a bit, then another. The chairs of movie kings and queens, however, were no one's to even dare touch. Yen Lu again went off to assist with props. Across the way, Chu Yu finally opened his eyes. He sat up and the junior assistant went over to negotiate for the script. Chu Yu's agent took a photo after bringing over a cup and a packet of medicine, then looked around, his eyes landing on Bai Lian. Hey you, yes, dissolve this cold remedy for Chu Gu. He placed the medicine and the cup in Bai Lian's hands. Bai Lian held the cold medicine and the glass cup. Jiang Fulai leaned on the wall lazily, glancing down at the items in her hands, his arms crossed, his voice dangerous and cool. Are you going to make it? Make it for his ancestors. Bai Lian frustratingly set down the cup on the table. Her gaze fixed on Chu Yu, who still hadn't moved a muscle, pressing Yen Lu's script beneath him on the chair. Jiang Fulai raised his eyebrows lightly, his gaze lightly sweeping over Chu Yu. Chapter 321, 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. Under scurry when Chu Yu's assistant came over from behind, he saw the medicine on the desk still untouched and glared fiercely at Bai Lian. The next scene involved a fight between Yen Lu and Chu Yu. Yen Lu had to fight Chu Yu while on horseback, but since Chu Yu couldn't ride, he sat on a shorter prop horse, wielding a spear for the combat scene with Yen Lu. The martial arts instructor was commanding Chu Yu from the sidelines, but the gap in skill between Chu Yu and Yen Lu was somewhat large. Yen Lu, are you trying to spear me to death? Stuck in the middle, Chu Yu's face darkened, and he said coldly to Yen Lu, "Can you stop waving that spear around? My eyes hurt." The people nearby did not dare to speak. The martial arts instructor was also silent. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the problem was with Chu Yu. Chu Yu was currently a popular traffic star, a celebrity under the nation's largest entertainment company, Tianhuan. With merely average acting skills, Wan Qiushan had made an exception for him to join the crew owing to Tianhuan's influence. He was playing a male character number 5, a role that didn't require much acting, and had recently joined the crew. Such a traffic star, known for a big temper and making trouble, often acted out. Wan Qiushan couldn't afford to offend Chu Yu and could only turn to Yen Lu. "Yen Lu, make your expression a little better. Take 291, Scene 5. Bai Lian stood on the side, remembering Yen Lu's lines and positioning perfectly. In contrast, Chu Yu either messed up his lines, his facial expressions, or his movements. "Be careful." On the 5th take, Chu Yu's spear almost poked the horse's eye. The steed, startled, reared up high. Since the martial arts instructor was near, he quickly went to grab the horse's reins. However, a figure in light blue was even quicker. The martial arts instructor and the director stared blankly in front of the camera as the girl in blue with ink-black hair grabbed the bridle with her pale, delicate fingers, gently patting the startled white horse, which suddenly calmed down. Her eyes and brows lowered. The moment she grasped the bridle, there was a languid strength that was hard to articulate. "Yen Lu, can you actually ride a horse?" Chu Yu's face darkened. He was handsome, but at this moment, he was a bit angry with embarrassment, blaming Yen Lu for not knowing how to ride. Being supported by strong backing and enjoying popularity, no one in the crew dared to challenge him. Wan Qiushan was also visibly displeased. "Are you all right?" Bai Lian's expression unchanged, she looked up only at Yen Lu on the horse's back. Yen Lu shook her head. Only then did Bai Lian nod. "You, come down." Yen Lu, with her cold and exquisite appearance, never refused Bai Lian, not even asking why, and directly leaped off the horse. Bai Lian took over her spear, then caught hold of the reins, lifted her left foot into the stirrup, casually pressed her right hand against the back saddle, pushed off the ground lightly, and with a leap she gracefully straddled the horse's back, sitting steady. With the reins in her left hand and her body upright, she held the long spear at an angle with her right hand, the blue hem of her dress fluttering in the breeze. Her dark eyes slowly lowered, her spear pointed at Chu Yu, exuding an imperial contempt. "She doesn't know how to ride. I'll demonstrate it for her." Casually, she looked over at Yen Lu. "Watch closely." Having said that, she tightened the reins, and the horse, as if understanding her command, burst toward Chu Yu with a wild rush. The speed of the charge lifted Bai Lian's dress hem, sleeves, and the orange light that reflected from her hair in the sunset. With the majestic horse gallantly moving forward, the girl's spear bore the force of thunder, feinting before pressing down slightly, the tip like a dragon emerging from its lair, a glint of cold light thrusting straight at Chu Yu's right hand. Chu Yu didn't even have time to react. Bai Lian's advanced so quickly that the martial arts instructor stepped aside. Chu Yu's right hand also held a long spear. Stuck on the prop horse and unable to move, he could only see Bai Lian's blurry figure as his right wrist numbed, and the spear was knocked from his grip to the ground by Bai Lian. But that wasn't enough. The horse under Bai Lian's command seemed as magnificent and mighty as the historic records described, its forelegs rearing up straight at Chu Yu's face. The face was Chu Yu's most valuable asset. He couldn't even scream, instinctively bringing his hands up to cover his face, closing his eyes. Just as the horse's hooves were about to come crashing down on Chu Yu, Bai Lian suddenly yanked the reins hard, turning the horse 180 degrees in midair, while she leaned back slightly. Chu Yu had just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just saved his own life. Bai Lian and the horse stopped abruptly, and then she thrust the spear behind her with her right hand. Without turning around, that flicker of cold light arrived first. Bai Lian's left hand still hadn't released the reins. Before anyone could process the scene, Chu Yu watched as the spear aimed straight at his throat, and before Bai Lian even turned around, he paled and fell backward with a bang, tumbling off the prop horse. Jiang Fulai didn't speak, still standing in the corner with a mask and a black cap, his demeanor clearly conveying an effortless authority. The crowd quieted down, perhaps then noticing the innate sense of command around him. Wan Qiushan suddenly stood up from the director's chair with a thud. Only then did Bai Lian leisurely turn around. She ran her fingers through the reins and methodically retrieved her spear, twirling it in her hands, causing her dress and the red tassel on her spear to sway with the breeze. She cast a casual smile toward Chu Yu, who had fallen to the ground. "Do I need to demonstrate for Yen Lu again?" Wan Qiushan felt that this was the kind of spirited dignity he had envisioned. Even in the face of a sudden storm, she could ride the wind for 90,000 li. Chapter 322, 124 Weibo exploded, Yen Lu's backstage _1 Ever since the day the script was acquired, thousands of netizens had started discussing why it shouldn't be adapted into a film. No one could bring to life the heroic spirit of blood-stained sands and decisive swordplay amidst the clouds. Especially the role of Bai Xiangjuan, the woman who went to war. The historians who recorded her story did not skimp on their adjectives. She bore her spear in salute to the mountains and rivers, her sword's shadow fierce as she alone charged through thousands of troops. There were even rumors on the forums that when the historian wrote about the Bai family, Qin Ye's knife was at his throat. When Wan Qiushan was casting the role, he left this character for last. He truly was stunned by Yen Lu's audition, as if parting the clouds to see the bright sky of tomorrow. He couldn't find a single fault with Yen Lu. But now, Wan Qiushan felt that flaws were all over Yen Lu. For instance, her spear work was not as effortless as desired, neither fast nor fierce enough. Her expression lacked the flirtatious heroism. Even her every gesture failed to casually show the confidence of someone who could command the land. No one present spoke. After filming for so long, everyone in the crew had become an expert on the Great Yong era, knowing well the legendary youth from just the recorded merits of history. Let alone when that historical figure stood before them. The whole performance lasted a mere 2 minutes. Bright garb, noble steed, an air of dashing elegance. Their blood was almost bursting from their bones. At this moment, the crew understood why the histories by families' troops were unstoppable and would rather die than kneel, earning both the dread and respect of their enemies and the wary speculation of their king. With a strong leader, there could be no weak soldiers. Chu Yu was swept to the ground by the gust of the spear, not even touched by Bai Lian's spearhead. Sitting on the ground in terror, he looked at the cold spear pointed at him, his face and body covered in dust, in a sorry state. Bai Lian glanced at him. Such a type would be scorned even by the lowliest soldiers in the rear camp. If enemies were all the likes of Chu Yu, there would have been no need for the 3,000 warriors of the Xuanjia army. Coward, she judged. Then she plunged her spear into the ground and dismounted, carelessly handing the reins to Yen Lu. Her gesture was casual and slovenly, clearly not sharp, yet her presence was immense. The decisiveness seen through her visage hinted at a fierceness as cutting as the east wind. Since Chu Yu had appropriated Yen Lu's chair, up to now, his little head remained on his neck, not hanging on her spearhead, solely because the new era had saved him. This comment shattered the silence on the set. Mr. Chu Yu's assistant hurriedly emerged from the crowd. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" At this point, he should have glared at Bai Lian. A current popular celebrity like Chu Yu was always coddled wherever he went, and if his fan group found out, they might berate the crew, daring to treat their idols so rudely. But right now, Chu Yu's assistant didn't dare to glare. "Have you learned?" Bai Lian merely raised an eyebrow towards Yen Lu. Yen Lu nodded her head. At this moment, Wan Qiushan also coughed. "Everyone, take a break." He lightly glossed over the matter of Bai Lian demonstrating for Yen Lu. Chu Yu, his pride wounded, stood up with a darkened face. Seeing that no one apologized, and Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, he left the set without saying a word. Yen Lu watched Chu Yu leave, somewhat concerned. Bai Lian tossed her spear to the excited martial arts director beside her and turned to ask Yen Lu, Haven't taken a single day off in 2 months? There's nothing else, and I can learn from director Wan while on the set. Yen Lu withdrew her gaze from Chuyu. Other artists had taken several breaks for various reasons, like shooting other shows or personal matters. Only Yen Lu had stayed on set the entire time. Right, go ask the director for 3 days off, Bai Lian said as she walked away. Jiang Fulai was still standing coolly in the corner with his hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in thought. Under the gaze of many, Bai Lian walked over to him. Jiang Fulai snapped back to reality. As others' gazes followed Bai Lian towards him, his inhospitable coldness was still evident despite his restraint, deterring prolonged stares. He promptly averted his gaze. Why didn't you thrust that spear? He asked lazily. Prosperity, democracy, culture, harmony, freedom, equality, rule of law, she listed off smoothly. Jiang Fulai, over here. Yen Lu was asking Wan Qiushan for leave, ready to depart with Bai Lian. All right, I'll schedule other scenes in these 3 days, Wan Qiushan said, appreciating Yen Lu's earnest and hardworking nature. It was her first time asking for leave and he didn't make it difficult. But Yen Lu, use these 3 days to reflect properly. Your movements and expressions still need a lot of work. Chapter 323, 124 Weibo exploded, Yen Lu's backstage _2 Yen Lu. But director, just 2 months ago, you used me as an example for others to demonstrate, and after the performance, you would say, perfect, beautiful, that's the way. And now it has become, Yen Lu, you still have a lot to work on. Yen Lu couldn't help but laugh and cry, Director Wan, I'll work hard. Keep it up, Wan Qiushan encouraged her. Yen Lu nodded gravely, aware in her heart that to reach Bai Lian's level, she was far from ready. In this lifetime, it would be impossible, considering her presence alone was greatly lacking. She walked outside. Yen Lu's assistant followed behind her, trembling with fear, her eyes dark from worry, murmuring, Sister Yen, what should we do? Great Yong's production team won't replace you, will they? Even if they don't, Chu Yu's fans will boycott you. Tianhuan is the largest entertainment company in the country, with its headquarters in Jiangjing. Backed by a big tree, compared to them, Starlight is just a little shrimp. The young assistant hadn't witnessed much of the world and was genuinely scared. Jiang Fulai glanced at the two. What exactly are you two scared of? Ah. The clueless assistant mumbled. Tianhuan Entertainment, who in the circle isn't afraid of them? Remember this, while you are playing this role, I want you to toughen up. Jiang Fulai passed by Yen Lu, paused and casually glanced over. As for that Chuyu, he let out a light sneer. Not even worth commenting on. Jiang Fulai continued walking forward. These two, one inside the prison bearing humiliations, the other outside the prison doing the same. Yen Lu calmed down. She was the person with the least backing and connections in the entire crew. The crew had been testing Yen Lu from the first day, leading to today's blatant depression. Yen Lu had finally gotten this opportunity, and she didn't want to let anyone down, whether it was Bai Lian, Zhang Xiai's, or even Zhang's mother, so she bore it all. Compared to other things, this was nothing to Yen Lu. She knew that not being famous was the original sin. Yen Lu stood there for a while, her gaze gradually firming up. She caught up to Bai Lian. Why am I taking a leave absence? Have you forgotten that, aside from being an actress, you now have another identity? Bai Lian was taking out her phone, walking toward the car. She had said before that she would write a song for Yen Lu, and Bai Lian had written it before the exams. She hadn't reached out to Yen Lu, worried about affecting the shooting schedule. Today, Bai Lian came to see Yen Lu because she had to leave Xiangqing for a trip and wanted to discuss recording the song with her. Unfortunately, she encountered this incident, so Bai Lian boosted the songwriting priority several notches, placing it before biology, but after chemistry. After speaking, she looked down and sent a message to Dean Jian. Yen Lu will be in Jiangjing to record Autumn Again tomorrow. This was a new song written by Bai Lian, with the arrangement still done by Jian Zhongyo. Dean Jian, earlier than planned? Bai Lian had originally intended for Yen Lu to record the song after the new year, focusing on acting for now. The current situation had changed, and Bai Lian realized how important it was for Yen Lu to establish a strong foundation in the entertainment industry. Bai Jian, plans have changed. Driver's seat. Jiang Fulai unlocked his phone and offhandedly sent a message to Jiang Shijue. Jiang Shijue, Chuyu? What's that supposed to be? Jiang Fulai, don't know. Young Master Jiang didn't have the time to research such matters. Great Yong, production team. The assistant director furrowed his brow. Director Wan, Chuyu said that unless the production team and Yen Lu apologize to him, he won't come back to continue acting. Chuyu is a trending star, the chosen one greatly promoted by Tianhuan, which is keen on making him a top-tier celebrity. So even though Chuyu's acting skills are not quite up to par, Tianhuan still insisted on shoehorning him into the Great Yong crew. Now that he's left the crew, his fans would surely storm the production. Most importantly, Tianhuan might use public opinion to force Yen Lu out of the production team. Wan Qiushan was also scared. He took out his phone and found one contact, the team's biggest financier, with nothing but a dark profile picture. After realizing who it was, Wan Qiushan didn't even dare to speak to him. But Yen Lu genuinely was an actress he had high hopes for. He didn't want to lose her to Tianhuan's tactics. He hadn't even dared to inquire yet. Suddenly, that dark profile picture had a few unread messages. Jiang Shijue, I hope your production team understands one thing. Jiang Shijue, Miss Yen Lu is there to act. Seeing these messages almost scared Wan Qiushan to death. Who would have known that Yen Lu, who worked diligently and studied humbly within the crew, had such a backer? No, with that kind of backer, why wouldn't you walk with more swagger? Why be afraid of Chuyu? Chuyu didn't wait for an apology from the production team and Yen Lu when he got back. Instead, he received a notice of contract termination. Chapter 324, 124 Weibo exploded, Yen Lu's backstage _3 He was now the favored talent of Tianhuan, the anger in his agent's eyes flickering as phone call after phone call was made. Is Wan Qiushan an idiot? To drive Chuyu out of the crew for a newcomer who's nothing? The news that Chuyu would play the fifth male lead had already been released, and leaving the crew at this point would inevitably lead to criticism from haters. Tianhuan's PR team was not to be trifled with. Chuyu's agent sneered and posted a message using Chuyu's Weibo account, V Chuyu. It's so hard to be a serious actor, that's why I left the Great Yong crew. Picture. One was a photo of Chuyu taking cold medicine, the other of him holding a long spear. The comments below were all controlled by fans. My brother works so hard. Looking forward to my brother's new drama next summer break. Why did you leave the crew? Insider info, a certain 18th-tier actress who became the female lead right away doesn't respect her seniors. My brother was driven away by her, finger heart. At De Yong official Weibo, are fans' lives not lives? We will never watch Great Yong if you don't replace Yen Lu. I really don't know what kind of people like Yen Lu. Smile. Debut for 3 years with only one popular song. Has the crew gone mad to sideline our brother for her? #boycott Yenlu slowly started trending. Chuyu had many friends in the circle, and everyone knew he was being pushed by Tianhuan. Quite a few people stood up for him. Meanwhile, at Xinguang Entertainment, Sister XN was negotiating with the PR department. Sister XN was also caught off guard, only learning now that the Great Yong crew had actually let Chuyu go, and she was currently urging the PR department for an emergency response. Xinguang Entertainment was aware that Yen Lu was the female lead in Great Yong, and she had songs to release afterwards. Therefore, the PR's troll army was also working overtime through the night, but Xinguang's PR was no match for Chuyu. The comments section was dominated by Chuyu's troll army. On Manzai's side, she was between takes for a variety show. Her agent nearly laughed when looking at the trending searches, their mind calculating, I hope Chuyu's side pushes harder. If Great Yong can't handle the pressure and changes the female lead, the role will be yours. Man, she appeared pensive. Could Yen Lu turn the tables? Do you think Tianhuan is all bark and no bite? Even Xingwang's peer can't suppress it, her agent scoffed. It was a showbiz tradition to step on some while elevating others. There was always more help in adding luster than in sending charcoal in snowy weather. Man's eyes sparkled, and she opened Weibo to like Chu Yu's post. Seeing a co-star like Man, she liked the post. The heat of the whole affair was pushed to another climax. Sister Exen had not expected things to turn out this way. Great Yong was directly confronting Chu Yu, who in turn pointed the finger at Yen Lu. The only good news was that Great Yong had no intention of replacing Yen Lu, otherwise, Xinguang Entertainment might have given up on her. Sister Exen, what do we do now? The team members were also anxious, unable to overpower Chu Yu's PR. And Yen Lu's popularity was no match for Chu Yu's. Let me think some more. Sister Exen pressed her forehead. The only thing to do now was to wait for the storm to calm and for the drama to air next year. As she was thinking, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Xingwang's CEO. She was startled and answered. On the other end was the CEO's friendly voice. Sister Exen, honestly, you should have told me earlier that Yen Lu was Zongwang's person. It was the first time the CEO of Xinguang had called her Sister Exen. Sister Exen didn't catch on. What are you talking about? Weibo is blowing up, and you're still keeping secrets, the CEO said with a laugh. Sister Exen hurriedly opened Weibo. Chapter 325, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history, second update, _1. She saw the top trending topic on social media had changed from Chu Yu to Zhongguang Group. The Zhongguang Group. Acting is an art, not entertainment, image. The picture showed Chu Yu and Yen Lu in the same frame, with Chu Yu on the left sitting on a false horse, and Yen Lu on the right holding a gun and riding a tall horse. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television retweeted and commented, "What exactly is on the left side?" The photo, once released, showcased a stark contrast that made it clear at a glance who had acting skills and who was just entertainment. And just like that, Weibo exploded. Many younger people may not understand the strength of Zhongguang Group. But everyone in the entertainment circle knows what the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television is. A bunch of Chu Yu's fans, not daring to attack the administration, went crazy in the comments section under Zhongguang Group's post. Our brother is just suffering from a cold and can't ride a horse. Are you also trying to leech off Chu Yu's popularity? Tail. Wait, what age group are Chu Yu's fans? Shaoanders Scorlinby. Ever heard of Zhongguang Securities, Zhongguang Bonds, Zhongguang Heavy Industries? Ever heard of Zhongguang Bank at least? Know about railways, highways? 1/3 of those are invested by Zhongguang. Your Tianhuan Entertainment's total assets combined aren't worth 1/10 of Zhongguang's annual bonds. Do you know what kind of unit Zhongguang is? Read more books, don't just watch entertainment all day long, at least then you'd understand what Zhongguang Group does. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television took the lead in criticizing Chu Yu. A bunch of official media joined the fray, suggesting that it was high time the entertainment industry was cleaned up. Chu Yu and Tianhuan Entertainment started to panic, reaching out to Yen Lu and the Daong crew. They had stoked the flames too high, and now they found it not so easy to disengage. They were in the predicament of riding a tiger and unable to dismount. For the moment, topics related to what exactly is going on with the domestic entertainment remained highly popular. Compared to Chu Yu, man, she was truly in deep waters. Why did you like Chu Yu's Weibo for no reason? Her agent scolded Man Shi ferociously. It was okay before, but now Chu Yu is officially labeled as entertainment. Anything about him cannot be aired. Why the hell did you like his post? Not to mention the bigwigs from Starlight, Chu Yu, Man Shi, and the rest, Sister Exen herself was blown away. Sister Exen thought about Bai Lian and then about Jiang Fulai. She always felt she understood them completely, yet the two kept expanding her worldview. Just who exactly are these two? At this moment, the untouchable giant in the entertainment industry, Tianhuan, seemed like a tiny shrimp? Sister Xen was utterly confused. Bai Lian didn't go online and was unaware of what was happening on Weibo. In the class group chat, Wang Qi was going berserk. Wang Qi. At everyone who understands, guys, I'm devastated. Pu Xiaohan. Ha, Qinwen. Are we still going hiking tomorrow? Wang Qi. At everyone, how could she be such a person? Su Guangming. I just want to lie down. Pu Xiaohan. At Qinwen, I'm in. Wang Qi. At everyone, why is no one paying attention to me? I'm so heartbroken, is there nobody to drink with me? Wang Qi. At everyone, Wu, Wang Qi. At everyone, a bunch of ungrateful jerks. Bai Lian, who was constantly listening to English readings, got continuously interrupted by the mentions. Who keeps mentioning me? Pu Xiaohan. At Wang Qi Qinwen. At Wang Qi, Su Guangming. At Wang Qi, the response formation was curiously unified. Bai Lian, see you when school starts. Wang Qi was about to kneel for this group of brats. Sis, I was wrong. Bai Lian continued to quietly listen to her listening practice, while outside, Ji Heng called out to Bai Lian, Alien, do you think this dress suits your classmate? The dress he made for Pu Xiaohan. It was also a skirt outfit. The blouse was made of pale pink satin, and he put great care into this dress, with hidden patterns of butterflies, and the skirt's pink shade graduated from dark to light. The hem was decorated with overlapping patterns of white and goose yellow flowers, with a cascading, magnificent look. Several butterflies were either perched or with unfolded wings. Tranquil, yet lively. Ji Heng always believed that girls of this age should wear bright, vibrant colors. According to his taste, Bai Lian suited white, but red suited her even more. Vivid and dazzling. But regrettably, when it came to the clothes he left for Bai Lian, she only wore light-colored dresses. She had never worn red, pink, or goose yellow dresses. Afterward, Ji Heng seldom made bright-colored series of dresses for her. She will definitely like it. Bai Lian observed the dress in Ji Heng's hands closely and let out a light laugh. I'll take it to her in a bit. Ji Heng folded the dress, placed it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Bai Lian. Just then, Su En's video call came through. Chapter 326, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history, second update, _2, Uncle. Su En must have been busy, but as soon as he saw Ji Heng's face, he quickly greeted him. You guys should come over earlier. Mulan and I will show you around Jiangjing University, museums, and the like, he discussed with Ji Heng. Ji Heng, holding his smoking pipe, thought for a moment and did not refuse. All right. Su En had planned on asking anyway, but he had not anticipated Ji Heng's agreement. Up until now, he still wasn't sure if Ji Heng would attend his wedding to Ji Mulan. He couldn't figure out anyone in that family from top to bottom. To his surprise, Ji Heng actually agreed. Su En was overjoyed. Then get ready, he'll book the plane tickets and arrange the schedule. Bai Lian hadn't expected the special training camp to be in Jiangjing as well. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao both went back with Jiang Fulai. But Bai Lian turned down Jiang Fulai. She chose to take the plane with Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing instead. When young Master Jiang heard this, he was also quite explosive. This airport, it's so big. This was the first time Xin Qing took a flight, and Su En had bought them first-class tickets. After getting off the plane, stepping on the ground in Jiangjing, Xin Qing felt a sense of unreality. Very dreamlike. However, Ji Heng looked calm, and Ji Xiaojun was also composed. He frequently took students out for art exams. Uncle Ji, you've arrived. Su En had been waiting at the boarding gate early. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up even more. Alien, are you joining them? Not this time. Bai Lian took out her phone, powered it on, and waited for the signal. Jiang Fulai took a private plane and had arrived much earlier. Jiang teacher, where are you? I'll come find you. Are you accustomed to the flight journey? Su En sounded a bit disappointed, but still led the way while asking. Ji Heng, holding his smoking pipe, nodded his head. Shen Qing felt quite uneasy. It's my first time flying, I'm not used to it. Bai Lian was frank. The seat was a bit cramped. She herself was okay, but Ji Heng, who sat in the same row, was elder, and sitting for embroidery every day was already hard on the spine. At home, it was possible to stand up and move around, not so much on a plane. Ah! Soo-eun was surprised. He turned to the butler. Was it possible that they did not purchase first class? Soo-eun's butler, following behind him, cast a fleeting glance at Shin-ching before turning to Bai Lian with a smile. Miss, you might not understand, airplane seats are inherently small, and you were already in first class. His tone was mild, without any intent of mockery. Just stating the facts. Alien, it's just how planes are. Soo-eun thought for a moment and then explained to Bai Lian, when you go back, you'll switch airlines. Miss Bai, who had been on young Master Jiang's private plane, indeed didn't know that a normal plane seat is considered spacious. No need, she replied lazily, staying put. You go ahead, I'll wait for my classmate. Ji Heng and the others knew Bai Lian was going to the special training camp with Ning Xiao and the rest. So they went ahead with Soo-eun first. All right then, Soo-eun said with regret. The butler beside him glanced at Bai Lian. He was indifferent to whatever she was going to do. He didn't even know why Soo-eun valued this Ji family member so much, putting aside his own affairs to personally receive them. Jiangjing Airport. In the VIP room, Bai Shaoqi was talking to Bai Qiming. Bai Kaiming's attitude toward Bai Shaoqi was getting better by the day. Despite his busy schedule at the end of the year, he still took the time to send Bai Shaoqi to Jiangjing for orientation. Why hasn't Song Min arrived yet? Song Min was attending the special training camp, while Bai Shaoqi was temporarily not qualified. The joint exam results came out today. He probably boarded after checking them. Bai Shaoqi was very familiar with Song Min. Speaking of their results, Bai Kaiming's face showed even more pride. How did the term-end exams go? In recent times, there's been a lot of news about Ji Mulan in Beijing, as she is about to marry into a wealthy Jiangjing family. It would be impossible for Bai Qiming not to feel a ripple in his heart over this. Fortunately, he had a pair of good children. Thinking of Bai Lian along with Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoka, any dissatisfaction in Bai Qiming faded away. Just as before, Bai Shaoqi replied. That means still within the top 3. Bai Qiming was very reassured and then sighed with emotion. It's a pity to be in the same grade as Song Min. Otherwise, the Bai family might well have produced a second top scholar. Siblings both so acclaimed, how rare that would be. Bai Shaoqi took out her phone and opened the conversation with Song Min. Bai Shaoqi, did you get your score? Song Min hadn't replied yet. Uncertain of the situation, Bai Shaoqi casually looked up. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure outside the door. She was taken aback. What's wrong? Bai Qiming noticed her expression. Bai Shaoqi furrowed her brows. She felt that the silhouette looked a lot like Bai Lian. Chapter 327, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history, second update, _3, Shaoqi. Bai Qiming stood up, speaking sternly, the Yin family people have arrived. The Yin family, Song Min's mother's maiden home, residents of Jiangjing. They were picked up by Song Min's mother and her brother, the current director of the Yin family. Song Min's mother had arrived early both for Ji Mulan's wedding and to strengthen family relations, preparing for Song Min's entry into Jiangjing University next year. They exchanged greetings. Song Min's mother looked at Bai Shaoqi. What are you looking at? I saw Bai Lian. Bai Shaoqi withdrew her gaze. Bai Lian. The Yin director turned his head while chatting with Bai Qiming. Her, said Song Min's mother indifferently, Amin's ex-fiancée. Her mother is about to remarry in Jiangjing. Seeing her here isn't strange. Hearing what Song Min's mother said, the Yin director nodded faintly and didn't ask further. Clearly uninterested in Bai Lian, he just smiled at Bai Qiming and said, I've heard that your young master is interning in a lab at Jiangjing University. To them, personal strength was what mattered most. In the Bai family, Bai Shaoka was thriving at Jiangjing University, and Bai Shaoqi was favored by Dean Jian. Both were outstanding, which was why the Yin director personally came to pick them up from the airport. Last time, the Bai family didn't receive this kind of treatment. Every time the Beijing joint examination scores are released, the entire education system is shaken. Xiangqing First Middle School. The principal and the homeroom teachers were all gathered in the computer room. They hadn't been able to log into the system for 2 hours. What on earth is going on? The principal paced back and forth in the computer room, filled with anxiety. This had never happened before. Lu Lingxi, on the other hand, was calm. She sat at a desk on the side, methodically writing lesson plans and occasionally taking a sip of tea. "What's the rush?" she said. "What's the rush?" Of course, they were anxious about whether Ning Xiao and Bai Lian could maintain their grades. During the last examination, Ning Xiao was 31st. If he could hold that position and do the same in the college entrance exam, then Xiangqing First Middle School had a hope of being upgraded to a provincial key school during the next evaluation. And Bai Lian. How many people were watching her chemistry score? How could they not be anxious? As the two were talking, suddenly a teacher sitting in front of the computer called out, it's here, there's student numbers? Check Ning Xiao's first, 2 asterisk 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 asterisk. The person responsible for checking scores entered Ning Xiao's student number right away. They pressed the enter key. The computer still turned circles slowly. After a moment's lag, the scores appeared. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 120, 71 mathematics, 135, 3 English, 127, 67 science comprehensive, 279, 1 total score, 661, 6, I must be seeing things. The teacher responsible for checking scores rubbed his eyes. No way. Damn. Is this really Ning Xiao's score? This is absurd, right? Ning Xiao barely made it into the top 100 on his first monthly exam, and then 31st on the second. The teachers all thought that last performance was Ning Xiao at his best and were concerned if he would make it into the top 30 this time. Now, he's ranked 6th in Beijing. First in science comprehensive across the province? That's just 2 months of time. This first place in science comprehensive is a bit too exaggerated, right? Lu Lingxi was also taken aback, truly shocked this time. The office erupted into a long discussion because of this result. 6th place, first in science comprehensive, what significance does that hold? Ning Xiao's science score was even higher than Song Min's. After the excited discussion, they finally remembered Bai Lian. Don't say anything, the school principal had already ordered banners. He smiled at the others and said, with Ning Xiao's huge improvement, Bai Lian will definitely enter the top 30, right? Last time, Bai Lian ranked 97th overall. Ning Xiao 31st. This time Ning Xiao ranked 6th, a terrifying leap. Originally, the school staff were guessing if Bai Lian could join Ning Xiao in the top 30, but now Ning Xiao had produced an ace. They thought it wasn't impossible for Bai Lian to make it into the top 30. The teacher entered Bai Lian's student number. Everyone was relaxed. Some were predicting Bai Lian's scores. With Ning Xiao before her, they thought the best she could do was a rank in the top 30. After all, her chemistry was a weak point. This Ning Xiao is really good. I wonder how Tang Ming did. Right? Check his as well later. Let's see. Hey, look, are the scores out? Their voices stopped abruptly. Because Bai Lian's scores were out and the principal of Xiangqing First Middle School leaped to the computer, scrutinizing the scores from top to bottom. Name, Bai Lian. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 150, 1 mathematics, 150, 1 English, 131, 17 science comprehensive, 261, 4 total score, 692, 1 first overall in Beijing. The principal's mind buzzed. He felt that this moment would be recorded in the annals of Xiangqing First Middle School's history because he vaguely saw the provincial top scholar was waving at him. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.